Do you play video games, Terrence?
The devil asked, as he sat perched atop the podium. I held my wife's dying body in my arms, and tears streamed down from my face and her blood covered my bare chest. I looked up with a mixture of hate and incredulity. What? The devil stared back intently. In an instant, he flashed from the podium to appear 2 feet in front of me, kneeling over to look me in the eyes.
You have to be a gamer. What are you? A white male in your mid-20s. You're the target demographic.
The devil stood straight and adjusted his pinstriped suit.
Regardless, let me tell you the rules, my boy.
I looked around me, desperately trying to find an exit to escape with my wife. I realized the chapel around me had vanished. Only a thick fog surrounded us. The only thing I could see clearly was the podium and the well-dressed devil.
Dark Souls. Ah, yes. A game for true patrons of the arts. You know of it.
The devil noticed I wasn't paying attention and flicked his hand at me. An unseen force jerked my head around to look at him. Yes, I've seen videos of it online, I stammered fearfully. The devil's dirty yellow eyes stared back at me. Then he smiled, showing his sharpened teeth.
Good. Well, let me explain how the game works, just for transparency's sake.
The devil walked back behind the podium like he was about to give a lecture.
Dying repeatedly is a main gameplay mechanic in Dark Souls.
The devil spoke in a monotone voice while combing his hair around his horns.
Your character revives, hopefully have gained knowledge on how to be a better player. Hopefully, you learn from your mistake as you traverse back into the abyss. Every path you open stays open. Every item you find, you keep after death. But dying causes all of the enemies you killed to return to life also. Do you understand?
Yes, I mumbled. I still couldn't turn my head to look away from him.
Good. The thing I most enjoy about the game is its lack of hand-holding. So for now, all you get is this.
He walked over to me and produced a large scarlet red key from his pocket.
Only this key will unlock the outside gate. Unlocking the gate is the only way to stop the cycle from resetting. The only way to free yourself.
The devil let out a sigh and returned the key to his pocket.
That's enough for now. Do better this time, will you?
He made a go-away gesture with his hand, and I felt myself falling. Me and my dying wife tumbled into infinite blackness. The podium and the devil raced away from us. An immense heat enveloped me, and I cried out in pain. I awoke in the dark basement, the same one I had just left. My mind was foggy, like I had been drugged. I looked to my side and saw my wife laying there naked beside me. It was a serious case of deja vu. I had just been here. Me and my wife had awoken in this basement. We'd just traveled up the stairs. That's where the man in the robe attacked me. I looked down at myself. Something was different now. I had pants. The first time, I was naked like my wife. I had taken the pants from the roadman after he fell down the basement stairway. My wife had found a blue tarp to cover herself the first time. It was quickly abandoned for being too noisy to sneak with. I reached over to shake her. Jenny, wake up. Wait, Jenny had been stabbed, hadn't she? I launched myself over next to her. I rolled her over to inspect her injury. Nothing was there. No deep wound from the knife. She was fine. Terry? She spoke groggily. Her eyes fluttered open and she sat up to look around. Where are we? We're back in the basement. That thing brought us back here. What thing? She asked. She quickly noticed she was naked and covered herself up with her arms. She looked to her side to see a ratty blue tarp hanging over some junk. She snatched it and pulled it around herself. What's going on here? She gasped. I stared at her for a moment before asking in a measured voice, "What do you remember last?" Jenny blinked. I could see the cogs beginning to turn in her head. "We were at Michelle's and David's wedding rehearsal." She squinted and tilted her head. "We were walking to our car. You had to park in a different parking lot away from the venue." She paused. "I don't remember getting to the car." I waited for her to continue, but she just looked around the dusty basement. "That's it? You don't remember waking up down here? You don't remember that asshole that attacked us and fell down the stairs? You don't remember the devil stabbing you and giving me a speech about video games?" "No, babe," Jenny replied. She gave me the look she routinely used when she thought I was overreacting. "We've never been here before. Are you okay?" What was going on? The horned bastard said something about a cycle resetting. Had he reversed time? No, it couldn't be. He drugged us somehow and threw us back down here. But how did Jenny's stab wound disappear? "Come on," I said, as I grabbed Jenny by the hand. I pulled her towards the stairs. Her blue tarp crinkled loudly. We carefully went up the stairs and I opened the door slowly. The same wood-paneled hallway greeted me. It smelled of old wood and mold. The short hallway stretched on 10 feet before turning to the left. That's where I had run into the big man in the robe last time. I told Jen to wait and crept down the hall to peek around the corner. There he was, again. The same big guy with an ugly face and crazy eyes. He even screamed the same damn thing. "Your blood will flow eternal," he screamed as he rushed at me. I retreated down the hallway. It had to be his twin or something. I didn't struggle with him like the first time I did. I would set him up for the same move I used on him before. There's no way he would be that stupid to fall for it again. I scampered back to the doorway by the stairs. Jen screamed and flattened herself against the wall. The idiot came barreling at me at full sprint. I caught his momentum, crossed my leg, and performed a textbook hip toss. His speed and weight caused him to become airborne before cracking down hard on his head halfway down the steps and tumbling the rest of the way. He lay very dead at the bottom, his leg twitching a little. Jen screamed louder and I stood dumbfounded. The idiot didn't remember. I had killed him the same exact way the first time. I had fought him for longer, trying to wrestle him to the ground before I realized I was about to be pushed down the steep stairs. It was a cycle. Time had repeated. I finally calmed down Jenny to follow me back down the hall. We turned the corner to enter the waiting room or foyer for the chapel. 2 large double doors led further in. Opposite of it were the doors leading outside. Jenny went to open the exit doors and I stopped her. "Don't bother, it requires a green key to unlock." I felt like I was going to throw up. "Like a video game," I spat out. Like before, our only option was to go deeper into the chapel. I told Jenny to wait outside. She got stabbed the last time. I opened the double doors slowly. A familiar sight greeted me. A small windowless chapel. Dark drapes hung from all 4 walls. Strange symbols and writing were spray-painted all over them. Looking too long at these symbols made my head hurt and my vision blur. 3 short pews on either side of the aisle. At the end of the aisle were 2 robed men, kneeling and praying to the podium. These are the assholes who held me down while that devil stabbed my wife in the belly. She didn't even act like she saw him when he was upon her to kill her. He just walked up and struck her while she screamed at the men to let me go. "Not this time," I said to myself, as I scanned the room for something to use as a weapon. I saw a small box to the corner of my right. Wait. No way, it was a chest. Like a treasure chest. I snuck over to it. The 2 men continued low mumbling prayers. I placed my hands on both sides of the ornate chest, More crazy symbols were carved into its wood. I opened it slowly while leaning away. I've played my fair share of games with booby-trapped chess. When I finally looked in, I almost laughed. Nestled within red soft felt fabric was a short flintlock pistol. I picked it up. It felt heavy and was already cocked back. Tiny grains of what I assumed was black gunpowder sprinkled out of the side of the gun. I had seen movies where soldiers and pirates manipulated the weapon. That didn't make me an expert, but I hoped it was all set to fire. I noticed the praying had stopped. I looked over to see the two men standing and looking for me. Looking up put me in the view of one of the cultists. He saw me and gave a short scream. Instead of running down the aisle and turning, he was going to be a Pentecostal and jump the pews and come straight for me. As he got to the last pew, all I could see was the crazy in his eyes. He was coiled like a spring ready to jump at me when I leveled the pistol and fired. A blast of smoke and noise rocked my senses, followed by a loud thump. When my vision cleared, the man had toppled off sideways to land headfirst in a crumpled pile beside me. I didn't have time to think as the other man was on me instantly, screaming and swiping at me with a small knife. I held my arms elbows outwards to defend myself. I felt quick slashes across my arms. As he got closer, he reared back to stab me in the gut. I whacked him across the head with the barrel of the pistol. It was a heavy smack that stumbled him backward. As he looked at me, trying to regain focus, I saw red lines of blood begin running down his face. He screamed again and came in with a lunge. That's when I saw Jenny knock him in the ribs from behind with the bat. He stumbled sideways into the pews and dropped his knife. He was bent over and barely holding himself up with his hands. I launched in to deliver a tremendous elbow to the side of his head, laying him out on the stone floor. I looked up at Jen. She had dropped the tarp to help me. Now she stood there terrified and naked, cradling the bat. "Where did you get that bat?" I asked. "On the opposite side of the room. It was just laying on a table. You're bleeding." "It's nothing," I said, as I moved to pick up her tarp. I ripped off a string to wrap around my forearms. She covered herself again and followed me to the podium up at the front. "If I know video games, there's something important here," I said as I walked around it. I kneeled closer to look at a small wooden box carved with the same head-throbbing symbols. I opened it and let out a laugh. It was an ornate green key. "Come on," I said, as I snatched the key and marched back down the aisle to the foyer. Jenny crinkled noisily behind me with her tarp. When I got to the double doors, the ornate key slid in smoothly. "We're making progress," I said, looking back at Jenny. "We need to find you some clothes next." Jenny's face filled with terror as I felt the door being ripped open. I looked back to be staring at someone's well-muscled chest. I looked up to see a face shrouded with clear plastic tarp, a rope tied tightly around the thing's neck. Fog from the thing's breath sucked the bag in and out. I tried to step back from the giant, but he swung on me with the meat cleaver, biting onto the side of my neck. He then grabbed me by the head and launched me outside past him. I flew off the small front porch to land face first in the dirt. I tried to get up, but didn't have the strength to push myself up. I could see my lifeblood pooling out before me. I heard a scream as Jenny landed on the ground in front of me. I reached out to her, and she to me. The giant stomped over to tower over Jenny. I tried to call her name, but only gurgled out blood. The cleaver came down to bury itself in her head. Her eyes bulged, and she shook slightly. Then everything paused. Jenny froze in her spasms, and the giant froze bent over. My pain stopped, and I noticed I was no longer choking. A pair of shiny dress shoes walked over to stand in front of me.
"Get up,"
said the devil, as he looked down on me, disappointed. I sat up and stared at my wife.
"Don't worry about her, you dunce. She will be alive next cycle,"
the devil said with exasperation.
"I need to tell you about this giant that just killed both of you."
He waved both his hands over to the leaning giant.
Every time you reset the cycle, nobody will remember a thing, except for your nemesis here. He will remember everything and be able to hunt you through every cycle.
I stared in awe at the muscled giant with the plastic bag over his head. How unfair could this get? Fighting to save both of us was already hard enough.
I know, I'm pulling from other games, but I love the concept of an archenemy.
The devil prattled on.
If you want the game to stop, you can either escape or pledge your soul to me.
Never, you freak. I'll beat your game, I yelled back. The devil sighed.
Then do better this time, will you?
He snapped his fingers and the world went blank. I woke up in the basement, feeling like I had been drugged. The cycle repeated over and over and over. I'd wake up in the basement, make a little progress just to be murdered, over and over. The concept of time faded as my suffering grew within this cruel game. Last I counted was cycle 452, and that was a long time ago. I'll have to admit I gave up for a while. The cycle broke me. I would just sit in the basement, unresponsive to my surroundings, ignoring Jenny's questions until the giant freak would find me. The first dozen times he went straight for the kill, whacking me right across my head with a plethora of different weapons. Usually something new every time he came in. That wasn't so bad. It was almost peaceful. I used that time to clear my mind. I got so good I could block out everything, even block out my nagging wife. And since I couldn't sleep, I used the times in the quiet basement to think, before he would storm in and murder me. But he got wise to my plan. He wouldn't go for the kill. He would torture Jenny. He would pull her apart and let me listen to her screams. I'd try to shut them out, but it was only temporary. The cycle would reset and she would be fine again. Then he started torturing me. He would bring a bag full of tools to cause me pain. This had more of an effect on me. How selfish was I to put Jenny through this when I couldn't handle it? And then there was the insistent ponderings of the suit-wearing devil. Every time he took me into the foggy purgatory before the cycle repeated, he explained he hadn't frozen time, but a microsecond would have passed every time the cycle started over. He told me the tragic story of his unlife, how the judgment day awaited him and his kind at the end of time. The devil expressed his abject horror at this, so he used his powers to reverse time as much as he could. But alas, time still ticked forward, slowly but surely. When I went into my state of depression, just sitting there doing nothing, he didn't react at first. He said a lot of his playthings hit this wall at some point, but when I refused to snap out of it for cycles, he told me lack of activity would forfeit my soul.
This happened to a couple of my playthings too.
He chided at me.
There are more ways to agree to defeat than giving verbal confirmation. I had one plaything who would take his life every cycle, use the bag to suffocate himself.
These words took a while to breach the fog in my brain. Wait, the Nemesis was another player? I asked.
Ah, yes, very much so. I'm not as cruel as my brethren, though. Just like you have a chance to escape, he still has one.
How? I almost screamed. The devil smiled and put his hand over his mouth.
I only give players information, not quitters.
Then I'll play, I yelled at him. A warm smile washed over his pointy face, and he let out a relieved sigh.
Oh, good, good. Just remember, please do better this time.
The cycle restarted and I sat up straight. I immediately grabbed a set of handcuffs I had acquired from one of my cycles and scooted over to unconscious Jenny. I cuffed her hand to a metal pole running down the middle of the room. She was now in a long robe I had found for her, but I couldn't have her following me. I stood up and ran to the trick wall I discovered in the basement. I pushed it open to reveal a short set of stairs leading up into the night sky. As I took the first step, I heard Jenny call after me. I ignored her. I stepped out into the estate property and looked around. I had the entire estate mapped out in my head. The chapel held the green key, which unlocked the graveyard. The graveyard held the blue key, which led to the cellar of the giant manor. The manor held the black key, which led into the actual manor. And I hoped the manor held the scarlet key. My chance to escape. I began to sprint towards the cellar of the mansion at the middle of everything. I wore a pair of overalls with utility belts with a crossbow and a knapsack over my shoulder. I was still barefoot. None of the shoes I scavenged fit me. Like clockwork, the Rottweiler caught my scent and came barreling out of the bushes of the house. I had wrapped straps of leather around my left arm. I bent low and offered it to the dog. He bit down on it and tried to shake me off of my feet. Like a million times before, I pulled out a K-bar knife, and excuse me, but this was my life and this was a game here. I jammed the knife up through the dog's head. The dog whimpered and convulsed. I felt terrible the first times I'd done it, worse than having to kill humans, but now I felt nothing, just cold. I slung the dog off to fall dead to the ground and began walking to the cellar doors. I flung them back to release the same bats that always escaped into the night sky. The stairs went down into darkness. I ignored the torch on the wall. I had found a flashlight already. The flashlight did little to show the way down to the 40-foot descent. It didn't matter. I knew the way through the wine cellar maze. I turned its corners and dodged its traps. I walked up to the cultists hiding in wait to kill me, only to kill them with brutal efficiency. The first one always jumped down from behind me with a fearsome yell. I would quick turn and put my K-bar knife into his neck before he could lift his heavy axe. The next one would wait for me to pass a dark alcove between the shelves before shooting me in the back with a crossbow. I snuck up to reach through the shelf behind her and grab her by the throat and her knife too. I knew how to avoid the other 5 hiding in the dark. Then, I would come to the door that led up into that house. 2 big bastards guarded it. I had fought them enough to learn who was the slower of the 2. My crossbow zipped right into the middle of the quicker one's dark hoodie, and he collapsed like a sack of bricks. The slower one pulled a sharp hand scythe from his robes to meet my charge. I screamed his name at him. Teddy! He freezes for an instant for me to slice across his weapon hand. He drops the scythe with a yelp and steps back. Too late. I'm inside his reach and slash him across the throat with a brutal swipe. He dies quicker than normal. It must be because I'm angry. I run up to the locked door and produce the black key from my knapsack and open the door into the manor. It gets harder from here, like cultists in armor with poison knives. Maybe I could unlock the front door to the manor and save myself the trip through the cellar. A thunderous explosion erupts behind me. I turn to see the giant, with overalls and a plastic bag tied over his face, storming through a destroyed wine rack he just busted through. He delivers a crushing fist to the center of my chest, sending me bursting through the unlocked door. I struggle for breath as he stalks up to stand over me. I dig the K-bar into his foot. He lets out a grunt of anger and reaches down to seize me by the neck and yank me up to eye level. "Kill me, you son of a bitch!" I wheeze at him, the sack on his face expanding and deflating rapidly with his angry huffing. "I'm never gonna give up like you, sack boy!" I spit. This makes him mad. He reaches up and puts a nasty hand around my mouth, and with a jerk, painfully snaps my head to the side. I awake in the basement. Damn it! Time to try again. I use the next couple of cycles mapping out the manor. I do unlock the front door eventually and get a sweet shortcut past the cellar. I kill a bastard with full plate armor. Now I'm wearing partial plate armor to not slow me down. Somehow the giant's in the manor now. He must have a skeleton key. I don't know how he bypasses all the locked doors. I can't outmaneuver him. He cheats too much. He cheats. Maybe I should cheat. I go back into meditation for a couple of cycles. Jenny screams at me from her handcuffed position, but I ignore her and plan. When the giant asshole finds me, I don't give him the satisfaction of an easy kill. I taunt him about his plastic sack. I taunt him about how he gave up and I'm still going. He makes me pay for it, but I take a piece out of him each time. I never kill him, but I make him bleed. I learn his tactics. I seek him out and go straight for him. And finally, when I think I've seen every move and counter, I'm prepared to enact my plan. If I open the gate door, I'm free, right? I ask the devil in the purgatory between cycles. He turns to me, curious.
Yes, Terrence. Those are the rules.
I mean, no BS. I don't need the key. I just need to get through. The devil laughs.
Sure, my boy. But you know it's electrified. You can't climb it.
I need your word. I just need to get through the scarlet door. A sly look crosses the devil's face.
You have my word, I dare say. You have my attention. The fire in your eyes is delicious.
Let's restart the cycle, I say, cutting him off. He guffaws at me and waits for the cycle to repeat. When I was a kid, my father had a chess game on the family computer. He taught me how to play, and I could only make progress against the enemy AI when it was set to very easy. I would challenge myself by playing against the computer when it was set to expert. I wouldn't make it more than 5 turns before I was defeated. No matter how hard I tried, the AI knew all my moves in advance. You see, it was programmed to react to well thought out and measured moves. But I discovered I could last a lot longer if I would randomly place a piece every other turn. The computer would try to make sense out of nonsense. It would throw its whole plan off. That's where the AI failed. It didn't account for random human stupidity. It had plans and counterplans for everything. But not for a 10-year-old boy having fun. I found what I needed in the back of the chapel. I had to kill the 3 guys again and search further back behind the podium. I found a dirty red glass container sloshing around about half full. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. I had to backtrack back to the graveyard. When I had first come through the graveyard, I had ignored the shed at the corner of the property. I saw it was guarded by a creepy guy hunched over eating something. The first time I had come through, I focused on the giant angel statue where multiple baddies guarded the key to the cellar. But now I was back at the shed, looking for what I needed. The hunched-over man took a crossbolt to the neck. The creature stood up and spun to face me. That's when I realized I was wrong. It was a woman. A saggy, balding woman. She ran towards me with blood and spittle foaming out of her mouth. She was eating a possum. The sight of her ugliness sent me reeling back, but she latched onto me and took a bite out of my shoulder. I stabbed her repeatedly with the gut in my K-bar. After a good minute of thrashing and kicking and scratching, she fell off of me dead. I was bloodied and beaten. She had been a tough one. Whatever she was guarding had better be worth it. I kicked open the shed door with my knife raised to stab. It was a dusty shed covered with cobwebs, boxes of crap everywhere. I started searching and I came across 2 treasures. One was a machete, sharp and slick with oil, and the other was a can full of lighter fluid. I stored it in my knapsack and looped the machete in my belt. I was briskly walking back to the chapel to drop off my loot. I exited the graveyard's gate to see a familiar figure, the giant. I brandished my new machete in front of me. Time to try out my fancy new weapon. I let out a haggard cough that doubles me over. I threw up on the ground. My whole body was shaking and I broke out in a cold sweat. Oh God, this woman had poisoned me. The giant saw this and began stalking me with his massive shovel. A deep chuckle emitted as a rumble from his throat. I wasn't going to let this monster have his way with me in my weakened state. I fired my crossbow into his crotch. The giant turned just in time for the bolt to stick into his thigh. I did this to him a lot, so he expected me to attempt a nut shot. He roared at me and began to sprint the rest of the distance between us. I pulled out my K-bar and ran it across my neck. I fell to my knees as my lifeblood flowed out of me. The giant was upon me, his shovel raised to cave in my head. But he froze as I entered the smoky purgatory. I could breathe again and the bleeding stopped. I turned to see the devil standing behind me, looking disappointed.
Are you going to start killing yourself every time your nemesis shows up?
He asked. No, I'm just not going to let him butcher me when I'm half dead already. Can you spare me the pep talk and just restart the cycle?
Oh. Does Plaything have a little plan?
He whispered to me. Come on, let's do it, I tell him. I sat up in the basement. I was nervous. I had been working on my plan for hundreds of cycles. Now that it was time to do it, the fear of failure was overwhelming. I gathered up my things, the knapsack with the gas canisters, the K-bar, and the machete. I dropped everything else, like the crossbow, bolts, tape, hammer, and my plate armor. I did get the duct tape and taped it all around my torso, neck, arms, groin, and legs. It was uncomfortable as hell, but it would keep my body running in times of trauma. Another thing I remembered from my past. I came down with a cold in high school. It was a 3-day cold I milked for 5 days. My parents suspected I was faking by the 5th day, but I would not relent to the truth. With a promise to catch up on schoolwork over the weekend, they agreed to let me stay home, but no video games, no Cartoon Network, only the History Channel. This was back when the History Channel was no joke. Reenactment of biblical battles, Jack the Ripper, mafia shootouts, World War II raids, and battles from the very current War on Terror. It was one of these War on Terror documentaries that got my attention. And they did a short history of fighters who would take their own life. Of course, they mentioned the kamikaze pilots and bombers, but they even went deeper into the Crusades. Specialized Arab forces, literally the first guys to be called assassins, knew they didn't stand a chance against the heavily armored knights and cavalry of the invading Christians. So the Arabs would wrap up fighters tightly in cloth like mummies and give them copious amounts of drugs. These soldiers would barrel into the heathen Christian forces with a holy berserker fury and taking fatal hits to just continue fighting. The drugs pump energy and dull pain, and the tightly wrapped cloth holds the body together and reduces bleeding. So, you see where I'm going with this. I clasped the handcuffs around Jenny's hand and secured it to the pole. She woke up and looked at me questioningly. I took the time to lean in and smile at her. Remember when we lived in that shitty apartment complex together? I asked her. She looked around at her surroundings in confusion, like she had done hundreds of times before. Remember, we came up with a code word. A word that communicated something bad was happening, and we either needed to run, fight, or call the cops. Do you remember what that word was, Jen? She blinked at me before answering. It was pineapple. We would say something about pineapples. I smiled and caressed her face. That's right, babe. This is a pineapple situation. I'll explain everything to you when we get out of here. I love you. And with that, I left through the secret passage out into the night. I killed the dog for the 100th time and found the giant manor. I circled it, pouring out the gas and lighter fluid. In a shed behind the house was a broken-down riding lawnmower. The first time I approached it, I had stepped in the bear trap hidden under the hay. This time, I walked around it to stick a cloth into the gas tank. I pushed the old mower out to park it on top of a hidden exit from the manor. Next came the fire. For a bunch of cultists obsessed with lighting spooky candles, it was relatively easy to gather matches. I lit small fires around the house, eventually causing the whole thing to be inflamed. The shed went up easy with the dry hay, and so did the lawnmower. Only the front door was left alone. Now I waited by the Scarlet Gate. The brick wall around the property stood 10 feet high, with electrified razor wire at the top. The doors to freedom were ornately carved obsidian double doors, with melting demon faces and those mind-numbing symbols. A giant scarlet circle sat in the middle with a keyhole in the center. I sat down by it and watched the manor burn in the distance. Nobody left the building. Those inside stayed to burn alive. That's how committed they were to the game. I learned of this from trying to coax them out of their designated zones on many occasions. And here he comes, the limping giant, his left leg bleeding and mangled. It seems somebody put the bear trap by the front door for the giant to step into while trying to escape the flames. As he got within 30 feet, I stood up to face him, unsheathing my machete. I fished a small village out of my pocket. The cultists in the manor would snort this before running at me like maniacs. Remember my suicide mummy plan? I popped the cork off the vial and slammed the thing down my nose. I felt 1,000,000 stars of electricity rush throughout my body. I felt warm. I felt good. I felt alive. I quickly drew the flintlock pistol and aimed it at his groin. He put his hands down to cover himself, and I aimed upwards to shoot him in the face. A small hole appeared in the plastic covering his face, and he sucked in and out wetly as blood filled the sack. He came rushing towards me with a meat tenderizer, and I dodged every lumbering swing he threw at me. The ones he did land on me were only glancing blows that barely fazed me. I had learned all his moves for the last hundreds of cycles. I had thrown every crazy attack I could think of to see his reaction. And best of all, I had let him kill me every time to think he was still better than me. I thanked a blow to the shoulder to slice off his fingers for him to drop the meat mallet. I cut his Achilles tendon and sliced the soft bends in his elbows. He struggled to keep up with me, but eventually, he fell to his knees. Eventually, he gave up, just sagging his shoulders and gurgling in his blood-filled sack. I feel disgust towards him. How many times had he killed me? How many times did I fight till the very end? Now that I have the upper hand, he gives up? I see now why he never escaped the cycle. I walk up to him and look him in the eye. I can see it through the blurry sack. I shoved the K-bar through his temple with a wet thunk. "Not this time, friend," I say sarcastically. "Please do better next time, will you?" I say as I raise my machete. I mimic the devil's voice perfectly, having heard it many times. The giant eyes light up, and he springs forward with unnatural speed to tackle me. His one hand holds my machete arm out and away from me, while his other wraps around my throat. He looms over me, the bloody sack leaking his blood all over my face. I scream at him as I feel him crushing my throat. I can't believe how stupid I was. I let him get a hold of me. All my planning. Now he knows my tricks, and now I die again. Something hits the giant from the side. He grunts and loosens his grip. Another thwack is heard, and I see the K-bar being driven further into his head. The giant lets go of me and sits up, looking at whoever is hitting him. And I see her, Jenny, scared to death and screaming. She swings again with the hammer and he catches her arm. I sit up and swing my machete with all my strength to embed the blade right into his face. The giant lets go of Jenny and she delivered a final blow into the giant's eye. The giant topples backwards and thumps to the ground. I stared at the dead giant and then at Jenny. And how did she get here? She didn't have the cuffs on. She looked at me furiously. "You don't say pineapple and then leave me, asshole!" she screamed at me. I couldn't help but smile. She must have found the handcuff key and all the junk I left. How dumb was I? This whole time I was protecting her and she had saved my ass twice. "At least you're not naked this time," I laughed. She looked at me confused. I scooted over to the dead body of the giant and began patting him down. I was beginning to panic as I found nothing in his overall pockets. Jenny questioned me and I ignored her. Finally, I thought to check his neck, and there around a leather loop was a key. A skeleton key. He had a skull and crossbones on it. The devil was oh so obvious. Let's just hope he lets it open the scarlet door. Even if it didn't, the giant no longer had it, and I could speedrun the whole area. I walked to the door. Jenny picked up on the importance of this moment and quietly followed me. I half expected a serious shock as I placed the key in the keyhole. Click, and it opens. The world returned to the smoky limbo. I half expected the devil to be furious, but he threw open the double doors and cheered.
Well done, my boy. Good show.
He yelled as he began clapping.
And the miss is coming with the save at the end. Mwah.
He gave a chef's kiss. So, it's over. We're free, I asked.
Well, one of you is free,
he replied. What? No, you said.
I said it ends the cycle.
He interrupted.
For one of you.
His demeanor stiffened and he stared at me with his yellow eyes.
Either you are free and she dies here, or she is freed and you become my new hunter.
He stated flatly.
Come on, I'm a devil. You knew there would be a catch.
I would love to say I selflessly sacrificed myself for Jenny to be free, but I had been here for ages, and all I wanted was freedom. But what was freedom without saving the woman I loved? I sat there for the longest time. I considered every possibility. I had no doubt I could make someone quit if I was a hunter, but what sort of existence is that? Damning people to hell? The devil stood by patiently, letting me decide. I looked up at Jenny, frozen and terrified. She was my hidden weapon. All I needed was her the whole time. I couldn't abandon her. I reject both your offers, I finally said. The devil raised his head to look at me curious. Instead, let's up the ante, I said. Now I had the devil's full attention. Put us back in the game and let us both play. Let us both remember. Don't wipe her memory every time. I saw a sparkle in the devil's eye. Make it harder. Make it 2 hunters, whatever. We'll both get out, and you'll have to let us out, I screamed at him. The devil sat and thought, his hand to his chin. After a moment, he looked back down at me.
New game, huh? I agree to your terms. You both remember and both have to make it through the gate, but I will make it much harder.
Deal, I spat. The devil grinned and lifted his hand.
Then, please do better next time, will you?
And this time, we awoke somewhere. Somewhere completely different. I watched the boy with interest as he toyed around with the symbols on the floor. He had cut the inside of his forearm and was smearing the blood on the kitchen tile to create the summoning sigil. I blew out a tired breath over my bifurcated tongue and blinked through the nictitating membrane of my eyes. It was going to be one of those nights. He was one of those people, the kind that just had to throw in a macabre touch to everything they did. Blood was uncalled for, and frankly cliched as well. If he had the means to, he would likely have tried to sacrifice a goat as well. However, looking over the apartment, it was clear from his squalid living conditions that he likely couldn't afford a goat. He likely had spent his earnings on the black wax candles that he had placed around the circle. I could see him, but he couldn't see me yet. That was the problem with making the sigil too early. It opened a conduit through which I could see into the mortal plane. You'd be surprised how many times someone accidentally created a demonic sigil while trying to make a haunted park attraction look scary or a hot topic edgy. My summoning sigil is a fairly simple design after all. In the state, I could only watch. He still needed to invoke my presence. Hopefully, he wouldn't try the summoning ritual in Latin. Tibi magnem inno mi namadum, signa stellarum nigrarum mi vocer ti aca manu. Shit. He was pacing back and forth, reading the words aloud as if trying to figure out the correct accents and inflections. Each attempt was somehow worse than the last. I tried my best to piece together the invocation and make sense of what he was trying to say, but it was jumbled like he had plugged the words into Google Translate. At around the 7th attempt at butchering an already dead language, I grew tired of waiting and decided to step through. It was better to get this over with now than spend my entire night in this dingy apartment. I spoke. Seriously, did you even bother to translate it? What you just said, is this in English? To you, the great not-to-be-named, signs of the black stars, I summon you Akamana. First off, I think you owe Lovecraft royalties for ripping off that line. Second, why would you call me one not to be named, and then proceed to name me? What am I, Voldemort? Besides, if I knew you were going to butcher the language, why not just stick to invoking me with my sigil? He looked up from his phone where he had Googled the words with a deer-in-headlights expression. I tend to get this look a lot at first. Summoners always have this image in their mind of a muscular, red-skinned demon with hooked claws and a goat head. I'm none of those things. God was my creator as well. Why would we be made in the image of cutting claws, masticating mandibles, and grotesque sucking appendages? God had a pattern that he stuck with. Humans, demons, angels. We all look relatively the same. Yet we're so different. I clarified for him. And think of it like this. If God is your father, then Satan is your cousin. Why would we look completely different from you? So, you're like me? I made a wry face and shook my head. You didn't summon me here to chat, did ya? He spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. You're bound to me. You must do my bidding. I chuckled. Oh, that's not how it works. I stepped over the seal and brought myself closer to him. He stumbled back and toppled over a chair. He whimpered impotently. But I had a demon trap. You were supposed to be trapped there. That's the problem with writing in blood. One break in the pattern, and it's all void. In this instance, it was those overpriced candles you likely picked up at Hot Topic which resulted in breaks around the outer circle. Please don't flay me and mutilate my corpse. What? Why would I? Never mind. Not even going to touch that one. What purpose would serve for me to kill you? Word of mouth gets around and suddenly summoning Akamana is akin to instant death? No, that's bad publicity. I'm here to make a deal. You summoned me here for that, right? He paused for a moment, deciding to bury the initial fear, and said, What do you want in exchange? My soul? I laughed. Oh, your soul? Sorry, but what the hell would I do with your soul? It's an insubstantial thing. It's about as valuable as your virginity. He winced. I had hit a sore topic. Your servitude and pledge are what really matter here. In exchange for my assistance, you will spread the word about me. There's power to be had in influence, and there is strength to be found in the servitude of others. He spoke, anger tinging his voice. And what if I back out of the deal? What are you gonna do? He was angry about the virginity comment. A virgin, or possibly, you would regret it. I left it at that, knowing his imagination would fill in the blanks and paint tortures worse than anything I could even manage. Man always did have a knack for ingenuity. He blanched at the thought. I knew he'd be mine, and he would do exactly what I wanted. There was only the small matter of the deal and its components. He paused, as if weighing his words. He had an endless sea of choices before him, and the opportunity to select only one. Did he want power, wealth, knowledge? His hands clenched by his sides, his cuticles turned white as he spoke. His anger was palpable. I want you to torment someone for me. I listened patiently as he vented vitriol. Beth Gallagher, that bitch, I want her to suffer. I want her nights to be haunted. I want her to lie awake in her bed, wondering when it was in her life that everything went wrong for her. I want misfortune to dog her every step of the way until she's so beaten down that the thought of doing anything rolls in her stomach like curdled milk. He continued. His voice rose and turned bitter. I want you to turn her dreams, hopes, and aspirations into ashes in her mouth. I want her to suffer every indignity imaginable. I want you to rot her womb so her children are stillborn and every conception aborts in the wasteland that her body has become. I want... What did she do to you? His invective halted. What does it matter? Do I need a reason to hate someone? What a human thought. If God were so interested in what was going on down here, he'd weep. Are you going to do what I ask, or do I have to summon someone else? His attempt to force my hand would not go ignored or unpunished. I nodded my head and said, What you ask will be done. I will make Beth summon innumerable horrors. And truly, the things you humans do because of love never ceases to astound me. He grit his teeth so hard I thought they would shatter and chip in his mouth. I loved her. She didn't love me. You say loved her, but that's wrong. No one would do this to another person if they didn't still have feelings for them. Rejection and love, hand in hand, bred this. I stepped back into the ineffective demon trap, ready to be gone from this world. He said nothing, his mouth open like a gutted fish gasping out its last moments. I didn't need to stick around. I would carry out my end of the bargain and hex this woman. He would spread word about me and convince more to summon me. He would lie awake at night with the realization that he had done all of this to the woman he loved. The more knowledge there was about me, the greater my influence would grow. Another thrall to evangelize my existence. The entire ordeal left me drained. It wasn't the energy I had exerted from being summoned. Slipping into and out of the world was like stepping through a pool of water. Easy, with no resistance. I was a welcome guest here. I had other reasons for my exhaustion. Humans have a tendency to do that to me. They can do something like that to the person they love. And yet they call us demons. I watched as she shuffled her way into the church. The building was empty. Typically, a priest lived on the grounds, but he had decided to take a brief sabbatical. The only ones in the church were Beth, Gallagher, and I, which would make our encounter go so much smoother. She didn't know my name, but she was about to summon me. All people in trying times make supplications to me whether they know it or not. Abraham called out to me when the time came to sacrifice his son, and I had shown him compassion. I am Zadkiel, the angel of mercy. Beth had fallen in hard times since the curse had laid upon her a few years back. One of her legs had been broken in a car accident years ago, and it had never healed right. She was covered in carbuncles that tore open and wet pus at the slightest movement, which stung like salt poured into a wound. Her musculature had been degenerated by wasting diseases. She had been living on a friend's couch for the past month, but they were about to kick her out and she knew it. She had nowhere else to go, and as people always do in these situations, she turned to faith. Her faith was nothing spectacular. Like many, she had lost it in her youth. She had become disenchanted with the world, and it soon spread and contaminated her faith. It didn't take long before it rotted to the core. She knelt in the first row and made the sign of the cross. I silently touched down a few rows behind her. She hadn't become aware of my presence yet. I heard the words, though she wasn't speaking them aloud. Even if they weren't actually audible, to me they came out like a desperate scream. I need help. I don't know how it got so bad or what I've done to deserve this, but I can't take it anymore. My friends are gone, I'm about to be homeless, and every moment of my life is spent in fear and agony. I'm at my limit. I don't even know if you even exist, but if you do, why? Why are you doing this to me? I need your help. I can help you. Beth whirled about in the direction my voice was coming from. I slowly began to materialize in front of her. If I were too sudden in my appearance, I would startle her and maybe even send her running from the church. I had once looked resplendent like one of the heavenly host, but my time amongst the living had begun to take its toll on me. My skin was beginning to turn gray and mottled. Feathers had begun to fall off of my wings, revealing the pale, almost translucent flesh beneath. My veins rose out of my skin like tiny, blue, wriggling worms. Beth gasped in shock, and I reassured her. Fear not, child of man. One cannot exist in both heaven and earth without being altered. They are two different worlds with two different environments. You wouldn't be able to live in heaven with your corporeal form, and my time spent on earth has taken its toll on me. What you see before you is a product of the time I have spent here helping people. That explanation seemed to put her at ease. She spoke slowly, as if uncertain of the question itself. Are you an angel? I unfurled my wings, carefully, so as not to lose any more of my feathers, and answered, Yes, daughter of clay. I am a son of fire born from God's hand just as he has shaped you. I have come here to answer your call for salvation. How? You have cried out to me amidst your suffering, and I have heard your supplications. Why is all of this happening? A shadow hangs over you, tainting all of your endeavors and poisoning your plans. This shadow was set upon you by a spurned man to break you down and make you suffer. You rejected him, and in his scorn, he called forth an infernal entity to visit tragedy upon tragedy on you. She sat down as if the revelation was too much for her. She wept into her rough and calloused hands. A sore on the corner of her mouth dribbled out a viscous, straw-colored fluid that mingled with her tears. I stood in the aisle, waiting for her to regain her composure. It took her a few moments before she wiped the snot and tears away and asked, "What is going to happen to him?" She meant the one who had put the curse on her in the first place. I took a second to decide whether or not to tell her the truth. "Nothing. The heavenly mandate prevents us from taking justice into our own hands. He is in the employ of a demon. When his end comes, he will burn for his actions, but until then he will not be punished. He will continue his life unaffected and without any repercussions," I answered truthfully. Her face soured for a second. With the lesions, weeping sores, and angry countenance, I thought I was in the presence of a demon rather than a human. There's very little separating angels from humans, and there is even less between demons and them. It didn't take any special insight into the human condition to see the gears in her head turning. She was thinking of revenge. Maybe hunting down the man who placed the curse on her and getting retribution. She was too weak to do that, though. Another possibility about what she may do descended on me like a bolt from the blue. A pact. Beth would summon a demon and pledge herself to them for her justice. I couldn't let that happen. We were already losing far too many people to the temptation of ease and instant gratification. I'd have to do something. I would have to talk her out of it some way. She grew tired of my contemplation and broke my train of thought. Her teeth ground into a snarl and she howled. "That's not fair! Why should I be the one to suffer when he did this all to me? Where's the justice in that? What kind of God?" "What right do we have to meet justice based on our own volitions? What do we know of God's plans? Are we wiser than him? If we dealt out retribution for every offense, the world would be nothing but cinders." She became quiet for a moment before she asked weakly, "If you can't punish him for what he's done to me, can you free me from the demon's curse and return me to the way I once was?" Her exertion had left her drained and made her look pitiful. She was in her 30s, but Akabana's influence on her had left her looking like a withered crone. Her skin hung loosely off of her. She was wasting away before my very eyes, and there was nothing I could do. Well, that wasn't the truth exactly. No. Once someone has been cursed, it is irreversible. You will carry this affliction until the day you die. Misfortune will dog you until the very end of your life. You will wake up every morning in trepidation of the terrors waiting for you, and you will go to bed wondering what horrors the next day will bring. Your last breath will be pure agony, a cruel coup de grace that culminates from your curse. She exploded to her feet and limped towards me. Anger had clouded her mind and blasted all rational thoughts out of her head. She wanted to rage. She wanted to blame someone for the way the cards had been dealt to her. She snarled. "Then what good are you? You can't save me, and you can't punish the son of a bitch that did this to me. What can you do?" "I can give you mercy." My wings folded outward suddenly and encircled her. She tried to back away, but was enclosed and pressed against my almost transparent flesh. She couldn't scream while I held her close and forced the air out of her lungs. She tried to strike me, but her wasting disease had rendered her weak. I barely felt her punches and struggling as I pinioned her to my body. The hand I had used to stay Abraham's dagger slid the same blade into her. It entered right below her rib and angled up into her heart. She tried to scream in surprise, but it came out as a sigh. I wrenched the handle upwards and raked the blade through the tough muscle that was her heart. She expired as I watched the life leave her eyes. I laid her against the pews. A tiny trickle of blood crept from the wound and stained the oak. I stood over her corpse and offered a prayer up for her. Her suffering was finally over. I had freed her from the demon's blight. There was no other way. This world was a cruel place. People suffered excruciating agonies, and the only balm that we had left to offer them was a quick death. I had done God's work. I had saved another poor soul. I smiled at the prospect of carrying out the Lord's will. Beth was gone. Her suffering was over. I stretched out my wings and watched as more feathers sloughed off. I had made my choice. This place was taking its toll on me, but I couldn't leave others to suffer. I flapped my wings and took to the air. I could hear more prayers echoing around me as others pled for salvation. There were more I could save, and I intended to save as many as I could. They all needed my mercy. I knew her complete story the moment I laid eyes on her. Once every couple of years, the heavenly host would send one of the entrants my way. Typically, these people were having difficulties adjusting or they had burning questions that they needed answered. They claimed that this was done to keep me attuned to the people. You make one inquiry about the current state of slavery, and suddenly people view you as antiquated, insensitive, and racist. In reality, they did it as a means of painting a sympathetic face on the omnipotent. She moved carefully into the premium mobile. She was a shaking autumn leaf in a windstorm. They had sent her to me to provide some sort of comfort, a solace of sorts. I would answer any questions she had, or smooth over any difficulties in transition. Looking at her, I could see who she was, and what she actually was. She appeared as what she had wanted to be seen as. She looked to be about 9. She had blonde, sun-kissed hair that flowed down her back. She was a little on the heavier side. Scrapes and bruises marked up her elbows and knees that told of her life as a tomboy. Those were just appearances, however. A facade. I saw through the illusion to what she was at her very core. That wasn't who she was. She didn't have long hair. They had cut it and shaved it down in the end. They said it was to save her the trauma of seeing it fall out. But in actuality, it was to save them the heartache of seeing her deteriorate before their eyes. She wasn't heavy. In fact, she was bone thin. Months of radiation and chemo tend to do that to people. It robbed them of their appetite. The food that they could keep down was typically bland, light, and not very nutritional. Her scrapes and bruises were replaced with bed sores and lesions. She looked around from torch to torch, expecting me to be standing by the flames and warming myself. She expected to see me as a kindly old man, but I was not. Technically, I wasn't in the room. I was the room. I was there. I was everywhere. My form was incorporeal and was spread out every inch of the chamber. I am insubstantial. I am everything. She spoke. Is anyone here? I am. A little bit of biblical humor. It passed over her head completely. She continued. They sent me to you. They said you had the answers. I did, in a sense. I could make anything truth. I could speak words, and my words would become reality. I was the truth. The real trick was making my answer palatable to them. Acceptable. I responded. Speak, my child. I only have time to answer 3 of your questions." The girl paused for a moment, as if considering running out of the room. Talking to thin air was a daunting prospect. She eventually decided the risk of looking foolish was worth the reward. Her voice quavered with her first question. "Why do bad things happen to good people?" I paused for a moment to consider my response. I had multiple answers, but only one that would sate her curiosity and ease her discomfort. To test their faith and to keep people strong. Without tribulation and trial, people grow complacent. They deteriorate in their faith. Trees without wind lose their branches. My mind traveled back to an image of her. She was in the hospital bed with her toys laid out before her. She had dolls, she had action figures, cards and trinkets from faraway places. Some were gifts from her family and friends. Others were offered to her from nurses and doctors returning from distant locales that sought to give her complacence. They gave her so much, but none of it was what she actually wanted, what she needed. She was angry and a bit jealous. They had given her all of these wonderful things, but had taunted her in other aspects. Sure, she had all of these amazing toys, but didn't have anyone to play with. The hospital ward was empty. Some would call that a miracle, while others would denounce it as a tragedy. There were no kids to play with. She secretly longed to be outside and feel the sun on her skin and the wind in her hair. She wanted the company of another child, someone to confide in. But that was denied to her. She spent her final moments in loneliness. She interrupted me from my reverie after taking sufficient time to ponder my response and said, "Why do we have to die?" "To give life meaning. If you all lived forever, life would have no meaning. There would be no sense of urgency. The smallest of notions and the grandest of gestures would be rendered pointless if death had no significance. People die, so humanity tries to live to the best of their abilities." I trailed off to her hair. It was once blonde, but the nurses shaved it down before radiation therapy. They called it a kindness. They didn't want her to suffer the cruelty and emotional trauma of watching it come off in patches, to be left as wisps and ghosts of what it once was. They buzzed it off, and a few of the more compassionate nurses joined her. They got their hair razored off alongside her and donated it to the Locks of Love organization. At the end, she looked like a tiny, bald, emaciated alien. She hated losing her golden locks. She wanted to keep them to the very end. She didn't care if she had to watch her hair fall away in clumps. She hated the fatalism of it. She hated the thought that they would shave her down due to the thought that she wasn't strong enough to watch it all fall apart. The worst thing was that one nurse had saved a lock of her hair and bound it into a tiny little doll. The nurse had given it to her as if having a part of what was once her would be a comfort. It was not. It was a reminder. It reminisced of days lost, of moments she couldn't return to. It was a memento mori to her. It was her final question. She could ask me anything. The secret of the universe was in her hands. "Why do bad things happen at all? I understand that our faith needs to be tested at times, but why? Why do we need to suffer to this degree? What point was there in suffering the way that I did? Answer me, please." Her voice quavered, and tears began forming in the corners of her eyes. The images overtook me. Her family had stuck with her through the diagnosis, the chemotherapy, and physical degradation. But they weren't there at the conclusion. In the end, She died alone. She died reaching out into the nothingness. A part of her accepted that they didn't want to be there at the end, to witness her final agony. She tried to understand that, but in the end, when death came, those thoughts and reasoning were blasted from her mind. The last words on her lips were her mother and father's names. Her father was in an alleyway when the time came. He had just finished work and stopped at a bar on the way home. He wanted to be somewhere where people didn't know his story, didn't feel sorry for him. He had a few drinks and chatted with a hooker at the bar. At the very end of his daughter's life, he wasn't there. He was cheating on his wife. They eventually retreated to an alley where he gave her $100. She tucked it into her bra and leaned her back against the brick wall. He did what he was there to do. But it didn't matter. It didn't help. But he did find another sort of catharsis. He whimpered into her ear as she stroked his hair in sympathy. He hadn't cried since his daughter's diagnosis, and at the end, this was his only outlet. He was sobbing against her with his pants around his ankles. When his daughter died, her mother was at home when the leukemia took her daughter. She had finished a bottle of wine to fortify her for what she wanted to do. She knew she had to make it quick. Her husband would be home soon, and if she didn't want him to intervene, she'd have to do it now. The tragedy had chipped away at her, and at the end of her daughter's life, she felt like a sand-blasted ruin with nothing left. She was a smooth statue, a symbol of sorrow. As her daughter died, she was on the cusp of taking her own life. She had downed a bottle of red wine and had just pressed a razor into her wrist. She held it vertically, knowing that this was the way to do it. She pressed it so deep into herself that blood had welled up at the surface. All she had to do was drag it up her arm and slice herself open. She had had enough. She was empty. She was a heart-shaped box that had been hollowed out. She closed her eyes in preparation to do it. But in that moment, all she could see were her daughter's eyes. Her hand trembled. Her daughter's angelic face smiled at her through the darkness. She remembered holding her daughter at the hospital, and that moment gave her the strength to let go. The razor dropped into the sink and her mother broke down. She wept at her weakness while her daughter died, alone and scared, miles away. I was lost in the recollection. The girl waited a few moments before repeating, "Why do bad things happen at all? Why do we need to suffer? You have to know. You made us to suffer." I paused. There were multiple ways I could answer her question, but there was only one true answer. She was on the brink of tears. A moment of light, a moment of clarity gave me the courage to give her the truth. I answered her. To give my life meaning. You all suffer to keep me going. To keep me interested. I sent her away before she could question my answer. In the end, I gave her the truth. I was God. I was a supreme being watching the world like a soap opera. I was a kid examining an ant mound with a magnifying glass, smiling as I incinerated those unlucky few. They suffered, so I could live through them vicariously. Their pain made me feel alive. Beneath the velvet canopy of the night, a solitary car traversed the peaceful country road, its progress etching a faint trail of light through the otherwise impenetrable darkness. The world around it was cocooned in a profound stillness, punctuated only by the distant whisper of the nocturnal wind. The desolate Great Southern Highway seemed to stretch onward without end, its vanishing point obscured by obsidian shadows that danced on the periphery of perception. Within the vehicle, an elderly couple embarked on their homeward journey through this nocturnal realm. Behind the wheel was Alex Murray, his gnarled hands clutching the steering wheel with a sense of purpose that belied the late hour. Beside him, his wife, Heather, occupied the passenger seat, her presence a source of quiet strength amid the enveloping night. As the car wound its way through the obscurity of the Western Australian outback, Alex's weariness was evident. The poorly lit interior was suddenly awash with the stark glow of the car's digital clock, casting a harsh contrast to the surrounding darkness. The luminous numerals on the clock face, with an uncompromising glow, revealed the ungodly hour, as if marking a meeting with fate itself. 1 a.m. Bloody ridiculous hour, Alex grumbled, his voice tinged with irritation. "Oh, come on, you know how it always is," Heather replied, her voice calm and understanding. "Yeah, every goddamn year," Alex grumbled, his frustration unabated. "Yeah, but it's her birthday," Heather pointed out, her tone softening. "I get that, and you know I love birthdays at the York Golf Club as much as the next man, but she doesn't have to keep us there until 1 a.m., plying you nonstop with gin," Alex retorted. Heather looked at him, clearly offended by his comment. "Yeah, well, you had some too." "Yeah, but not nearly as much as you. One of us had to drive, remember?" Alex countered, his expression unyielding. Heather turned her gaze away, staring out of the car window. She mumbled quietly, "I can drive fine, just as well as you." "Clearly," Alex remarked, sarcasm lacing his words. He focused his attention back on the road, but as the night wore on, his head began to droop, his eyelids growing heavy. "Oh my God!" Heather suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Alex was startled awake. What is it?" There was a dog," Heather insisted. "A what?" Alice questioned her. The disbelief was evident in his tone. "It was a great big black dog running alongside the car," Heather said with conviction. "Don't be ridiculous. Wambin Nature Reserve doesn't have wild dogs roaming around," Alex said, totally dismissing her claim in the most obnoxious way. "I saw it," Heather persisted. "You've had too much to drink," Alex countered. "I know what I saw," Heather insisted, her frustration evident. "What breed was it then?" Alex challenged. Heather hesitated. I don't know." "Exactly, because you didn't see it," Alice concluded, his annoyance more apparent than ever. Heather glared at him, but he continued, "Just go to sleep or something. I'll wake you when we get home." Frustration weighed heavily upon Heather, so, with a resigned sigh, she withdrew into a subdued silence, her once attentive gaze fixed upon the world outside the window had become a reflective pool of thoughts and worries. The hushed ambience of the car enveloped them, its subtle hum interwoven with the gentle cadence of the tires against the road. As the minutes slipped by, Alex grappled with the increasingly difficult battle to maintain his wakefulness. The night's pervasive stillness, the monotony of the road, and the comfort of their quiet cocoon conspired against him. Still, he hadn't really had that much to drink. He should have been fine to drive. His eyelids, weighed down now by an unrelenting drowsiness, surrendered to the inevitable. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, they began their descent, closing like a curtain falling at the end of an act. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of the car's interior, the vehicle continued its journey through the night. The tires, their rubber meeting asphalt, spun with an almost rhythmic regularity. The road, a winding and uncertain, unfurled ahead of them. Unbeknownst to the drowsy driver, the car's trajectory had subtly shifted. Its path straying from the established course as it meandered closer to the road's edge. Each mile gained, each subtle deviation from the center, heralded a burgeoning peril, creeping closer and closer to the precipice of uncertainty. Inside the car, Heather suddenly noticed the car's dangerous drift. "Alex!" Abruptly, the jolt of his wife's voice tore Alex from his slumber, and in an instant, his world shifted from the realm of dreams to the disorienting chaos of reality. And panic gripped his senses as his eyes snapped open, registering the impending disaster. The car, a once steady vessel coursing through the night, now danced on the precipice of calamity. His heart raced, and adrenaline coursed through his veins, propelling him into immediate action. Frantically, he grasped the steering wheel, the leather cool beneath his clammy palms, and initiated a desperate, erratic maneuver in a futile attempt to regain control. The vehicle responded with an agonizing lurch, careening wildly from the road. Its tires skidded across the asphalt, the screeching symphony of rubber meeting the road a cacophonous backdrop to their harrowing loss of control. The night seemed to swallow them whole as the car's trajectory veered mercilessly off course. It met its gruesome fate in a violent collision with an Illawarra flame tree that stood at the roadside. The moment of impact was a maelstrom of shattering glass, twisted metal, and splintering wood. The car was mangled beyond recognition, its form grotesquely contorted in the aftermath of the catastrophic crash. Amidst the wreckage lay the bodies. Both Alex and Heather had met tragic, unceremonious ends. The air hung heavy with the weight of the untimely conclusion of their shared journey. But, as the world around them absorbed the chilling reality of the accident, an eerie, otherworldly sound emerged from the distant abyss. A haunting howl, mournful and spectral, pierced the pervasive silence. It seemed to transcend the earthly realm, a harbinger of ominous significance in the desolate stillness of the night. A car approached the Grand Mansion estate, carrying two women. Sarah Murray sat in the passenger seat, deep in thought, while her friend, Helen Williams, was at the wheel. Helen looked over at Sarah and asked, "Are you okay?" Sarah, still lost in her own world, nodded quietly. Helen offered a reassuring smile. It had been a couple of years since the accident that had taken their parents' lives, and this was her first time returning to the family estate. The car glided to a graceful halt within the Mossman Mansion estate's grand driveway, a place where several other vehicles were also nestled, each one indicators of the bustling activity within. The unmistakable aura of manual work enveloped the scene as an array of tradesmen, clad in the attire of their respective crafts, surged in ceaseless motion. They moved with purpose, like dedicated actors in a meticulously choreographed play, their presence a clear sign of the mansion's ongoing transformation. Sarah and Helen stepped out of the car, their collective gaze drawn irresistibly to the architectural masterpiece that loomed before them. The mansion, a sprawling attestation to the opulence and grandeur of an earlier age, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Its facade exuded a timelessness, the stately columns and intricate detailing hinting at the stories concealed within its grand walls. It stood as a symbol of history, a monument to a bygone era, where the echoes of past lives reverberated within its very foundations. As Sarah and Helen emerged from the vehicle, they were in awe of the building in front of them, and the weight of their presence seemed inconsequential against the grandeur of the mansion's scale. The setting sun, with its golden embrace, cast a warm, inviting light upon the scene, accentuating the timeless beauty of the mansion's architectural details. The gentle rustle of leaves in the garden, the distant hum of industrious labor, and the faint scent of history in the air all contributed to the sense of anticipation that hung in the atmosphere. It was a moment of transition, an introduction to the threshold of a new chapter in their lives. As the two women stood together, their gazes lingering in reverence and curiosity on the impressive and enigmatic residence that now beckoned them forward. "Well, they certainly had a nice place," Heather commented. Sarah simply replied, "Yeah, they did." The two arrived at the front gate of the impressive estate, the grandeur of the mansion looming before them. As they made their way towards the entrance, Helen inquired as to Richard's whereabouts. "Where's Richard?" Sarah, naturally assuming he was inside, replied as such. Within the sprawling confines of the mansion's grand lobby, a bustling symphony of activity unfolded before one's eyes, painting a vivid tableau of ongoing transformation. The very heart of the Mossman mansion, steeped in history, now vibrated with the pulse of renovation work in full swing. The grandeur of yesteryears had given way to the organized chaos of the present, as artisans and skilled craftsmen diligently pursued their mansion to reinvigorate this storied space. In the midst of this orchestrated chaos, Richard Murray assumed a central role as he organized the rhythm and flow of the transformation. With a commanding presence, he issued orders to the dedicated tradesmen who moved like skilled dancers, their tools of the trade poised to bring new life to the old surroundings. The air was charged with a palpable sense of progress, of renewal, as the lobby's very essence underwent a profound metamorphosis. The lobby bore all the distinctive marks of a redecoration project in full swing. The scaffolding and ladders, strategically placed, reached out to the higher regions of the room. Dust cloths enveloped the furniture and chandeliers, shrouding them in a protective cocoon, guarding their elegance from the turbulence of the metamorphosis. The walls, once cloaked in the muted tones of the past, were now canvases for fresh coats of paint, lending an air of rejuvenation. While the essence of the mansion's history was still evident from the greatness of its aged architecture, the lobby was caught in the throes of rebirth. Each brushstroke and every hammer strike were the brushstrokes of a new era, crafting a future that would hold the grand legacy of the past. Richard's gaze, in particular, fixated on a tradesman perched loftily upon an upper balcony. The worker, suspended amidst the architectural greatness, was emblematic of the sweeping changes taking place. His elevated vantage point offered a unique perspective, a bird's-eye view into the intricate details of the transformation, as well as a glimpse into the resolute spirit of progress that coursed through the veins of the mansion. "Look, just get rid of it," Richard instructed firmly. The tradesman on the balcony hesitated, seeking confirmation. "Are you sure?" "Yeah," Richard replied with a touch of impatience. "That bloody chandelier is just going to get in the way. Get rid of it." Meanwhile, Helen and Sarah entered the lobby, taking in the scene. Richard turned his attention to greet them. "Hello, ladies," he said, acknowledging their presence. "Yeah, well, the place wasn't exactly the most inviting. Reflected the old git's personality." Sarah, bearing a sense of curiosity and intrigue, approached Richard with measured steps. He welcomed her with open arms, enveloping his sister in a warm and familiar hug. The embrace was a sign of the profound connection they shared, a silent acknowledgement of the history and shared experiences that had woven the fabric of their relationship over the years. Upon releasing Sarah from his embrace, Richard turned his attention to Helen, the curious glimmer in his eyes prompting a question that hung in the air like an unspoken secret. "So, where's Joe?" Richard inquired, his voice a blend of anticipation and intrigue. as if the missing puzzle piece had just been presented to him. Helen, ever the reliable source of information, responded without hesitation. "And picking up those tools you asked him to get?" Her words carried the subtle reassurance of order and purpose, and she earned a nod of appreciation from Richard, who acknowledged her words with a knowing smile. He was the amateur when it came to DIY, while Helen's husband was an accomplished handyman. "Ah, good man," he responded, the gratitude evident in his tone, as he was grateful for Joe's timely assistance. With a casual yet inviting gesture, Richard beckoned Helen and Sarah to follow him, leading the way toward the grand staircase that loomed before them like a regal sentinel. As they ascended the stairs, the mansion seemed to hold its breath, anticipation lingering in the air as it awaited their exploration. Richard, the de facto guide to this realm of memories and secrets, extended an unspoken invitation to Helen and Sarah, encouraging them to partake in the mysteries and revelations the mansion had in store. "Hey, take a look around," Richard suggested with an amiable grin, his gaze reflecting a deep affection for this place that held countless memories. "Have you ever seen our old parents' house, Helen?" he inquired, his question an invitation to embark on a journey through time and recollections. Helen, her response tinged with a sense of wonder, admitted, no. The mystery of this place remained uncharted territory for Sarah's close friend, promising to reveal its secrets and stories as she further explored. Sarah, however, lingered behind the group, her inquisitive nature leading her to peer into one of the bedrooms. As she gazed upon the room, she couldn't help but sense the resonance of the past, the echoes of childhood laughter and dreams, long since gone, that once filled these walls. The hallway through which they traversed extended into the distance, and its walls told a story through the collection of paintings adorning them. Each canvas held within it a chapter of the mansion's history, a measure of the artistic inclinations of those who had called this place home. Helen, her gaze flitting from one artwork to another, commented, "They sure liked their art." Her words paid homage to the appreciation of aesthetics and beauty that had once been an integral part of the mansion's identity. Richard, ever the custodian of memories, provided context as he elucidated, "Yeah, that was Mom's. She always liked art." His words carried a hint of nostalgia, a reminder of the deep love and appreciation his mother held for the visual arts. Amidst their exploration, the mansion began to unveil its secrets, beckoning them further into its enigmatic embrace. Inside the bedroom, Sarah started poking around. It appeared as though no one had used this room in years. Sarah picked up one of the pictures on the bedside table and examined it. As she stared at the photo, something moved swiftly behind her, akin to a fleeting shadow. Startled, Sarah turned to investigate. "Hello?" she called out uncertainly. She heard a faint clicking sound, resembling the patter of small footsteps. She continued to probe. "Hello?" And suddenly, a noise emerged from the other side of the bed, a menacing growl, feral and animalistic. Sarah, feeling a mix of curiosity and fear, cautiously approached the source of the sound. "Sarah?" Richard's voice interrupted her reverie. Startled, Sarah nearly jumped out of her skin. The growling ceased. Richard stood in the doorway, looking at her with a bemused expression. "Are you coming or what?" he asked. Sarah hastily replaced a photo on the table and left the room, her sense of unease lingering. Later that evening in the kitchen, Richard, Sarah, Helen, and Joe Williams gathered around a table, surrounded by empty takeout containers. Richard shared an amusing anecdote. "So, get this. Dad comes in and he's practically tearing the house apart because he can't find a pen for the life of him." Sarah added, "And he needs it to sign a very important deal by midday." "Right. So he goes half looking mad for one, and then runs out of the house and drives to the shops looking for one. And then Mum walks over to a drawer and finds like 20 of them all in a box. The group laughed at the absurdity of the situation. The first place she looked as well. He would have been lost without her, Richard noted with a chuckle. Sarah acknowledged their parents' connection. Yeah, they were good together. Richard agreed. Yeah, they just weren't good with others. Joe chimed in. They were nice enough to leave you the house, though. Richard conceded. True, although I wouldn't have put it past the old man to go and change the will on the fly. He was like that. They sat in the bedroom in silence, the weight of the empty house bearing down on them. Richard broke the quietude with a declaration. Still, it's our house now. He gestured towards Sarah, his determination evident. And we're gonna make it good. Sarah nodded in agreement. Amidst the soothing ambiance of the tranquil bedroom, Sarah emerged from the ensuite bathroom, her every movement marked by grace and purpose. She navigated the room with a seamless blend of familiarity and intention, her form embodying a tranquil presence. With measured steps, she gracefully eased herself beneath the soft, inviting embrace of the bed's covers, where her journey through the pages of a captivating book was destined to resume. The room itself exuded an air of tranquility, the dim light casting a gentle, almost ethereal glow upon the surroundings. The muted illumination painted the room's edges with shadows, creating a sanctuary of peaceful solitude where Sarah's thoughts could wander freely. Engrossed in the captivating narrative that unfolded before her, Sarah initially remained oblivious to the subtle transformation in the room's atmosphere. It was gradual, a shift so imperceptible that it barely registered. It began as a mere murmur, a low growl that tiptoed its way into the sanctum of the bedroom. Like a whisper carried on the breeze, it ventured into the room, hesitating for a heartbeat before permeating the air. At first, Sarah's senses struggled to decipher the intrusion, her mind ensnared in the clutches of the printed world. It took a few precious moments before the growl began to assert itself, growing louder, more insistent, an unwelcome visitor in the room of serenity. Sarah's consciousness tiptoed back from the literary realm, and a subtle shiver coursed through her, breaking the spell of her reading. Her gaze, once affixed to the page, was now adrift, searching for the source of the encroaching sound. With measured caution, Sarah cast her eyes upon the room's periphery, her inquisitive nature piqued by the inexplicable intrusion. The space, previously bathed in stillness, now hummed with an unspoken unease, the very air heavy with the burden of mystery. She cautiously glanced about the room, seeking the origin of the perplexing growl. As her gaze drifted towards the bedroom door, a shadow, faint yet undeniable, materialized from under the crack at its base. It stood there, a spectral presence hinting at the existence of something lurking beyond the threshold. The growling persisted, reverberating through the room like a distant, ominous echo. As Sarah shifted to the edge of the bed, her apprehension intensified, an instinctive response to the unsettling mystery that now enveloped her sanctuary. Her lips parted, and she called out into the enigmatic shadows that whispered secrets beyond her grasp. "Who's there?" she inquired, her voice a blend of uncertainty and anxiety. In response, the growling rumbled once more, resonating with an eerie tenor that was impossible to ignore. Sarah's resolve remained unshaken, her determination to unravel this mysterious sound unwavering. Slowly and deliberately, she rose from the bed, the creaking of the floorboards beneath her feet echoing her measured movements. Her tentative exploration of the room revealed no immediate answers, only a lingering sense of disquiet that pervaded the atmosphere. The shadow, once a foreboding presence beneath the door began to recede, its departure a cryptic dance of light and dark. Sarah's gaze, undeterred, darted in multiple directions as she took in the scene of the murky hallway. With meticulous scrutiny, she scoured the expanse, her inquisitiveness unyielding, searching for the elusive entity that had stirred the room's tranquility. Yet as her investigation continued, a gnawing unease tugged at her intuition. Finding nothing amiss, she eventually conceded to the uncertainty of the moment and reluctantly closed the bedroom door. A lingering sense of the unexplained remained, a mystery suspended in the stillness of the night, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal its hidden truth. The next day, in the well-lit kitchen, Sarah entered as Joe washed a cereal bowl in the sink. "Morning," Joe greeted her. "Morning," Sarah responded tentatively. She hesitated for a moment before broaching the topic that had been troubling her. Joe?" "Yeah?" "Did you hear anything last night?" "How do you mean?" "Like anything in the hall?" "No, why?" Sarah recounted her experience. "I could swear I heard an animal in the hall last night." Curious, Joe probed. "What kind of animal?" "Like a dog? I don't know, it was probably nothing," Sarah replied, trying to downplay her unease. She moved over to the table and inquired about Joe's plans for the day. "So, what are you doing today then?" "Richard and I are going to work on the other wing. As it's the weekend, there's no one else working today, so we thought we'd crack on. With any luck, the whole house will be done in a few weeks." "Nice," Sarah acknowledged, though a sense of disquiet lingered. "Yeah, a day full of thrills indeed," Joe merrily concurred, before leaving the kitchen. Sarah, left alone at the table, couldn't shake off her growing sense of unease. Inside the conservatory, the weather had taken a somber turn, as the ceaseless downpour outside painted a captivating symphony of nature. Each raindrop contributed to the mesmerizing melodic background noise, a gentle yet persistent reminder of the world beyond these walls. The conservatory itself was a haven of creativity and transformation, an intimate arena where the elements of nature harmonized with the human endeavors within. Richard and Joe, for the time being very convincing in their roles as two dedicated craftsmen adorned in rugged overalls, stood as artisans in this cosmic composition. Their work was a noble effort to breathe new life into the walls that surrounded them. The once familiar walls now awaited their metamorphosis, each brushstroke bearing the promise of transformation, an act of creation and renewal amidst the relentless drumming of raindrops upon the conservatory's expansive windows. That conservatory, with its expansive glass panes, allowed the ever-shifting landscape of the rain-drenched garden to serve as a backdrop to their work. The delicate interplay of light and shadow created an enchanting ambiance, as if the conservatory itself had become a canvas, both a reflection of the world outside and a beacon of human industry within. As Richard and Joe navigated their world of paint cans, brushes, and ladders, they were engaged in a delicate act of renewal. Every movement felt deliberate, every stroke a contribution to the evolving masterpiece. The pungent scent of fresh paint filled the air, intermingling with the earthly petrichor that wafted in from the open windows, where raindrops splattered upon leaves and petals with a rhythmic precision. The rain's rhythm outside echoed that of their own work, creating a sensory experience that transcended the mundane. It was as if the conservatory had become a sanctuary where time slowed, and the ordinary became extraordinary. In this dance between the human spirit and the forces of nature, the conservatory emerged as a space of rebirth and creation, where artistry and the elements coalesced in a harmonious duet. Joe, with a hint of doubt, questioned Richard. You sure we shouldn't get the professionals to do this? Richard reassured him. It's just a paint job. Joe nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. As they continued their work, Richard realized he needed a roller. Hey, Sarah, he called out. Sarah walked into the room, ready to assist. Yeah? Can you get me the roller? I think I left it in the kitchen, Richard requested. Sure, Sarah replied, surprisingly only somewhat happy to see the changes taking place. In the kitchen, a room steeped in a comforting familiarity, Sarah's footsteps resonated against the tiled floor. Each step echoed the rhythm of her thoughts, a subdued but constant cadence that underscored the unfolding narrative. She grasped the roller, and with a newly determined sense of purpose, she embarked on a journey back to the conservatory. The smooth, cool surface of the roller's handle offered a reassuring grip, a tool of transformation in the work that unfolded before her. However, as Sarah retraced her path towards the conservatory, the kitchen unveiled a subtle discord. She noticed that the back door leading to the garden was ajar, its threshold marked by the entry of raindrops, their presence leaving small, ephemeral pools of moisture on the kitchen floor. It was as though the natural world was asserting itself, an unseen hand reaching out to touch the boundaries of her domestic sanctuary. The door's curtain of raindrops, slowly falling in unison, seemed almost like a hesitant invitation into an enigmatic realm beyond. Sarah, in her diligent quest to retrieve the roller, couldn't ignore the intrusion. Her hand, painted with a sudden awareness, reached out to the door's handle, grasping it with a sense of purpose. She closed the door with a firm, determined push, sealing the door between the kitchen's warm interior and the tempestuous exterior. A soft exhale of relief escaped her, a sigh that mirrored the rain's gentle serenade against the window panes. Yet, as if the wind itself held a contrary opinion, the door creaked open once more, its hinges protesting with a mournful groan. Sarah's emotions shifted from relief to frustration, her brows furrowing as she stood at the door's threshold, facing the obstinate forces of nature. With measured determination, she stepped forward and, once again, closed the door with an unwavering resolve, silently challenging the wind to test her fortitude. As she retreated from the entryway, the door, unhinged by a gusty onslaught, swung open with a vengeance, its motion propelled by a force beyond human comprehension. Sarah was thrust backward, her delicate form colliding with the floor, a gasp of terror escaping her lips. A haunting growl, guttural and foreboding, tore through the air as Sarah lay in a state of vulnerability and fear. Her gaze, transfixed on the scene before her, met the malevolent eyes of a dog, an entity of primal, untamed instinct. Its snarling jaws and barking proclamation of authority left no room for doubt. This was a creature driven by an otherworldly agenda, one that existed beyond the boundaries of reason. Sarah's screams of terror had not gone unnoticed. Richard and Joe, alerted by her piercing screams, were drawn into the unfolding drama. They entered the room, bewildered and filled with a sense of urgency. But as they crossed the threshold, the enigmatic dog abruptly fell silent, its demeanor shifting as if acknowledging the presence of these new interlopers. In that still, charged moment, the tableau was complete. The interplay of human, animal, and the capricious forces of nature, an unforeseen encounter that would cast a long shadow over their lives. "Sarah!" Richard rushed up to help Sarah to her feet. "What happened?" he asked, concern etched on his face. A dog!" Sarah gasped, her fear evident in her trembling voice. "What?" Richard was taken aback, struggling to make sense of the chaos that had unfolded in their supposedly empty house. In the kitchen, Sarah's voice quavered as she recounted the terrifying encounter. A huge black dog, it tried to kill me. Richard, being her protective brother, immediately sprang into action. Joe, go check the garden. Helen had appeared now and began comforting her friend. Without a moment's hesitation, Joe sprang into action, lunging through the doorway and into the tempestuous night. The wind, a chaotic symphony of howling whispers and forceful gusts, whirled around him with a malevolence that matched the gravity of the situation. The rain, each drop like a miniature deluge, pelted him, his presence a constant reminder of the forces arrayed against him. With a heightened sense of alertness, Joe now scoured the immediate vicinity, his gaze sweeping across the landscape with an unwavering determination. His eyes, sharp beacons in the obscurity, delved into the shroud of the night, seeking any peculiarity, any hint of the mysterious and menacing black dog. The darkness, heavy and impenetrable, yielded no secrets, no trace of his enigmatic visitor. As Joe continued to investigate, he left no stone unturned. His vigilant eyes canvassed the ground for any signs of recent disturbance, his boots thudding against the damp earth as he moved with a sense of purpose. Yet the landscape offered nothing, its secrets guarded by the cloak of night, its truth obscured in layers of uncertainty, washed away by the downpour. The elusive black dog, a specter that had materialized from the depths of the unknown, remained frustratingly intangible, hidden with the mysteries of the countryside. Joe's search, despite his unwavering resolve, yielded no substantial results, leaving him grappling with the thought that his friend's sister may have just imagined it after all. Inside, Richard and Helen led Sarah to the kitchen table, where he intended to assess the situation more thoroughly. While Joe was outside, Sarah remained shaken. She affirmed her terrifying experience. There's nothing there. Richard, searching for a logical explanation, questioned Sarah. Are you sure it was a dog? Sarah's reply was resolute. Yes, it was huge, and it threw the door open. Richard wondered aloud. That's a pretty sturdy door, Sarah. Are you sure it wasn't just the wind? Frustrated by his lack of understanding, Sarah maintained. Yes, I'm sure it came right at me. And if a dog can't open it, how could the wind? But there's nothing out there, Richard reasoned, although feeling a little uncertain. Sarah, feeling misunderstood, got up from the table and left the room, leaving Richard and Helen to ponder the situation. With a sigh, he came to a reluctant conclusion. It had to have been the wind. As Joe returned to the room and headed towards the door, something caught Richard's eye. He noticed several muddy paw prints staining the floor, raising an unsettling question in his mind. The next day, as the sun bathed York's bustling town center in a warm golden glow, Sarah embarked on her shopping expedition along the lively streets. In her grasp, she clutched a handful of shopping bags, their contents pointing to the errand she had undertaken. The town, a whirlwind of activity, buzzed with life as pedestrians bustled to and fro, each absorbed in their unique pursuits. The streets, adorned with quaint storefronts in a vibrant medley of colors, provided the perfect backdrop to this urban symphony. Sarah navigated her way through this dynamic tapestry of small western town Australian existence, where the hum of conversations and the rhythm of life painted a vivid picture. Shoppers meandered in and out of boutiques, their bags rustling with every step. The tantalizing aroma of freshly baked goods wafted from a nearby bakery, mingling with the enticing scents of roasted coffee beans and blooming flowers. As Sarah continued her journey, the streets narrowed, leading her into a confined space that hinted at a different realm of her surroundings. The transition from the bustling avenues to the Candace Bateman Memorial Park was marked by a subtle shift in ambiance. The open expanse of the town center gave way to a labyrinth of pathways, each one lined by an array of trees. Inside the park, Sarah's footsteps echoed in the enclosed space, creating a rhythmic cadence as she ventured down the paths. The symphony of the town center had mellowed, replaced by a sense of solitude within this maze. Then, the unexpected occurred. A stranger, a mysterious figure in this urban canvas seized Sarah's arms, interrupting her journey through the park. Startled by the abrupt intrusion into her personal space, Sarah instinctively struggled against the unanticipated hold, her pulse quickening with a mix of surprise and apprehension. In the clash of emotions, she met the eyes of the woman who had accosted her. Their gaze locked in a moment of tension and curiosity. "I know what haunts you," she declared with a look of such intensity that it left Sarah startled and uncomfortable. She attempted to free herself from the woman's grip, retorting, "What? Let me go." The woman remained undeterred, her grip tightening. She insisted, "I know why it's after you." Sarah, growing more distressed, pleaded, "I don't know what you're talking about. Now leave me alone." She managed to break free from her grasp and walked away swiftly, her anxiety evident. However, the woman called after her, "The black dog! The hellhound!" Sarah halted in her tracks, her curiosity piqued, and turned to face the stranger who seemed to know something about her ordeal. "I know why it's tormenting you," she continued, her voice carrying a tone of urgency. Sarah, despite her initial skepticism, inquired, "Why?" But before the woman could divulge any further information, Richard approached, having noticed the encounter. He swiftly intervened, grabbing Sarah. "Leave her alone," Richard ordered, his protective instincts kicking in. As he led Sarah away, the woman's parting words hung in the air. "I know the truth." Richard guided Sarah back to his car, attempting to shield her from the unsettling encounter with the mysterious woman. Sarah, puzzled by the encounter, questioned her brother. "Who is she?" Richard dismissively explained, "Just some local weirdo who runs a psychic shop nearby. Just ignore her." And with that, they got into the car and drove back to the mansion. The lingering tension from the encounter is still palpable. A restless sleep and a morning of fitful contemplation had not helped. In the lounge, Sarah prepared to leave the house once more. As she reached for her coat and began to put it on, Richard observed her actions with curiosity. "Where are you going?" Sarah turned to face her brother, who was seated in a nearby chair, his eyes trained on her. "Into town. I need to get some things." Richard probed further. "What things?" "I need to get some food." Richard, asserting his ownership of the house, argued, "We've got plenty of food here in the house. Our house." Sarah challenged the notion, stating, "It's not our house." Richard's gaze hardened and he retorted, "It is now." Sarah, unwilling to accept the circumstances that had brought them to the house, confronted her brother. "We didn't exactly get it the right way, did we?" The tension in the room thickened as the siblings grappled with the weight of their inheritance and the unsettling events that had unfolded in their new home. Richard, struggling to comprehend the situation, shook his head in disbelief. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sarah, feeling misunderstood and desperate for answers, turned away from her brother and left the room. Richard watched her as she departed, his concern evident in his gaze. In the bustling streets of the town, Sarah walked down the sidewalk, her eyes darting from shop to shop as she searched for one in particular. Her gaze settled on a storefront where Alexandra stood outside, observing her. Alexandra's shop, filled with enigmatic and occult objects, awaited her inside. Their eyes met briefly, and the woman she had encountered the day before retreated back into the shop. Sarah, curiosity and a need for answers compelling her, headed towards the store. Within the dank and gloomily lit shop, Sarah ventured further into the mysterious interior. A variety of occult objects adorned the walls, including one featuring a depiction of a large, shaggy black dog. Alexandra stood in the corner next to a doorway. "Come in," Alexandra beckoned. Sarah followed her deeper into the shop. In a small, dimly lit room, Alexandra switched on a lamp, illuminating a table at its center. 2 chairs flanked the table. She encouraged her to sit, and Sarah obliged. Sarah hesitated, unease weighing on her as she wondered about the cost of this unknowable meeting. "I don't usually do this. How much do I pay?" Alexandra reassured her. "I'm not charging you," before settling into the chair opposite Sarah. Alexandra addressed the pressing issue at hand, acknowledging Sarah's torment. "I know it's been visiting you." Sarah, desperate for answers, asked, "How do you know?" With a solemn tone, Alexandra revealed, "Call it an unwelcome gift." Sarah pressed for more information, seeking to understand why this malevolent presence had targeted her. "Why is it coming after me? Why me?" Alexandra leaned in, preparing to share a disturbing truth. "You're not going to like this." Sarah braced herself. "Just tell me." Alexandra, her expression grave, began to explain. "Black dogs are a death omen." Sarah, alarmed by this revelation, questioned, "What?" "In all the lore surrounding them, everyone who comes into contact with one of them dies soon after. No one else sees it, only the victim." Still struggling to come to terms with this horrifying reality, Sarah denied it with every fiber of her being. "No!" Alexandra pressed on, her words heavy with the weight of an unsettling truth. "I'm sorry, but that is the truth. Why me? Why is it coming after me? Why does it want to kill me?" Sarah pleaded desperately for answers. Alexandra revealed the unsettling connection. "Well, here's the thing. They don't just go after anyone. They go after people who are responsible for death." Sarah's eyes widened with disbelief. "What?" Alexandra elaborated. "Yes, call it an act of karma, if you will. They appear to those about to die, and then they appear to those responsible." Sarah was overwhelmed by the horrifying implications of Alexandra's words. "No. What did you do, Sarah?" Alexandra probed, searching for the truth. "No." Sarah vehemently denied any involvement in such dark circumstances. Before Sarah could process the implications further, Richard stormed into the room, his protective instincts taking over. "I knew it. Come on." He seized Sarah's arm and hastily guided her out of the shop. Alexandra, compelled to follow, pursued them, her voice filled with a sense of inevitability. "You can't escape this." Richard confronted Alexandra, fiercely protective. You stay the hell away from my sister." Together, he and Sarah exited the shop, leaving Alexandra behind. In their own home, Sarah sat in the lounge, while Richard occupied a chair opposite her. The room was bathed in the warm glow of a crackling fire in the fireplace behind them. Frustrated and concerned, Richard probed, "What's going on with you?" Sarah met his gaze, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and despair. "We finally have everything we've ever wanted, and you start babbling about black dogs?" Desperate to make her brother understand, Sarah confessed. "It's after us. But Richard, struggling to reconcile her words with his perception of reality, was adamant. "No, it isn't." Sarah persisted, her voice trembling. It knows what we did." Richard, still grappling with the unfamiliar and unsettling situation, inquired, "Knows what?" Sarah's accusation hung heavily in the air, casting a chilling shadow over the room. "It knows what we did that night." Her brother, still vehemently denying any wrongdoing, responded with frustration and determination. "We did nothing." His resolve was evident as he stood up and began to walk away from Sarah, unable to entertain the possibility of her claims. But Sarah was unrelenting, her voice trembling with anxiety. "That's not true!" Richard, determined to quash the conversation, emphasized his point. Nothing was proved. If nothing was proved, then nothing happened. Sarah persisted, desperation creeping into her voice. It knows that we drugged his drink." Richard's patience waned, and he dismissed her concerns. "Oh, for Christ's sake!" Sarah continued, her words becoming more frantic. "It knows that we caused him to crash." In a moment of intense frustration, Richard confronted her, his anger simmering just below the surface. "Look, I have waited too long to get to where I am now, and I will not let you mess this up for me, for us." Sarah sobbed as she looked up at her brother, tears streaming down her face. Her pleas fell on deaf ears. Determined to protect his interests, Richard delivered a final, chilling ultimatum. "You're insane. I'll have you committed if I have to." With that, he walked away, leaving Sarah crying in the chair, overwhelmed by a sense of isolation and dread. Richard entered the kitchen, his face etched with weariness. Helen and Joe sat at the table, their expressions reflecting the somber atmosphere. In the hallway, Sarah, still sobbing, made her way along the corridor. She slowly approached her room, the weight of her predicament bearing down on her. And suddenly, a menacing growl echoed behind her. She turned, terror coursing through her veins, and then bolted down the hallway. The bark of the pursuing dog heightened her fear. Sarah sprinted into her bedroom, slamming the door shut and locking it with trembling hands. On the other side, the dog began to relentlessly pound against the door. Sarah, near hysteria, backed away from it and into the center of the room. Overwhelmed and terrified, Sarah cried out, "What do you want from me?" The dog responded with another menacing growl, intensifying its assault on the door, causing it to splinter and give way. Sarah's frantic gaze darted around the room as she searched for an escape. Spotting the window, she made a desperate decision. Sarah rushed over and flung it open. The hound continued to batter the door behind her. As she clung to the narrow ledge outside the window, her fingers were pale from the intense strain they endured, grasping the rough surface for dear life. Her white-knuckled grip was a sign of her desperation in the dire circumstances she found herself in. The frigid breeze of the night bit at her skin as she perched precariously, gazing down into the abyss below. 3 stories separated her from the unforgiving ground, and the mere thought of it sent shivers of dread down her spine. The icy fingers of fear coursed through her veins as she clung resolutely to the ledge, every muscle in her body tense and quivering. Desperation was etched across her face, and beads of sweat formed on her furrowed brow. Her heart raced like a thundering drum, its beats echoing in her chest. The distant sounds of the night seemed to fade into oblivion, eclipsed by the urgency of her situation. With painstaking care, she inched her way along the precipice, every movement deliberate, every breath shallow with apprehension. However, in one heart-wrenching moment, her fingers faltered. A chilling surge of panic coursed through her, and as her grip weakened, the ground below beckoned like a yawning chasm. Her body, an unwilling sacrifice to gravity, plummeted from the ledge. A heart-piercing scream tore through the night, its echoes reverberating through the very fabric of existence. The world seemed to hold its breath for a suspended moment before the cruel inevitability of gravity took hold. In the bedroom, the door burst open as Richard, Helen, and Joe rushed inside. Helen's eyes widened in shock as she approached the open window, gasping in horror. Joe's face contorted in anguish. Sarah lay lifeless on the ground outside. "Oh, God," Joe muttered, his voice filled with grief. Helen began to cry, her tears a sign of the profound loss. Richard stared down at Sarah's lifeless form, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. Epilogue. In the heart of the desolate Mundaring cemetery, a thick shroud of fog clung to the gravestones like a ghostly embrace, creating an eerie ambiance that seemed to amplify the solitude. Each tombstone stood like a silent record, bearing the names and dates of those who had found their eternal rest within the cold earth. Among the rows of monuments, Richard stood alone, his presence a stark contrast to the profound stillness that enveloped the burial ground. Before him lay a grave, its headstone etched with the name Sarah and the years that had encompassed her life, a poignant reminder of the time stolen from her. As he gazed upon the somber marker, his thoughts drifted into the depths of memory, where guilt and sorrow coiled around his heart like vines. The cemetery's silence seemed to amplify the weight of his conscience, and the knowledge that Alexandra, a witness to his darkest secret, was lurking nearby only intensified his inner turmoil. The unspoken words and unrelenting gaze of this onlooker had the power to pierce through the armor of his indifference. His eyes reluctantly sought out Alexandra, who sat on a weathered bench beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient tree. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment, an unspoken dialogue laden with the intense weight of the past. The air seemed to thicken with remorse, and then an unbridgeable chasm yawned between them, its depths filled with the pain of unspoken truths. Unable to bear the guilt and the haunting knowledge that Alexandra carried, Richard finally broke their connection and turned away from the heart-wrenching scene of Sarah's final resting place. Their business was done. He had already paid Alexandra the agreed fee for convincing his sister that a hellhound was after her, and wouldn't cease until Sarah had paid the ultimate price: her own life. Setting up the hidden microphones around the mansion had been easy enough, what with all the commotion of the renovations. It hadn't taken long for the terror of the murderous hound to drive her insane, the encounters with Alexandra pushing her over the edge. It had to be done. Richard regretfully concluded, as Sarah was at the breaking point and was ready to confess their murderous plans to the authorities. What he couldn't understand, though, were those muddy paw prints he'd seen in the kitchen, or the extent to which Sarah had truly believed she'd seen this beast. And another thing. The mysterious Alexandra had intimated that her part in this, in essence, was the truth, and her fee was therefore to deliver a message, rather than her being a part of the murder plot. He departed from the fog-shrouded cemetery, leaving behind the echoes of his actions in a void of unspoken words. Returning to the lounge of the mansion, Richard sought solace before a roaring fire, its crackling flames dancing in a hypnotic yet sinister ballet. The dim light played tricks on the shadows, and a glass of whiskey sat untouched in his hand as he grappled with the overwhelming burden of his past. Each sip of the fiery liquid was a futile attempt to drown his sorrows, to silence the haunting whispers of his conscience. Then, an unsettling growl began to emanate throughout the room, a sound that reverberated through the very marrow of his bones. Fear and dread clawed their way up his spine, and his face contorted with a haunting combination of horror and recognition. The room seemed to pulsate with malevolent energy, and a heavy silence was broken by the persistent barking of a dog, a harbinger of doom. As the unearthly howling filled the air, it seemed as if the very fabric of reality had been torn, and a suffocating shroud of dread settled over the room, each thread woven with the lingering echoes of a malevolent presence. If I were to tell you I'm a big fan of tea, I'm sure you'd have a pretty specific image of me. And I wouldn't blame you. The vast majority of the time, if the first thing someone tells you about themselves is tea-related, they're going to be a little too into tea. Me, though, I don't know. I'm not a tea guy. I just prefer the atmosphere of a tea house to a coffee shop. And for reasons I don't really want to discuss, I spend a lot of my time in places made for quick meals. I'm Rick, by the way. Another city, another sunset behind another small-town skyline. Another bad taste in my mouth from another job. The monotony only broken up by stops like this. The place has character, especially for who gives a shit Michigan. Tasteful rose paint and dark oak trim makes the tea house look like a rustic cottage. The windows are tinted and the interior warmly lit. I find myself a booth and take a seat on an overstuffed leather cushion. The table is immaculate, and the smell of fresh baked goods is thick enough it drowns out the lingering scent of gasoline and smoke from my nostrils. I predict beautiful tea and ugly prices, and when I'm brought a menu, I'm not disappointed. The waitress seemed to linger for a moment, expectant. I assume the place has a small circle of regulars and paying no mind. If I was a tea guy, I'd bore the hell out of you with a rant about the selection, but thankfully for you folks, I'm not the type to overshare. Bad for business. For those of you in the know, though, just a beautiful selection of Northern England's finest with a few blends I've never heard of from Holland. I decide to throw caution to the wind and order one of the Dutch blends with the vowel-ridden names and a watercress sandwich. Coffee is black sludge to keep you going. Tea is an experience. The dark, fragrant blend I'm brought brings to mind memories of early childhood mornings. Funny how smell works. I take my time, the brews and baked goods clearing my mind, letting me relax and focus on the next leg of my journey. But as caffeine tends to do, eventually nature called. The bathroom would have been at home in my grandmother's house. Soft pastel colors, clean white porcelain, and limitless knickknacks, sprays, and magazines. I turn off the polished brass faucet and turn to leave. I know something is wrong the second my hand touches the knob. No give at all. My suspicions are confirmed as I try to turn it, and it doesn't move a centimeter. I chuckle. I can't think of the last time a door was so much of an issue for me. The knob wasn't any model I've seen before, and the more I look, the more I don't like what I see. Fuck me, I mumble, looking for a set of hinges. I find none. I slam on the door, screaming, as obvious as the situation is becoming, it makes no sense. After 15 minutes of kicking and screaming, that should have alerted every hipster and old lady in the place. But there isn't so much as a knock from the other side of the door. Soundproof. Awesome, I say, inspecting the lavatory. Air duct under a decorative cover is grated, the grate welded to a plate in the ceiling. Any object of size is cleverly affixed to the floor with hidden bolts or welds. The small lamps are hardwired into the wall, which is industrial cement under its flower-printed wallpaper. This place was made to keep people. What is obvious? Why is immediately eating away at me? There are dozens of reasons someone may want to be in this kind of situation, but this place wasn't just made, and even if it was, no one is going to build a covert prison cell on the off chance I wandered in. That's comic book shit. They'd send some tweaker with a pawnshop pistol. The prospect that this is just something I stumbled into doesn't provide me much comfort. I've been around the block a few times, but something like this, it's well out of my wheelhouse. After a couple of hours, I noticed the silence, the pure, uncanny lack of noise. The place was nearly full when I came in, tea house or no. I should be hearing the sounds of commerce outside. If you're reading this or listening, you're likely the kind of person that doesn't have to ditch your phone much and probably asking why I wasn't calling 911. Unfortunately, my life has led me down a different path, and I find myself unfortunately between phones. Thankfully, I've always been partial to a wristwatch, so at least I can mark the passage of time. I assume I'm being recorded, and spend the first 24 hours talking to whoever may be listening. Dropping names, making offers, anything I can do to get some kind of response. Nothing. Fear and panic begin to set in on the second day. Hunger starts to tear at my stomach, and a sense of powerlessness and isolation sits in. By day 3, my body is cramped and aching, my sleep coming on a hard cement floor disguised as tile. My brain is fogged from lack of food and proper rest. My mouth tastes of the gritty tap water, and I realize no one's going to be looking for me. Had this been before a job, I could be guaranteed the client would come searching, looking to take their payment out of my ass. And with the types of folks that employ me, it'd likely have been within hours. But as is, a private person such as myself has no day ex machina on the way. Day 3 teaches me something about mints. The stale, clumped bowl sat on a small shelf at the bottom of the over-the-john cabinet. A thin layer of dust coated them, making me assume they were some form of decorative soap instead of ancient, likely turned pastel mints. I was desperate enough to eat them, figuring any calories would be better than none. Friends of mine in prison could have told me this was a bad idea. Toothpaste ulcers are a known thing. You see, mint, especially cheap menthol-based flavorings on an empty, let alone malnourished stomach, is just about the worst thing you can do. I enter day 4, puking blood and yellow bile. I wipe my mouth and stop dead on my trip to the low-pressure faucet to wash it out. Those mints, the same ones that burned through the remnants of my stomach lining, undisturbed layer of dust and all, were back. That was impossible. At no point was I asleep or anywhere more than a foot or two away from the bowl. I close my eyes, shake my head, and wash out my mouth, putting this bit of information on the back burner for now. Day 4. As I feel my tartar-coated teeth start to ache, I realize I need to make a plan. I start this by going over every inch of the bathroom again and trying to find any flaw or object I can use to make an escape. I keep my focus thinking of the long conversation I'm going to have with whoever put me in this shitty Saw knockoff. I peel back every bit of wallpaper I can. I rummage through every cabinet. I claw and pry every surface where it is even a remote possibility. By the time I nearly collapse, my rapidly thinning form soaked in sweat, I found something. But the objects in question just confuse me further. A 1930s straight-style razor, yellow to pearl handle, a magazine from around the same time written in a Cyrillic language I can't even begin to guess at, a rusted old fountain pen, and a worn leather-bound journal. What made these things stand out were the small numbers hidden on each. The razor had a 1 etched into the back end of the blade, hidden by the handle. The magazine was issue number 2. The fountain pen had a year embossed on its oxidized surface, the only legible number being 3, and within a swirling, looping pattern burned into the leather of the journal, a 4 could be made out. My mind quickly concocts a scenario. Some idiot obsessed with escape rooms, maybe. I'm sure there's some obtuse way I'm intended to use these things to get myself out. That being said, I'm not the guy you want to piss off and give a razor to. At first, I latch on to this vicious truth as a torch against the dismal fatality of my situation. But then I begin to think about the mints. Someone had to replace them. That means someone has to have come in. I turn the blade in my hand, fear and anger turning my brain into a derailed train of revenge and uncertainty. I dump the mints into the toilet and flush, their long-since expired colors running the instant they touch the water, blending together and turning into an unhealthy brown. A few hours later, I feign sleep, my breathing low and shallow, waiting to hear the first footstep. I'm hurting, nowhere near full strength, but I almost pity whatever unlucky bastard walks through that door. I don't hear the click of the doorknob or the first footstep, but I feel a cold gust of air blow into the bathroom. It's strangely stale and dry, but I'm up in a flash, malnourished muscles screaming in protest, threatening to pull and cramp. He's a big guy, 230 at least, short but with a worker's build to him. He's standing between the door and the bathroom counter. I'd prefer to just run, but there's no way I'm getting out there without going through him. His brown suit is old, and his long, graying hair is greasy and matted. I grin as I grab his shoulder and spin him towards me. I slam the man up against the cement wall, a death grip on his oily-feeling suit. The razor is under his chin, but I see his face and I freeze. It's a twisted, sunken, funhouse mirror mockery of the human form. A leering, jowled, pig-eyed abomination. It stares at me. The hatred in those tiny orbs chills me to the bone. But I've been scared before. This guy can be a sideshow freak all he wants. He's still gonna bleed. I swipe the razor in an arc that should have left him clutching his ruined neck on the tile floor, but the blade passes through the man's body as if it were made of smoke. The laugh. It sounded like a chorus of dying rabbits, like human screams drawn from memory. I'm tossed like a toy into the far wall. I see out the door for the first time in days, and what is out there isn't the tea room. It looks more like a bedroom. The thing looms at the far end of the tiny room. With every passing second, shadows deepen, the air seems to take on a weight, and this creature, this ghost-like thing seems taller, more imposing. My heart is pumping too fast. I begin to see black spots along the edge of my vision, my nutrient-devoid blood doing its best to keep me going. Its rictus grin stretches. The specter retrieves the razor from the floor, looking longingly at it. I push past the fear, get to my feet, maybe make a run to the door, but there's a burst of pain in my chest, broken ribs for sure. The pain and shock makes me fall flat on my face. I try desperately to get up, but I can't manage to do it. I feel grateful as the darkness overtakes my vision, knowing whatever this man or thing has planned for me, it's better I don't see it coming. I wake up to a headache brought on by hunger and dehydration. The bathroom is immaculate again, but the lights are lower, and there's a weight, a palpable sense of wrong in the air. Then I hear it. I can't. It's a thin voice, female, young. She says more, but no matter how hard I try to listen to the sourceless voice, I can't is all I can make out. It repeats at erratic intervals, seeming to come from random points in the room. I drink, but the tepid water sits like a rock in my stomach, and as I watch the thin trickle in the dim light, I notice its color is off, slightly rust-tinted. I attempt to use the toilet, and find it no longer flushes. My grim laugh seems to echo in the tiny chamber. I have a hard time accepting something I'm sure you guys understood a few minutes ago. I try in any way I can to convince myself this is all smoke and mirrors, but the weight of being in the middle of some kind of supernatural clusterfuck smothers me. I search the bathroom again. Everything seems to be a little more worn, but everything seems to be the same. with the exception of the razor being missing. I hear a scratching inside of the sink cabinet, small and quick, like something wants to get out. I gag. Hot, acidic bile fills my mouth, and as I try to wash it out, I see a black, almost insect-like claw protruding from the faucet. It bends upwards, tapping along the brass, extending itself about 6 inches before retracting inward. I decide I'd rather taste puke. I know I can't have much time left. Every moment sends bolts of pain through me, and if I don't get these ribs patched up, there's a real chance of a punctured lung. Not to mention the fact that I'm going on nearly a week without food. If this is all random chaos, I'm screwed either way, but I try to press on with the only clue I have. I begin to flip through the magazine, trying to find any scrap of text I can read. I'd done this a dozen times already the day before, but I need something to keep my mind off the horrors that seem to be waiting just beyond every crevice and every shadow in this place. Then I see it. Something that wasn't there yesterday. An article in plain English, Poltergeist and Sacrifice, by a woman named Laura Sett. Poltergeist activity is often misconstrued as being caused by a particularly vengeful or evil spirit. While there are some similarities to a haunting, poltergeist activity has a different source, and therefore a different method of appeasement. Most often, a poltergeist manifestation is caused not by an individual, but by the combined spiritual weight of an event, a true case of the total being greater than the sum of its parts. The negative energy, individual souls, and history of the location, through as of yet unknown means, combine to create something more akin to a minor god than a powerful spirit. And as such, traditional methods of removal such as those offered by various religious and mystic organizations are ineffective. The only true way to keep a manifestation at bay is via a complicated form of sacrifice, often recreating key parts of the event that triggered the manifestation. Sacrifices can run the gamut from trivial to lethal, but as seen, repercussions of an unchecked manifestation will seldom be worth the cost. There was more to the article, but as I finished it, the lights began to flicker and dim, and the magazine began to crumble in my hands. I can't eat. I hear the voice clearer now. I still can't make out all of what she's saying, but she sounds closer. The room is no longer silent. The scratching and tapping from the sink is more rapid, more purposeful. I can hear faint music outside of the room. An old phonograph, I think. The hellish orange strobe of the lights turns shadows into looming creatures. I can't tell what's starvation-induced hallucination and what's some kind of force I'll never understand. I'm rattled and unhinged. I scream at the girl to shut up, but of course she doesn't listen. I think about praying, but me and the guy upstairs haven't been on good terms in a long time. I see movement on the ceiling, I feel the humidity rise, and get the sense of something unstoppable starting to gain steam. My mind wants to think of nothing but the things in the shadows. I feel something thin and rubbery caress my cheek in a moment of darkness and force myself to think about the pen. In a eureka moment, I try to jam the nib into my arm, but it passes through, mockingly. But in the flashes of orange light, I see something. The corner of the counter is cracked and rotten now, caked with rust-colored half-congealed blood. Jagged splinters stick out like grasping fingers, and I laugh a sick chortle as I realize what I have to do. I slam my forearm into the serrated corner, screaming in pain, the sound of an echo of my fraying sanity. The wood and steel tear a massive piece out of me, my starvation-thinned flesh splitting like an overripe pear. And for a moment, I see it. Just a flash. A trapped little girl, an evil old man, long before they became gears in this horror-producing machine. When I snap out of it, the room is dark, the sound of formless things all around me. For a brief second or two, one of the lights produces a dim glow before going out. My left hand isn't working. Must have hit a tendon or nerve. I uncap the pen with my teeth, holding it under the torn limb. The blood seems to give the pen weight well beyond its few millimeters. I can't eat. I need, the girl says. Her voice seems right next to me now. In another dim flash of a dying bulb, I see a twisted mass of clicking tendrils scraping my blood and flesh, greedily from the counter. I hear laughter, real, and followed with hot, reeking breath. I turn to see a leering, faceless grin, illuminated and formed out of the wall. The room feels more claustrophobic by the second. The things I can see in the sparse, dull orange flashes of light seem to focus on me. Tendrils, like heavy smoke, begin to wind around my leg. A hand, massive and not quite human, grasps my shoulder. I feel swarmed by things I can neither fathom nor see. I steady my breathing and wait. I know I'll have to write something, but what? The dull orange glow, like a dying candle, gives the barest of light. I flip through the journal, seeing nothing but blank pages. I clench the pen in my teeth hard enough to crack one of my molars. The glow dies, and my heart sinks. But as I flip a page, I feel something, some indent. The hand pushes down on my shoulder as the tendrils begin pulling me towards the sink. I have no strength to fight. It's taking everything in me to keep conscious. I see the cavern of pitch black. I'm being dragged toward as the light pulses, the glow barely able to pierce the gloom. This place has turned into a senseless hellscape, but I can see it. I can trace the outline with my hand, as if someone has pressed too hard with the pen. I can see the indented words and begin to trace over them with the pen. I'm sorry. I have to roll over my damaged arm, tearing out a page and slipping it under the door. Something inside the limb snaps and I feel a deep pain shoot up to my elbow. For a moment, I'm sure I guessed wrong. My foot inches from the onyx-fanged maw the sink cabinet has become. But then the din of the hellscape switches off. I no longer feel the unholy press of whatever unnatural things were slipping from the cracks in reality. I'm standing in a void, still, calm as death. In every direction but one is nothing but endless nothing. The bathroom mirror floats, fixed in space. I feel myself drawn to it, in awe of it. I see the girl for the second time, and I'm overwhelmed with sadness. She's a flickering, pale thing. Her body is broken, the victim of the kind of violence the worst person I know wouldn't even think about. I can't eat. I need. I hear. The voice is soft this time, almost sweet. Of all the wounds on the girl, the one that stands out the most is her destroyed wreck of a mouth. I feel mad for her despite my situation. I hear her crying now, and the situation starts to come together. The starvation, the entrapment, the torture, they fit together like the combination to a safe. I see the forms of dozens of people to either side of her as she closes the distance. She's right in front of me now. When I can finally hear her clearly, it sounds different, like I'm hearing the recording of an event. I can't eat. I need teeth. I hear, as her dead eyes hold me in a trance. She raises one hand, the cold, dead flesh gently resting on my cheek. It passes through the cheek harmlessly, but as it makes contact with my teeth, I feel the worst pain I've experienced, a pain so severe as to overshadow the mind itself, a pain I wake up most nights to in a cold sweat thinking about to this day. She scoops them out like gutting a pumpkin. I can't beg or pull away. I can't even scream, even as each inch of movement has me internally begging for death. There isn't any blood, and in fact, if I didn't know any better, I wouldn't even know I ever had teeth. But as the apparition stages at them greedily, that's cold comfort. The girl walks away, and after a few paces, reality comes crashing back down around me. I'm on my side, My arm has stopped bleeding, but the flesh looks like melted wax, fused and bubbled. As the door opens, I have enough strength to stand, but I'm not sure how long it'll last. There's a half dozen people outside of the door. In front of me is a well-kept man in his 50s, in what looks like his Sunday best. "Thank you," he says, handing me a comically small towel for the amount of filth and blood I'm covered in. I can do nothing more than glare at the group as I leave, holding on to the wall for support. I got out of that town and went dark for a while, mostly getting used to the lifestyle changes a week or so of malnutrition and torture has caused. But that brings me to why I decided to, pun intended, spill the tea here. I've got a question. Do I keep myself hidden and take this as a win and never look back? Or do I maybe try and get a little non-divine retribution? Don't know how possible that would be, but I guess that's where you all come in. Let me know what you think. A lot of posts here start with something like, "I've never really had any experience with the paranormal." Not the case here. In fact, I'd venture to say that the paranormal is standard for me. I'm a dark web streamer. Now, before you start calling the FBI, it's not what you're thinking. I don't torture people for some cult. I don't let some abomination hunt folks and take bets. I play games. It just so happens that the games I play usually have a bit of a disturbing backstory, and tend to, from time to time, break the laws of nature. The first question folks always ask is, "Isn't that dangerous?" The short answer is, yeah, but no more so than any number of science or gun channels on the clear web. Which is to say, as long as you have some real training and aren't a moron, you'll be fine. The long answer is that my family tree has some deep roots, and in addition to spending a couple $100,000 on essentially paranormal community college, I'm naturally inclined to luck when dealing with the supernatural. People like hunters, witches, warlocks, they all get the fame when it comes to supernatural nepotism, and with good cause. What they do is flashy, exciting, but there are a lot of folks out there who are just born with a jib cut in the way the things that go bump in the night like. Wouldn't let me go on a coffee date with the devil, but it avoids me becoming the main character in a Lovecraft novel while making some serious bank. Now, I'm gonna kill a lot of your buzz here. I've never played any of the big names. I mean, I know they're out there, but a guy's gotta know his limits. Though you'd be surprised at exactly how many carts, tapes, and floppy disks have been haunted, damned, or cursed. In fact, if you're a collector, you likely have one or two in your own home right now. Don't go starting up an NES bonfire just yet, though. The most common types are targeted, made to ruin a specific person or family's day or life. Unless you really go trying to stir up shit, you'll never see so much as a misplaced pixel. That's my job. I sit in my recording studio, the master bedroom of a small bungalow. I could probably afford to do an upgrade, but hey, I'm happy with what I've got. I curse as I try for the 10th time to edit out some visual errors that have nothing to do with the faulty data, and everything to do with a mass murder trapped in a copy of Oregon Trail. The software I use is designed for the task, but like most things involving the supernatural, it's more of an art than a science. You know what, Paul? You're gonna need to add another number to your tally, because you are killing me with this shit, I say to the ancient, blocky 486 in one corner of the room. There are some grinding, unnatural noises from deep within the machine. Right back at you. And for the record, If I knew you'd mellowed out over the last 40 years, probably wouldn't have bought you. I Need to Talk was real spooky until you started asking how the tigers were doing. Shit. Like always, they're tigers, I reply. Depending on your sense of humor, you're going to find the following fact either hilarious or depressing as hell. See, most folks that do bad enough things to be used as a supernatural alternator, well, they weren't doing so of their own free will. Whether simple mental illness or some kind of sinister compulsion, once they pass on, they're seeing and thinking clearly. No chemical imbalances as a spirit, and even the worst demonic forces have a hard time keeping their claws in ghosts. So often, what I get is less trapped psycho wanting to kill again, and more bored old person who hasn't talked to anyone in decades, or sad wanker unable to atone. But like all internet personalities, faking a vibe is easy enough, and the pasta is usually willing to cooperate for the odd favor and some company. If you're not that quick on the uptake, pasta is paranormal gamer slang. Obvious source refers to all of the various void-touched entertainment we have. For all of the occult electronics around me, the fact that my cell phone startles me when it rings is pretty ironic. The number is blocked, of course. Hello? I say tentatively. The voice on the other end is rough, not panicked, but stern. Leave your house now, it says. I laugh. I've had fans or haters contact me before, and if you think the level of parasocial bullshit on YouTube is bad, add in some pseudo-religion and folks who fried their brains on interacting with the void, and it's not something to screw around with in my line of work. I'm gonna stop you right there. However you found my number, lose it. Whatever deep end you've just jumped off is going to get you into a world of shit. If you think I can amass an Olive Garden worth of pasta and not know a few people to take care of the cultists and psychos, you're really mistaken. My threat is somewhat empty. If this were to get to the point where my life was in danger, I've got a couple of favors, but it's not like I have a werewolf on speed dial for whenever I get spooked. I need to talk to you, urgently, and you're in immediate danger. The voice isn't pleading, but demanding. I chuckle. You're the second disappointing creep that said that to me today. Listen, if you want a commission or something, just send me an email. My prices are pretty clear. Otherwise, find someone else to be your Jodie Foster, okay? I hang up the phone. You catch that, Paul? Next time, go for that kind of thing. Be vague, kinda angry. I don't get paid. I can't afford to keep you guys. Let's work together here. The editing goes slow, but eventually I have a usable video. Would like to be able to stream it, but I had a feeling Paul might have been a bit of a wet firecracker. When I see the first tall, bald man wearing an outdated Adidas tracksuit, I don't bat an eyelash. I assume it's some pasta trying to grab my attention. Oh God, in a minute, I say, putting some finishing touches on my outro. Not that I knew it at the time, but what knocked 4 teeth out of my face and splattered my monitor with blood was a lead ball about the size of a chestnut, thrown by the now enraged man. I try to get my bearings, but I'm dazed. I stand, knocking over my chair. But before I can turn to face this Slavic-looking giant, he has me by the throat, pinned against a wall. Fear courses through my body like a fever. Reeking sweat begins to pour from me. I'm 5'5" and 145 pounds. And while my house is equipped to keep me safe from every type of pasta I own, I'm not much for mundane self-defense. 3 people enter the room behind them. One, I'm guessing the leader of whatever the hell this is about my size, but lean, corded with muscle. He's wearing a tactical vest, armed to the teeth, and stalking towards me with eyes full of violence. Behind him is a hefty Asian guy. Looks to be in his 40s. He's less armed, and a pistol is all I can make out, but I recognize some of the other items he's carrying and get a sinking feeling of dread. The last member of this crew was an older woman. Unlike the psychotic vigor of the Takatool guy or the nervous fidgeting of the Asian amateur alchemist, she seems almost aloof, immediately starting to sort through my collection of pasta and start putting some into a large duffel bag. The small man taps the dead-eyed goon on the shoulder, and he drops me to the ground. I struggle to breathe, struggle to keep calm. He kneels, putting his face 6 inches from mine. His pupils are dilated. I'd call it Dutch courage, but I'm guessing the source is likely Bolivian. You want me to call you Mateo, or would you rather go by your channel name, Mexican Baseball? I want you to be comfortable here, as much as possible anyway. The short man pats the torn, bleeding side of my mouth. The spike of pain almost puts me to the ground. You can call me Robin. You'll find out why in a bit. I'm too scared to spit out the shards of bone and gum. I swallow them and almost vomit before speaking. Call me Matt, I say, unable to look the man in the eye. I've got lots and lots of money. I get where this is going, but you don't want a random selection of pasta. It's dangerous. And unless your buddy there with the wish exorcism supplies is a lot more trained than he seems, you guys are doing nothing other than signing your own death certificate. Robin grins and looks up to the giant. Yuri, I just got threatened, he says smugly. Before I can say that wasn't my intention, the large man kicks me in the chest. I hit the ground as if I was thrown. As I stare at the ceiling trying to get my bearings, Robin sits on my chest, leering down at me. No, Eric isn't. But that's where you come in, Matty. You see, you've got the wrong impression here. You think this is about money, or maybe some kind of cult horse shit. And of course you'd think that. It's all people like you know. But me? I'm not some greedy asshole like you. And I gave up religion long ago. I'm a social worker. An angry one. And do you want to know what makes me angry, Matt? What really pisses me off? The fact that the supernatural exists. I know that's a little broad, but give me a moment. I'm not some kind of anti-void skinhead or anything. What pisses me off is that right under society's nose, there is another entire realm of untapped resources. But like always, with wealth comes disparity. People like yourself hoard this shit. And what do you do with it? I assume Robin's question is rhetorical. I was wrong. I couldn't name the small, pointed metal device he hits me with. Some cousin of brass knuckles, I assume. Robin's blow splits my forehead open, and stinging blood runs into my eyes. You don't know what you do with him, Matt? Let me educate you. Instead of finding some way to harness all of this for the good of the world, you stream. You use a connection to a rule-breaking source of power to make 3/4 as much as a family doctor. Rage, pure and focus radiates from Robin's face. There are plenty of scum like you, little trinket peddlers and fame seekers, and in the entirety of recorded history, none of you have done the right thing. In a flash, Robin stands, and before I can try and get my bearings and run, Yuri is picking me up, sitting me in my editing chair. You have no idea how scary duct tape can sound. After a few minutes, I'm held helpless in the chair, hopelessly affixed with not one, but 2 full rolls. If you don't know what you're doing, these things do nothing. Or terrible shit. The reason no one uses him to cure cancer or solve world hunger is they can't. I plead, trying to skirt the line between direct and rude. It's only Robin, Yuri, and myself in the room, I hear the other two rummaging through other rooms. So you say, but I have no intent on doing a smash and grab and taking my chances. My friends know enough. And you, Matt, you can tell us the rest. Robin ends this statement with a wicked grin. No problem, I say simply. At this point, if these idiots want to play Russian roulette with the paranormal, let them. Didn't think there would be. But here's the part you're not gonna like. I don't want there to be any funny business, and try as I might, I've only got one idea as to how to make that happen. Understand, Matt, tonight isn't, if you fuck me over, I'm gonna hurt you. No, tonight, Matty boy, there's no way you make it out whole. The only question is, how many pieces wind up on the literal cut-in room floor? I know something terrible is coming as Robin finishes his sentence. The room is silent, only the vague noises of searching from elsewhere in the house. Seconds stretch out like drops of molten glass. Not right this second, Robin says, shaking his head and laughing. His two companions enter the room, a large bag filled with discs, cartridges, CDs, and handheld devices in tow. They empty them on the floor, and my immediate reaction is there's no rhyme or reason to them. Like what someone who knew nothing of cars would bring back from AutoZone to fix an engine. Except for one. A deep crimson LCD handheld console. On the back, gauged into the plastic as if by a knife or maybe a claw, are the words Mr. Game. That's not good. That's something I regretted buying about a week after doing so, and have spent about 2 years trying to find somewhere safe to dispose of it. And the first question of the night, which one of these screws with electricity? Screws with electricity? What are you talking about? My reaction is maybe too genuine. The fact this guy has no idea what he's talking about means his expectations are going to be unattainable. My heart races as I realize how bad this is for me. He looks up to Eric. What do you say? Eric is unsure of himself, but Robin doesn't pick up on it. One of those doesn't need power. I just don't know which one. I understand Eric isn't mistaken. He's lying. Whatever street cred he convinced his boss of, he doesn't have. Not to say there isn't any unpowered pasta. Unplugging the system and it keeps going on is like trope number 1. I just don't own any. I've heard brutality, both literally and secondhand from some of the more talkative pasta. I've seen it, everything from crystal clear moving images no film could hope to reproduce, to haunting 8-bit renditions of real atrocities, but I've never experienced it. That changed. A sap is a leather pouch filled with lead shot. When used correctly, it can generally knock someone out without causing permanent damage. Yuri doesn't use it correctly. The black, almost purse-looking object strikes my hand, and I'm hit with a wave of pain so intense, so pure, I vomit immediately. A moment later, I realize that was just the beginning. That's what internal amputation feels like. 2 or 3 fingers, I'm guessing. You know the bad thing about torture, you can't ask the same question twice, because the second answer is always going to be what you wanted to hear. Which one can create something? Robin's cool, entertained demeanor shakes me harder than any brush with the other side has. My hand is starting to swell, pressure building between the tightly wrapped tape and arm of my editing chair. It takes me a few tries before I can speak. They don't. None of what I have does. I think of lying, but give the man the truth, trying to get this over as quickly as possible. He looks to Eric for an answer. Eric briefly makes eye contact with me. He's right, I think, the imitation relic hunter says. I think isn't a really definitive answer, Robin replies. He motions to Yuri. The man takes one step towards me before my addled mind makes a connection. The golden eye card, the gold one. First time you turn it on, it makes this 2000s tween-ish smorgasbord surge pizza rolls. That kind of crap. I breathe slightly easier as Yuri stops. See? Surprising how much help you can be when you're motivated. Yuri, take an ear, Robin says, as the older woman stows the game. Trauma and pain are intertwined, sometimes so much so that we forget that pain isn't always the worst part of injury. Losing an ear with a sharp blade isn't fun, but it's a very brief burst of sharp pain. Seeing a walking brick of a man dangle this ear in front of your face is something that breaks you. I spend the next hour poorly answering questions that make no sense, losing fingernails, patches of skin, and being beaten to the point where I couldn't feel the individual blows. I find myself helpless, pathetic. I catch glimpses of my battered body in the reflective ancient monitors and I'm horrified. I don't know how I'm going to survive. Now, for the million-dollar question, what has all of this been leading up to? Which one of these things is the most destructive? Robin asks the question I've been dreading. That one, I say, my mind broken long past the point of resistance, but still trying to avoid disaster. The red one, I say, attempting to gesture with my head. There are 4 red ones. Which is it? Robin's tone is short. I make a decision then that fills me with pride. I'd rather let them do their worst and say it out loud. That thing, the supernatural equivalent of a damaged grenade, needs someone to say it. Eric chooses this point to show that he has a little knowledge. As everyone knows, that is a very dangerous thing. I think he means the Mr. Game. The con artist's blunder is immediately obvious. Every light in my home shuts off. Even the incessant whirring and beeping of the pasta is silenced. The only illumination coming from the black and red LCD screen. It displays simple text, taunting salvation. Quit game. Yes or no? Robin seems elated, in an almost religious state of awe. Eric looks out the door and starts walking backwards, his face blanched. We need to get out of here, he says. What enters the room is an eyeball-straining, vaguely human horror. A man-shaped mass of shifting pitch black and digital-looking red lines. His laugh is digitized chaos, and with a flick of his hand, every screen in the room is filled with the almost dripping-looking red and black lines. I try to tell someone to turn off the game, but my voice is drowned out by the hellish static now screaming from every speaker. The solution is so simple, but nearly impossible at the moment. Eric starts trying to shout something over the din. The bits I catch sound Hebrew. He gestures towards Mr. Game, dramatic flourishes of his hands. Now, I don't know if spells are an actual thing, but I can tell you either way, Eric ain't no wizard. Mr. Game thrusts a claw-like hand at Eric. The man sees death coming and closes his eyes, but the blow never lands. Long seconds pass before the Asian man has the courage to open them again. Once he does, dozens of clawed hands and pixelated claws snake out of each of the monitors. It isn't a quick death. Each takes a handful or so of flesh before retracting back into their digital hellscape, and turning Eric into a dying, flints body over the course of about 30 seconds. I knock my chair over and try to inch towards the handheld. 1 foot bare, with all of the toes broken into swollen lumps, pushes me inch by agonizing inch. Robin is a lunatic calm, Yuri is stoic, but even his dead shark's eyes show a deep fear. I notice I never caught the woman's name as she attempts to rush past the entity. If she'd asked, I'd have been able to tell her, with something like Mr. Game, space isn't really an issue. He isn't just the form in front of us, he's a force that has taken over this area. She makes it out the editing room door. We hear footsteps on my stairs, then silence. The noises were horrific. If I were to be nice, I'd just describe them as eating noises. But that wasn't it. It was more like a garbage disposal that enjoyed its job. For a moment, we see a harsh, pixelated version of the woman's face display on the monitors, before fading back into the black and red static. I'm inches away from the handheld, my already mangled toes twisted into every angle but true. Mr. Game appears to grow, his static form spreading through the room as he glides towards Yuri, Robin, and myself. I slam my torn and skinned forehead into the system, nothing but a blinding burst of pain that threatens to make me pass out. I miss entirely again as my abused neck muscles scream in pain. The third, though, like a light switch, turns the impromptu horror film off. Robin is laughing, giddy, energized by this display of supernatural force. I can see the concern on Yuri's face, but either he's being paid well or scared of the small man. The little psycho flips my chair up, sending fresh pain through every part of my abused body. Didn't I tell you this guy would be useful, Yuri? Oh, the shit I am gonna cause with this thing. Matty boy, this is the kind of thing that will make people listen. This is the kind of thing that will give a voice to the voiceless. We're gonna make history, kid. As soon as I make sure you aren't gonna pull a runner on us. Robin slowly pulls a long combat knife from his vest. The tip pierces the skin just behind my knee. My eyes are wild with shock, my brain a mess of fear and trauma. Then a voice. Not one I've heard much, but a familiar voice nonetheless. It's low, harsh, and angry, with just a hint of a speech impediment. Which one of you guys is Mateo? The owner of the voice enters the room. He looks to be in his late 30s, 6 foot tall and built like a boxer. He wears dress pants and a short-sleeved black dress shirt. A gray suit jacket is draped over one arm. Robin looks shocked but confident, a hand on an oversized pistol in his tactical vest. Me, I say, having no idea who this guy is, but knowing his plans for me can't be any worse than Robin's. And all of the Ghostbusters from Nintendo games horseshit is over? The man stalks into the room, as if he isn't outnumbered and outgunned. Yes? I say, confused. The man grins, revealing a mouthful of shining silver teeth. Well, Matt, I'm Rick, and I'm your new best friend. From under the gray coat, a massive explosion happens, tearing the garment to shreds. Rick throws it aside and is holding a large black revolver. Bits of steel and plastic spray from Robin's tactical vest, and he hits the ground screaming. That's gut shot, and considering your stupid ass didn't have a plate in that plate carrier, there are all parts of your little army surplus toys in your intestines. Rick kicks the downed lunatic as he speaks. Yuri hesitated, but not long enough to get the gun from Rick. The massive pistol gets thrown across the room. The fight is mere feet from me, and while I can't say there was any kind of technical grace to it, it was clear both of these men knew what they were doing. As the blows land, I notice one of Rick's arms is covered in layers of mottled, ugly scars. Knives come out, and I find myself craning my neck to avoid backhanded slashes. My heart races, knowing the outcome of this fight determines my fate. Both men are tired, cut in dozens of places. The Russian smiles, pulling on reserves of strength. My heart sinks as Rick waves his hand in submission. I'm done. This kid isn't worth my life, and I'm sure that lunatic that hired you isn't worth yours, Rick says. Screw you, Yuri says simply. How much screw you does 100K get rid of? Rick retorts. Most, but I don't take checks, little man. Yuri's statement creates a thick tension in the air. Slowly, calmly, Rick reaches into a pants pocket, pulling out a set of keys, tossing them to the bleeding bruiser. That car's about 80K. There's another 40K in the trunk. We square? Rick says, sounding like he does these things daily. If I go out there in a Salada, you won't make it out of the house, Yuri replies, shoulder-checking Rick as he walks by. I start to ask Rick a question, and he holds one finger up, silencing me. Wait for it, he says, as I wonder what I'm waiting for. The explosion shook the house, lighting fire to my front porch. Oh my Christ, I needed that. Stupid bastard. So, Matt. Rick walks over to me as he speaks, expertly cutting me free from the chair. I've got some ghost-related problems, and you were the only person I could find for the amount of money I had to spend. Bit of a dick move to ask for a favor after helping you out like this, but that's where I'm at, kid. If it helps, this place is gonna be crawling with the Russian mob, and whoever the hell that little fella was attached to really quick. Help me out, though, and I'll make sure that ain't a problem for you. Rick's offer seems to be a lifeline, but it could just as easily be a fire to my frying pan. 20 minutes later, we're getting into a car that is most certainly not worth 80K, as my house was engulfed in some flames that were expertly prodded along by the mysterious man driving me. I told the guy I'd help him, but to be honest, I'm just as likely to take off the first chance I get. That being said, I wouldn't be posting here unless I needed advice. What do you guys think? Do I owe this guy anything? Do any of you know who he might be? What am I getting into? Feel free to let me know in the comments. I'm at a loss. If I were to describe myself in one word, it'd have to be stuff. I love to collect things, and while I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm a hoarder, I could see how anyone coming over to my place might assume that. While I do a lot of business on eBay and Amazon, my forte is good old physical auctions. Believe it or not, they're still a thing. Chances are you have a couple in your city or town. I buy, I sell, I keep more than I should. And while I can honestly say between transportation and packaging things for shipping, I'm making around minimum wage. The odd nice find here and there makes the 16-hour days worth it. Sometimes. My house is a bungalow, 2 floors, no basement, and while you won't find any dust or cobwebs, you'd be hard-pressed to come across much free counter or floor space. I have no particular type of thing I like to hold on to, just items that catch my interest. Odd pieces of history or pop culture that stand out a little, or have a charming backstory. Which brings me to an important part of my life. Recalls. One of the unforeseen hazards of dealing in objects that are decades old are the safety standards of the past. Sometimes things are obvious. Science sets with gunpowder and white phosphorus, lead tankers, asbestos stuffed toys, and the like. But others you might not think about. Radioactive paint is a thing. Certain types of plastic are nasty carcinogens after a few years, and even if you never intend on eating it, various types of canned food have health hazards that'd have you living in the hospital for a few months. Just to name a few. Which is why people like myself have a list of contacts for when one of us finds an old recall. Once the statute of limitations runs out, companies have little need to reach out to folks, so, like usual, a community effort is needed. My cell rings. It's a fairly old Nokia brick. I'm not some quirky technophobe. I have a brand new Samsung for personal use, but when I'm hauling cabinets and ancient sewing machines, I prefer something that can take a beating and be replaced without cost. Hello, Oxford Jones, Collectibles and Junk Removal, I say. It's 9 p.m., and while technically business hours are over, I get later requests to haul stuff. There's no immediate answer, but I hear a lot of background noise. It's distorted, garbled, and chaotic. I guess I've been butt-dialed. Anyone? I say, getting ready to disconnect. Hello, Mr. Jones. This is a courtesy call from MTech Holdings in regards to a product you may have recently come into possession of. The voice is level, professional, and sounds female. I chuckle. Sorry, but that doesn't really narrow it down with me. You're going to have to be a bit more specific, I say good-naturedly. I find it odd that I'm getting a call directly from a company, but it's happened before. Usually, just when the statute of limitations is running out, they do a blitz to tie up any loose crates of lead-lined Shrek glasses or intestine-destroying butter substitute. The object in question would be a 1960s-era iron, frayed cord near the base and slight maroon tint to the metal, the voice says. I do remember the iron, and picked it up for next to nothing and was meaning to replace the cord and shop it around a few interested parties. Right. So what kind of hazard are we talking? I asked, rummaging through a closet trying to find the offending houseware. Mr. Jones, are you still in possession of the object? The voice says, annoyed. I pull it out and place it on the table, trying to think of what danger it could pose. Yep, sitting on the living room table right now. So, what should I be worried about? As I talk, I swear I hear a growl in the background of the phone call, but the quality is bad enough as it is. It could have just as easily been a chair being dragged. We will need you to complete a series of disposal instructions, starting with a few questions. Do you understand, Mr. Jones? The voice says, ignoring my question. All of this seems off. Her tone, her requests, the time, even the age of the product. If this thing has anything wrong with it, no lawyer on earth is going to try and sue 60 years after its production. Wait a second. What do you mean, disposal instructions? I say, somewhat standoffish. Exactly what the words I have chosen would indicate. Instructions for the item's disposal. Do you understand what is required, Mr. Jones? There's an edge to the woman's voice. I understand you haven't told me one thing about this iron, and that you feel the need to talk down to me. I don't know what your deal is, but if you expect me to foot the bill for this thing's destruction, not gonna happen. My rant begins to gain some steam as the voice cuts me off. There's real anger in it, the professional tone barely masking the rage. You're being uncooperative, Mr. Oxford, and MTech requires cooperation. I hang the phone up before I tell the lady off, assuming scam, prank, or simple idiocy. Within minutes, it begins to ring again. Same number. I turn off the ringer and let the woman on the other end waste her time. I sit down in an old recliner and reach for my remote, and my blood runs cold. If this had been my personal phone, I could think of a million technological ways someone could have pulled this off. But the brick, there's no real way to hack into it. It's 2 steps away from a rotary phone, for heaven's sake. Mr. Jones, pick up the phone. This is a time-sensitive issue. My phone is on, projecting the woman's voice. Her tone is unlevel as she continues. This is your first warning in regards to being uncooperative. Further incidents will lead to corrective measures. The way she says this, half condescending, half giddy, chills me to the bone. I pick up the phone and pull out my Swiss Army knife, unscrewing the back, thinking to remove the battery, and call the police on my personal phone.
"Oxford,"
the voice growls. I swear I hear it snapping jaws for a second.
"Once you take out that battery and we keep talking, you are going to begin to panic, which will make these tasks all the more difficult. Work with me. If you need incentive..."
A quick, sharp tapping on the glass of my front door. At first, I tell myself it must be a branch, or an errant piece of trash in an updraft, but it begins to get louder, more rapid, until I hear a pane give way with an almost musical shattering. "Stop!" I scream. The door is blocked by a small wall, but I eye the area wide-eyed as my heart starts racing. Whatever's going on, whoever is on the other end of the phone has someone here. I don't buy this implied spooky crap, but just because someone is lying doesn't mean they aren't dangerous. Some kind of rustling at the front door, or maybe not. Maybe it's just my overworked brain trying to make sense of the rapidly devolving situation.
"I'll take that as you accepting the current situation we find ourselves in. Answer the following questions truthfully to the best of your knowledge. Do you meet people in your dreams?"
The voice is calming now, though the question confuses me. I don't think so.
"Do you remember 1934?
The voice says. No, I wasn't born, I say. The short, angry sigh I get as a response makes me look to the doorway.
"Do you check your doors?"
Comes the next bizarre question. Sometimes, a lot, I guess.
"Last question. Where is he?"
There is something to this last question. I feel strange, lightheaded, and for half a second I see it. Upstairs, I say breathlessly. A tall, dark form shrouded in shadow, barely tethered to reality. I don't know who he is, but I know where he is. The room gets cold. There's a sense of weight in the air, a dusty scent that reminds me of funeral homes and old cars washed through the dining area. The iron seems to have a pull, some kind of aura to it. I hear whispers, many high-pitched and wailing, and one deep, dark growl periodically drowning them out. I shake my head and try to focus as the voice begins to talk again.
"You saw him?"
The voice says, its tone smug. "Yeah, I did. What was that?" I say, shaking my head, trying to clear out the disconnected feeling that is permeating my thoughts.
"That was the danger. What we need to determine is how potent it may still be. I assume you have salt and some form of hard liquor?"
I can barely hear the voice. Whatever is going on in the background of where she is has reached a fevered pitch. A digitized, garbled din that sounds like the world's largest bar fight, or maybe the world's smallest war. "Salt, I think so, but I don't really drink. Why the hell would I need booze?" I'm rummaging through my kitchen, the ancient box of salt fairly new in comparison to my collection of junk. Jars and bottles hit the ground as I scramble to find some kind of booze. Things are changing. I can't quite put my finger on it, but shadows seem deeper. I feel a sense of being watched, and throughout my home, I hear a slight rattling and clinking, as if my collection of knickknacks and half-finished projects has developed a severe case of anxiety.
"Alcohol has been used in every religious practice since the Animus gods. Stupid questions risk your safety, Mr. Jones."
I hear from the brick as I pull something out of the back of my freezer that might do the trick. It's old, but sealed. I don't know much about rye, nor anything about how it may have been manufactured for a tie in the film Strange Brew, but I don't have any other options.
"The bottle of rye will do.
the voice says. I freeze. Even as my home begins to twist and warp into a nightmare, this statement chills my blood. She's watching me somehow.
Pour the salt over the iron,
she says pointedly. There's a smirk in her tone. As I slowly walk to the dining room table, pipes begin to shrink and rattle in an infernal chorus. I begin to follow her directions, and I'm enthralled by what I see. In the middle of this nightmare, it's a singular point of strange beauty. The white powder never touches the iron, a centimeter or two away. It falls to one side or the other. Gravity has nothing to do with this phenomenon, the grains falling randomly, enforcing an unnatural spiderweb like a Mandela pattern. I don't remember doing so, but as I put the phone down, the voice is saying something. But it seems far away. The salt squirms and contracts on the table, with the smell of sulfur and burning slag. It begins smoking and turns a deep angry red. It burns a symbol into the table, a smoking, reeking brand. Then I see him, not in my mind, not as some flash of insight from beyond, but looming in the staircase feet from me. I've never seen a ghost, and in fact, I've never been one to believe in them. But the dark, shadow-laden form in front of me couldn't be anything else. Its presence extends beyond its form. I can feel its will, its anger from where I stand. Things about it start to change. And text becomes eldritch writing on rows of books, mirrors blacken and crack. Military rations, their seals are rated for nuclear war, bulge and spill their contents. I'll call it man-shaped, the shadows around it cloak-like, drawing in the light around them. But the worst part was its eyes. At first I think they're just blue, but as I'm drawn into those scowling windows to a soul, I don't want to see it. I notice it. They aren't blue. They're like small windows behind which is a blue sky, broken only by white wisps of cloud. It glides soundlessly and stands inches in front of me. The voice is screaming, but I can't hear. I'm in the presence of something old, powerful, and nefarious. It places a hand on my face, and I feel a cold sting, smell copper and loam, and then I see it. The spirit doesn't talk. It gives me its story in a confusing, crashing, brutal flash of violent imagery and overwhelming emotion. I see a desert, a town isolated and backward, a mortician, a feud, and a night of brutal violence that left one man on the run and a half a dozen families missing children. I see the mortician living a life of horror and debauchery, leaving a trail of the innocent littering locations from the gold rush to the fields of World War I. I see dark things. Eaters of souls and joy take notice of the man, and when nature finally ran its course, and his shriveled black soul finally made the trip to the thereafter, they gave him a second life, armed with the power to enact his dark will. The spirit picked a week in October before All Hallows Eve to wreak havoc, culminating in a worldwide spree on the night itself. Flitting from country to country on the winds of the void, taking lives by the hundred but spreading it out enough, only those looking for these kinds of things to notice. It took 40 years, but groups of those that shine lights in the darkness found the ghost. They couldn't manage to destroy the creature. It had amassed too much favor with the things beyond, but they were able to trap it. I come to, shivering hard enough I spit out pieces of tooth and blood. I wipe sweat from my face and my hand is stained a rusty crimson, twin tear tracks of blood streaming thinly from my eyes. My mind still isn't quite my own, but I have enough sense to grab the bottle. I hold it in front of me like a talisman. I feel the mortician trying to worm its way into my mind. The voice is screaming as I fruitlessly try and ward it off with the bottle.
Drink it,
I hear her say through the din of children's voices and growling rage. It feels like something is trying to stop me. My muscles strain as I break the yellowed plastic seal. Liquor hits the ground as my hand shakes. The booze sizzles like fat on an overheated pan. I manage to take a gulp of the liquid. It's fouled by age and burns like poison, but as I feel its rotten burn in my stomach, the image of the mortician starts to fade and dissolve. Not enough that I don't feel it in the home, nor did the rot gut have any effect on the house itself, but I at least feel in control of my own actions. As I hear the voice, I realize that at this moment, that still might be a relative term.
Mr. Jones, are you able to reply?
She screams. Yeah, I say, picking up the old brick phone. That thing, it's getting in my head.
And unfortunately, that will continue to get worse until the situation is resolved. We'll be guiding you through a series of steps in order to disrupt the medium the entity resides in. Done correctly, this will neutralize it as a hazard.
The more I listen to the voice, the more I pick up odd little quirks in tone and cadence. Like she isn't quite fluent, but emulating speech extremely well. Why couldn't they have done this 40 years ago? I snap. The far and the sense of impending doom from every angle, more than I can take. There's long silence as shadows spread out like infected veins and begin to turn into black cracks. At first, the voice starts to giggle. It's high energy and carries a sick sense of amusement to it. She calms herself down before speaking.
Because, Mr. Jones, they wanted to survive. They cared about the effect it would have on the surrounding people. Neither of those are things I give a shit about, Mr. Jones. My directive is simple. Attempt to dispose of the hazard. I want you to survive insofar as I need someone to tell me if things worked. But still, chances are, you won't come out the other end of this. And that being said, you've now put yourself in Mortician's crosshairs. If it has its way, death will be nowhere near the end of your suffering.
I see someone out of the corner of my eye, beginning to walk behind me. I turn to watch, and I realize the person I'm seeing is me. Whether illusion, hallucination, or something more esoteric, something that looks and moves exactly like me walks through the dining room into the shadowed pit of the living room, and as if to rub in its reality, sits down and turns on the television.
Ignore it. Things are in motion you have no understanding of, Mr. Jones.
The voice begins.
We need to bring the spirit out of the ether. Draw a bath and bring a candle.
I'm past the point of questioning, find a long tapered red candle, and sprint upstairs to my bathroom. I notice that as I get away from the living room, the gloom and horror infesting the house seems to let up, as if the iron is ground zero of a slow paranormal detonation. I hear the scraping, whispering chorus from the first floor, but take a moment to breathe. The atmosphere in the bathroom feels less contaminated, less toxic.
Turn the lights off, get in the tub, run the bath, and set the phone nearby. You could disrobe, but I wouldn't suggest it.
The voice says. I do as asked. The water comes out freezing, regardless of my efforts otherwise. The rushing of the water turns into an almost soothing background noise.
Some things men are not meant to know, Mr. Jones. So much so that the universe will twist and bend to try and strip them of their knowledge.
As the voice starts, I can hear a harsh chanting. I focus on her speech, but it feels like those rhythmic words are telling secrets.
The true nature of reality, the soul, the things that call themselves gods, just a passing mote of understanding, just one ancient syllable in a dead tongue is all it takes.
The water starts to feel like it has a current. I reach out to the side of the tub and feel nothing but air. The chanting from the phone almost drowns out the voice. The room is pitch black, and suddenly it feels cavernous. The sound of the voice and the chorus of the damned behind her the only tether I have to Euclidean reality.
Do you understand, Mr. Jones? Can you parse the song?
She screams. The chanting echoes like cannon fire. I think I've already failed, but For a brief moment, I hear it. A word I refuse to print here. A single word that made things much too clear.
Light the candle,
The voice demands, and I act. As I reach out, I don't feel the cold edge of the tub, or even the fabric toilet seat cover, but I do feel the candle and lighter, seemingly floating in a void. My wet hands make the knockoff light struggle, the damp flint barely able to make a spark. But it does, and in the pitiful light of the flame, then the light of the candle, I see a sea of faces. Young, mutilated, sad faces.
drop it in the water,
She says, and as if I had a choice, I obey. The candle sinks, its flame staying alight as it begins to fall. I watch it, a tiny pinprick of light. Drifting well past where the tub should end, it sinks for what looks like hundreds of feet, as the cold and sense of immensity makes me shudder uncontrollably. It rises from the depths, eyes sky blue, motes of white passing through them. It seems to draw the water and shadow up into itself as it rises from the empty tub, held aloft by some force I wish I didn't know about.
You need to leave the bathroom, Mr. Jones,
The voice says. The spirit in front of me is no longer half real. Its ethereal form wrapped in dripping, smoking ichor. It grins, teeth too numerous and torn from its victims. I feel a burden lift from my mind, but the level of control the spirit has over the home is nearly complete. Without a movement, it makes the lights intense enough to scald my eyes. I try to look at it, to see some opening to sprint by, but the blinding glare does nothing but give me a blurred outline. A cold, bone-clawed hand grabs my chin. I hear the spirit's true voice for the first time. It's a horrid, rotting gurgle full of malice and pity. As the mortician talks, I can see dark, wispy tendrils start to form themselves out of cracks in the wall. I squint to try and make out some avenue of escape, but the overworked lights beat my eyes hard enough to sting. They don't want me gone or stopped, just neutered, so I pose no threat to them. They are not of the void or of this world, Oxford. They want this world. As the mortician ends his sentence, I run, grabbing the phone, and he doesn't try to stop me. The only thing to follow me down the hallway is mocking laughter and taunts. There is nowhere to run, Oxford. I stop halfway down the stairs, and judging by the twisted state of the first floor, he's likely right. Walls have doors that were never there before. Old oak things rattling and shaking. Objects fall and hover at random. Grinning, childlike faces crowd the windows. Scenes of violence and murder paid out in flickering snippets like memories desperately trying to be real.
Go to the living room and take the same path you saw yourself take earlier,
The voice says. You told me not to watch it, I say, voice shaking, heart threatening to give out.
And now I'm hoping you ignored me. This isn't some paint-by-numbers summoning, Mr. Jones. It's a fluid situation,
She chides. I look back and see the mortician slowly sauntering towards me, the walls and floor behind him rotting and corrupting in his wake. I walk, trying to force myself to keep the casual pace I remember from earlier. The hovering images of children plead with me for safety or threaten my soul. Tendrils or hands grasp from open cupboards or cracks in the wall, more and more by the second. The living room is dark and has a sense of subtle dread at odds with the horror carnival the rest of the home is turning into. On the end table beside the old recliner, I see two objects, a remote and an old straight razor. The mortician and all of the symptoms of his haunting slowly follow me. He's right. I have nowhere to run, so they have all the time in the world. As I turn on the television, I hear the last words I would hear from the voice.
You'll know what to do.
What it displayed as an image so complex and alien, it drove a spike of pain from my eyes to the middle of my brain. But something about that image gives the ghost and his horde pause. I feel a thin smile creep onto my face. I close my eyes, trying to drive out the pain. But as I do so, I can feel something, and I can hear the mortician begin to move forward again. It's not the image. It's me seeing the image. I open my eyes, determined to stare into the screen until this is over, but physically it's not possible. Try as I might, instinct shuts my eyes after a few seconds. But unfortunately, the voice was right. I do know what I need to do. It wasn't quick, or done with any kind of precision, but I scream like a lunatic as I slice away my eyelids, tossing the dead meat aside like an unwanted garnish. The image took my sight, burned itself into my eyes, leaving me blind and wondering if this was all for nothing. Oh, you'll live long enough to see how much of a mistake this was, Oxford, the mortician said before leaving. All of this was a few months ago. And call me a coward, but I was happy to leave well enough alone. I heard nothing more from the voice or the mortician, and have enough on my plate learning to live life without the use of my eyes. But yesterday, 2 men came to my home. One was in his early 40s, a bit of a sinister vibe to him. The other, young, had the demeanor of an actor, maybe a YouTuber. Their names are Richard and Mateo. They told me they needed my help, that they were unraveling the twisted shit behind what mutilated me, and for that matter, them. I want retribution, but I don't know if going off tilting at windmills makes any sense at this point. So, please, let me know what you guys are thinking. Do you know anything about these guys? This kind of paranormal activity? Who M-Tech is? Any help would be appreciated. My name is Mateo, and if that sounds familiar, unfortunately, this isn't my first time having to post here. Way back when, in internet terms that is, really it's only been a few months or so, I used to be a fairly well-known cursed game streamer. I mean, as well-known as you can be, casting to some of the gloomier spots of the dark web. That is, until a handful of, I want to say, anarchists showed up and decided to start breaking parts of me, thinking I was some kind of dollar store Andre Toulon and in possession of a bunch of killer toys or something. I wasn't. But those idiots managed to rile up one of the dangerous pieces of pasta I had, and all hell broke loose. Cue the man driving the literal 1970 station wagon I'm currently in, Rick. Saved my ass. Probably saved the asses of most people in the surrounding block as well. Took out 3 armed, if not trained psychopaths, letting me get the creepy aspects of things under control. He won't come out and say what his previous job was, but he's a nasty middle-aged guy, scarred in ways that Oxford and myself can't match. Now, after Rick found me, we found Oxford, a thin, balding guy not much older than myself, but with a real old soul vibe. He loves stuff. He even knows how to find the light bulb for an easy bake oven made in the 1930s in about 15 minutes. And picked up the wrong houseware one day and had the eyes blanched in his skull in an attempt to subdue some evil shit within it. While all 3 of us had our separate standoffs with the supernatural, there was a strange common thread. A cult called the Husk of M, Rick's ghost, the tip-off to my psychos, and the call that got Oxford to start a pissing contest with a poltergeist. They had their hands in all of it. There are probably hundreds, if not thousands of victims of the Husk of M that Rick could have saved, but he had a plan. His part is obvious. No need to delve into it. He's a scary guy who knows scary guys. Me? Beyond being the designated mouthpiece of the group to the World Wide Web, I can get my hands on any kind of cursed, haunted, or anomalous media you can think of, and come from a long line of folks that have been known for the ability to get along with the creepier things on Earth. Oxford. He can get things, just all kinds of things. Tractor parts, homemade bullets, bulk MSG. If it is an object and we need it, he'll have it quicker than eBay. And after a bit of education, seems pretty good hunting down objects of a more esoteric nature. Separate paths to the same destination, one that took us weeks to find the name of and months to finally track down. The Chimera House. The twisted project of the Husk of M, and where their leadership spent the majority of their time. See, the Huskers believe some weird shit. And I know, saying that about a cult seems like the kind of thing you'd do to pass an essay, but I mean, really strange, out there garbage. We live in a world of the supernatural. I was lucky enough to be pretty much born understanding that in some tiny way. Not so much for Rick and Oxford. The Huskers, they've been a cult for a long time. We're talking before the United States, before gunpowder. And if the least likely of our sources is right, before bronze. They knew about the dark side of the world, they understood it and recorded it. And unlike the leave-only footprints policy folks like my parents adopt, they bent those forces and creatures to their will for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Back when they weren't the Husk of M, they went by many names, but they hadn't found the M. But in 1934, that changed. Their philosophy began to revolve around beings they said weren't just paranormal, but things that were beyond all concepts of God we can imagine. Beings that wore bodies like gloves and left entire reality scraped clean of life. Mortal, God, and monster. They began to buy haunted homes and malls. They purchased cursed objects by the truckload and had insane filmmakers recording mind-warping media 24 hours a day. The Husk of M needed all of this haunted errata to somehow hasten the arrival of their gods beyond gods. Now, like all cults, they are extremely full of shit, but in the most dangerous way possible. They've taken segments of haunted buildings, bound them together with cursed masonry, filled it with the most evil objects on Earth, and ensnared the worst entities they could find within its walls. It's been around for decades, and no sign of their gods, but what there is plenty of is innocent corpses and twisted bastards with amused grins. I wish I could say that the plan we came up with was foolproof, but the more we delved into the Chimera House, the more layers and ripples we found. Don't confuse trauma for bravery, though, guys. Each one of us wanted to move on from this, take our lumps and get back to whatever past were normal in our day-to-day lives. But we couldn't. The soul-crushing knowledge that your life can be turned upside down to this extent by individuals that face no consequences, it was more than we could handle. So, it's into the belly of the beast, or more accurately at the moment, the gates of hell. Come on, man, you've got to tell me something. We're chronicling this so folks can maybe learn here, and they want to know about you. I say to Rick, as we drive down a barren highway in Why Am I Here, Ontario. I was a plumber. The stoic man lies. Was that your hitman name? I say, trying to get a reaction. He smiles. Oh, hitman, listen to you. What do you think, Oxford? I seem like a hitman? No, a slasher villain for sure, Oxford replies. We share a chuckle, and I note the deflection, literally, I guess, as you guys are listening to it right now. Our destination is an abandoned church, staffed by 2 members of the Catholic faith off books enough to have ties with friends of Rick. A plumber knows how to get fake passports, I say, not letting the topic drop. The drive has been long and boring. Just about the only thing I have to do besides give myself an ulcer thinking about what we might find when we get to the Burns church is troll Rick. Oxford got the square punch for the pictures. Is he a hitman? Rick replies. The conversation for the next 30 minutes or so is a series of minor variations on this line of questioning. Me knowing I'm not getting answers. Rick knowing I won't stop asking. The place is well kept. Only a few windows showing some minor cracks, or hastily replaced panes of glass sitting not quite flush. We pull into the overgrown driveway, weeds thumping on the inner side of our car like the grasping hands of the dead. Not a house, not a shed, not a tree for miles. Just this Gothic-spired tiny church miles outside of the nearest town. A dim light shines in the rectory, our contacts, divine and mundane, doing their best not to attract attention. Though who the hell might be out here spying on a church that hasn't been used since the 90s is beyond me. Rick opens the door. I see 4 men. In the middle are 2 priests. One is tanned, has short black hair and in his mid-20s. The other is ancient, 80s at least, both in full garb, looking nervous and somewhat indignant. That would likely be due to the 2 gentlemen flanking either side of the large oak desk the priests were behind. Rick's contacts, 2 jean-wearing jacket men with half-beards, bikers if I had to guess, and not the CEO on the weekend kind. Smitty, Mouse, long time no see, Rick says, shaking hands and exchanging a large wad of cash from a seemingly endless supply. Weird, damn Rick, all I gotta say, Mouse says. Weird pays the bills, though, Rick replies, clapping the man on the back. We have it covered from here. The 2 men seem more than happy to leave, and I can understand why. This place has an oppressive, almost toxic atmosphere. Some buried impulse in the back of my mind screams at me to run. Rick turns on some lights, walking around, inspecting the small room almost as if he's looking to purchase the place. With the lights on, I can see the younger man has a split lip and a blood stain below his nose. I've never been the most religious guy. Guess it comes with the territory. But seeing the fallout of our little quest for revenge doesn't make me feel good about myself. We sit. An awkward silence shared between everyone but Rick. The young priest starts. Stop right there. What we need from you is the how, not a debate. Rick interrupts. I don't like this at all. I have no delusions that we're going to save the world or anything, but this doesn't seem right. What the hell, Rick? Maybe give the guy a little respect? I blurt out. Rick looks as shocked as I do. You think you're gonna get what we need? You see his face. This guy is stubborn, Rick says. I wave him away and pull my chair forward. The priest looks at me with contempt. I'm Mateo, I say, taking a moment to give Rick a nasty look. I'm Father Summers. My superior is Father Donetto, the young priest says. Guys, personally, I thought this was going to be a bribe situation if I knew we would be beating up priests. Again, I look back toward Rick. If he has shame, he isn't showing it. I'd have found another way of doing things. But we need your help. From what we've been told, you two are in charge of something that can point us in the direction we need to go. Nowhere it points do you want to go? The old man says. His accent is thick but nearly impossible to place. Well, we are charged with his thought by some in the church to be none other than Lucifer himself. Me, I don't believe it, and neither do the vast majority of those with knowledge of such things. That being said, it's old, powerful, and vile enough that it does a damn fine impersonation. There are 18 members of our order at the moment, and 2 are assigned watch over the hellspawn in this basement. Make of that what you will, Mateo. The young priest is somber. I see knowledge in his eyes that make my insight look like trivia. Sounds like we're dealing with something worse than we've come across, but we don't want to release it. We don't want to do anything, really. We just need to ask it a few questions. We get torn up or possessed down there, then that's on us. And I'm sure Rick can give you guys some compensation for the way he went about things. My reply is level. Rick looks impatient. You are risking more than your lives. I can see it on you 3. You've been up against the foot soldiers of Satan, but those of his kingdom with true power, they can take your soul as easily as your life. We heed the warnings as much as you'd assume and are led to the dark red oak door of a basement. The half-dozen locks are black steel, stout and antique-looking. No window, no slot for food. Nothing to indicate this is anything more than a root cellar or workshop. The priests refuse to enter, saying they have to limit their contact with the evil contained within. I try not to think about what that might mean for us. The walls of the room are covered in layers of ancient Bible pages, yellowing, torn, and written in dozens of different languages. The dim ceiling lights are behind inches of lucite engraved with overlapping layers of religious iconography. At one end of the room sits a table with a collection of religious artifacts, scapulars, goblets, silver-lined censers, along with a few objects I'm sure Rick could tell me the use of. At the other, chained to the wall by his arms with massive iron shackles, is a man. If this is who we are led to believe, the pose his imprisonment is forcing on him is, ironically, Christ-like. He wears only a pair of faded, torn dress pants. His skin is deathly pale and marked with cuts, burns, and lesions of all forms. The man's teeth are yellow and black, chipped and cracked. His hair hangs down to the floor, obscuring most of his features, but we can see a slight grin. We shut the door, and the feeling of evil and wrong. That pressure threatening to break our sense of purpose and determination is a physical sensation. I expect Rick to walk right up and start in on whoever this is, but the look on his face is no different from mine. Fear. Pure, basic, instinctual fear. Seems like we have some things to discuss. The man's voice is phlegmatic and pained, but it carries with it a sense of power beyond the frail shell we see in front of us. Rick and Oxford are both stunned, unable to speak. Not to say that I'm feeling particularly brave myself, but it seems I'm the only one able to reply. We do, I say. The sound of flies seems to come from some sourceless spot around the room. And what do you 3 wise men have to offer me? Blood? Gold? Devotion? These words seem to foul the air. The smell of rot and sulfur becomes choking. I press on. What do you want? I try to take a deep breath to calm myself and wind up nearly doubling over, coughing and gagging. The possessed man slowly raises his head. Greasy, blood-caked hair falling away from his face. He cocks his head to the side at an angle no person could hope to accomplish, You should know what I want. You've been told who I am. The speaking shell of a person replies. I can feel this situation devolving quickly. Whatever the thing in front of me is, its will is starting to worm its way into my mind. If I had a dime for every entity that claimed to be Old Scratch, I would have had a better security system, and I wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. It takes everything in me to blurt this out, but it seems to stop the slow encroachment I feel in my mind. The chained man inhales. His lungs sound about 2 days away from collapse. He seems to contemplate something before speaking. Oh, that explains it. It's been a long time since I've been in the same room as one of your kind. Well, maybe I am he, maybe not, but you feel it, don't you? Even if you are not as enraptured as your friends. This makes me realize something. I look to Rick and Oxford. They stand rigid, slowly turning blue. Before I can ask, the demon says, "Breathe," in a haunting, echoing tone, at odds with the half-dead rattle we've been conversing in. Rick and Oxford fall to their knees, heaving in deep breaths of the foul air. The sheer power of the thing in front of me presses down on me like the weight of the ocean. I get it, but if you have that kind of power, what can we offer you? My tone is level, though I have no idea how. The lives of the two cowards upstairs, comes the blunt reply to my question. But I know that is something you will not give. My freedom would have to be my next offer. Oxford is struggling to stand, but Rick seems to have regained some of his senses. Kid, you're making a literal deal with the devil here, he says between coughs. Oh, does that offend you, Renowned? Do you have issues with the devil? Good to know child killers have their limits, misplaced as they may be. The chained man laughs hysterically, slamming his head against the wall, phlegm and blood dripping from his mouth. Rick, or Renaud, snaps, fear, toxic air, or no, he draws a pistol aiming it at the chained thing. Missing folks in hell, I take it, he growls to the possessed body. Rick, holy shit, man, put that away. This body could be the only thing keeping whatever is in it in this basement confined. I don't know enough about this, but this isn't a risk to take, I plead. No, pull the trigger, Renard. Never been something you've had a problem with. So, what will you tell these two? That it was a mistake? Well, one, maybe, a stray bullet. A flame fan in the wrong direction could happen to anyone. But 3, well, Rennie, that isn't a mistake. That's a career choice. The last sentence the chained man says in a deep, otherworldly tone full of threat. Rick's eyes are wide and his hand is shaken. The trigger is half pulled and I brace for the noise of the gun going off. We both get what you were and what you may have done, Oxford says. You know what he's doing. This seems to get through to Rick. He lowers the pistol, body trembling with rage and fear. Oxford, that is some chutzpah you're showing. What exactly is it you think I'm doing? The creature looks to the blind man, staring into eyes that can't return the favor. The direct attention from the demon strips Oxford of his bravado. Typical entity head games is what he'd say if you'd let him win, I interject. The chained evil pays me no mind. Renard's shame was historical, but you, Oxford, your shame, it's potential. It hasn't happened, but it will. The thing is clearly enjoying this. Oxford stays silent. I can't tell if he's frozen or staring down the half-rotten shell, but either way, he has my respect. The 4 of us are silent. We can feel this pact ordeal balancing on a razor's edge, one side having nothing to lose, the other having the ability to take everything. There's a noise from upstairs, splintering wood, breaking glass maybe. A low, dark laugh from the bound evil. Oh, no, Mateo. I'm not one of your pasta. I don't have to leech fear and confusion to exist. I have no need for head games. Think horses, not zebra. Some of me may be here, bound to this crumbling shell of a man, but I still see. I still know. I just needed a little time to solidify my bargaining position. Oxford, your friend, has been following the 3 of you for a long time. And in about 4 minutes or so, we will be walking into this room. Those false crusaders upstairs won't be able to put up much of a fight. You have about that long to decide how much you are willing to help me. 1 chain is my final offer. To you, they are nothing more than iron. I eventually release myself by my own hand, stop that malnourished relative of mine, and give you the location of the windmill you want so badly. Everyone wins. For a moment, as the demon talks, I see it. Just a flash, the true face of what we are dealing with. Screams, echoing laughter, and wet spraying sounds from upstairs. A sourceless wind begins to pick up as Bible pages begin to fall from the wall. Several seem to drift over, and text beginning to form in sick red lettering on their blank backs. The air is charged with impending evil. The little I know of words like this tells me they're beginning to fail. Tick, tock, boys. Once that door opens, I'll have a much more accommodating business partner. The chained man begins to crawl slowly up the wall, no force of nature propelling his journey. He perches halfway up, spider-like, lording down upon us as the contract hovers on a bone-reeking updraft. Oxford begins to feel along the walls, disoriented. I can't make a decision. Rick stands with pistol drawn, looking between the demon and the door. Our blind friend grabs the ankle of the demon, like a penitent begging for salvation. I'll do it. You win, he says, looking up at the perched entity. I try and tell him he can't even read the contract, but as a long black quill appears in his hand and the rising storm of ethereal force begins to subside, I feel the deal has already been made. Oxford scrawls a signature in the middle of a page as the chained shell slides down the wall. Deftly, Oxford produces a small multi-tool. He fumbles around the lesion-dotted arm of the possessed man till he finds the shackle. Something is walking down the stairs, footsteps heavy as gunshots. Oxford flips out a small, stout awl and begins to work it under the head of the bolt sealing the cuff. The thing coming down the stairs hums a tune that makes me think of tumbleweeds and cowboys. Rust flakes from the decades-old bolt, but quarter-inch by quarter-inch the blind auctioneer moves it, until finally it hits the ground. Its ringing seems to go on much longer than it should in the small, cramped room. The chained thing flexes its free arm, grabbing Oxford's hand. It slowly leans in. "Thank you," it says, as the stout, safe-like door is ripped off of its hinges. All three of us move to the far side of the room, leaving a clear path between what may be the King of Lies and the Mortician. The thing in the doorway could not be mistaken for a man, despite the relative similarity in size and shape. It has waxen skin like turned lard, clawed gray nails and deep blue eyes, broken by bits of white like passing clouds. It wore a short-brimmed black hat and waistcoat, but these ink-black items seemed just as much a part of its body as its flesh and bone. It points a gore-soaked hand at Oxford and is about to speak when a force, direct and unimpeded, grabs it, dragging it over to the chained demon. The Mortician is confused, powerless, bound to the physical realm and in the sights of something with ethereal power. Pieces begin to break free from the sky-eyed entity. Its face is shock, pain, and surprise. And strangely, Oxford is the first to run. I'd have assumed he'd have wanted to be around when the thing that lost him his sight was taken out. Before I follow suit, I make a moment of eye contact with the chained thing. There is a look of joy in its eyes that seems off. Not that I spend too much time pondering this. Rick and myself quickly catch up to Oxford and help guide the man as far away from whatever we helped to unleash as possible. The first floor is a charnel house. The walls are splattered with gore. The room is a torn-apart pile of splinters, plaster, and glass. The two priests hang from the ceiling, opened like mail and left hanging, empty, eyeless, and with what is left of their faces twisted in eternal agony. Oxford gives us the location of the Chimera house as we begin to pull away, but for the next hour or so, as we make our way back to the States, the massive sedan is silent. I was in a private military for a while. Rick starts. The night is late, but we have no intentions of stopping. And the best way to put it is that it was a lateral damn career move. Man, don't worry about it. That thing was just screwing with us, I reply. Probably, but you deserve to know who you're bunked with. It was full of psychopaths, idiots, and kids, and I had the misfortune of having 3 people under me who fit all 3 categories. 3 18-year-old hotheads, full of conspiracy theory rage, and the kind of heartlessness that comes with being that young and told to kill. Rules of war, with suggestions to groups like us. But most of the people there were ex-military, and we had some hard lines we wouldn't cross. Not these kids. One day, the leadership decided they were more trouble than they were worth, and taking care of the problem fell to me. It needed to be done, but it ain't something I'm proud of. In other circumstances, it could have been given a dishonorable discharge and a prison sentence. It maybe changed a couple of decades down the road. But that wasn't in the cards. Rick isn't much for eye contact, but the look of loss and regret he gives me nearly has the weight of the room we escaped. 3 days of straight travel, sleeping in the oversized car and running through our plan, held together with duct tape and hope as it is. We barely have time to eat or sleep. The Chimera house is in a constant state of flux, the density of paranormal energy making its very location an ever-changing thing. And we sure as hell, pun half intended, have no plans of going back to that basement to ask where it moved to. So, I guess now would be a good time to go over the plan. I've been talking about it enough. We've boiled the situation down to 3 problems: people, spirits, and effect. We quickly figured out that trying to completely shut down the husk of M, or even the Chimera house itself, wasn't going to happen. But that isn't our plan. Our goal is to throw a wrench into the works, make a bunch of noise, and get the husk of M out of the shadows. I have no contacts, but I do know there are people out there whose whole lives are devoted to combating things like this. We can't take the Huskers down, but maybe they could. With this in mind, Rick is confident that he can get us in the door one way or the other. While the cult has plenty of people, they can't exactly hire much professional security. As far as the spirits, I can't say I've got it covered, but I do have an idea. Garbage. Supernatural garbage, mind you, but yes. My contribution revolves around trash. The forces that keep the place going are being carefully cultivated and monitored, kept at a balance to do whatever their crazy plans involve, without spiraling out of control and turned into a Lovecraftian train wreck. I have a suitcase full of half-broken, expired, and otherwise unpredictable pasta Oxford has helped me collect as we've been taking our road trip. If my theory holds, they should be enough to throw the supernatural homeostasis of the place off balance. For a little while, at least. We offered to let Oxford sit the footwork out, but he said he'd had none of it. Wanted to help us see this through. We sit in a scrummy motel, off the beaten path, and knowing tomorrow has a high likelihood of being our last day on Earth. You think we're pulling this off? I ask Rick, as I stare at the stained, cracked ceiling. We stared down the devil. How hard could this be? He replies with a chuckle. That wasn't the devil, I say, trying to keep my mind on anything but tomorrow's events. Probably, right? Rick is loading several revolvers with varying types of ammunition. But it was something, though. And who knows if we're going to see the worst tomorrow. This ain't a suicide mission. I need you two to remember that. We go in till the momentum dies out, and we get the hell out double time. We've got 4 good hands between us. 1 blind guy, and a plan that is cat scratch at best. His concern is actually kind of touching. The fact that those pistols are for living, breathing people, though, brings me back to reality. Did he seem scared to you guys? Oxford says, a bit off topic. The devil? No, he seemed pretty happy to me, I say, shaking my head. Go on, Rick tells him, looking intrigued. Not of us, but of something. Oxford lights up a small cigar as he speaks. If he didn't want us going here, do you really think he would have offered us help? We're talking about a demon at the very least. Maybe I'm wrong, but if something like that is worrying about them... I can't tell if it's too on the nose or absolute genius. But I guess being October, the idea to disguise a haunted location as a spooky attraction must have been pretty obvious. It's 11 at night, and we're waiting on a dark country road, watching for the last of the customers to filter out, wondering how many bought themselves one-way tickets. Most of the people outside are just locals, know nothing about the crazy shit, so we can't go in hard, Rick says, checking the action on one of his many firearms. I hold the small, snub-nosed revolver he gave me in my lap. Its weight metaphorical more than literal. A half hour after the last bored parent has wandered away from the hell-mouth mass as an attraction, Rick, Oxford, and myself begin to make our way through the forest and brush to the front gate. We are within eyesight of the gate, Rick crouching low and keeping ahead of Oxford and myself. As we hunker down and wait, something, other than the obvious, seems strange. Oxford, get your hand on my shoulder. We might need to bolt pretty quick, I whisper. Why? Afraid it'll be too dark and I'll trip on something? His answer seems logical enough. Rick gets behind the young man closing up the cheap plexiglass ticket booth. There's a large knife and a quick conversation. Rick waves us over as we get there and we see the panicked young guy zip-tied on the floor of the booth. This guy and 2 others, they're on their way home. We've got about 45 minutes before anyone notices something's wrong, Rick whispers. He then points to the cheap plywood front to the Camara house. We have the keys. Anyone we don't want to run into is somewhere inside. Though I'm guessing that part. Kid here says bosses show up at random. It's go time. We take a collective breath and make our way over the packed dirt to the roadway. The shell around the Camara house was your typical small-town type of haunt. Dangling bats, motor-driven sheep ghosts, and pun-related graves surrounded us. This cobbled-together veneer gives me courage. I open the door and step through, followed by the other 2 unlucky bastards with me. Click. Don't move an inch, Rick yells frantically. The cheap door behind us closes, and I wonder what Rick is talking about as I try to follow his advice. I feel something under my shoe, hard, almost like a small stone, but with a slight give. We hear speaker static begin to hum. All around us is UV painted faces, cotton cobwebs, and fake skeletons. "You're standing on a landmine," Rick says, slowly, masking deep rage. "They saw us coming."
So glad you three could make it, though we have been thinking you'd show up sooner.
The voice from overhead is distorted, the speakers cheap and old. I can tell Rick knows the voice. His eyes widen and dart around.
Put all your little totems, fetishes, and toys into the bin to your left, if you will.
I look around and see a Halloween-themed garbage container. I make eye contact with Rick to try and see if he has a better idea, but he simply nods. As I drop my backpack full of supernatural errata, I notice that the can is attached to a chute, and any hope of retrieving the collection is dashed as the bag falls out of sight.
You too, Rick?
The voice says, and Rick tosses a half-dozen non-legal firearms down the same way. I suddenly feel naked, trapped. Rick grabs a multi-tool from Oxford, kneels, and begins to fiddle with some mechanism in the trap below me. "Step off slowly," he says. I do, and feel my heart start beating again as I step off of the mine.
Inventive as expected. So, you three want to experience our life's work, the epitome of what we are on this earth for? We are more than happy to oblige.
The smug tone drives home that feeling of small and vulnerable. By the sound of your voice, we know each other, don't we? I'll do jumping jacks on this bouncing Betty here long before I let myself be another snack for your pets," Rick says defiantly.
Richard, my friend, you know where this conversation goes, right? But maybe your friends need a little explanation. All three of you have people you care about. You try and run or opt out, we find you, we stop you. Then we make you watch as we throw them through things and places that will make the Chimera house seem tame. The house needs sustenance, and you three with your little struggles and angry spirits and little gods, you are ripe fruit indeed. Make it out, and our pact is over. Or we do it the hard way.
As the voice speaks, I think of an aspect of this that hasn't quite dawned on me. I assumed I'd be taking my life in my hands, and as much as I intend to get out of this intact, it was a risk I was willing to take. But the thought of my friends and family being put through this kind of hell because of my pissing contest takes a lot of the righteous out of my quest to get even. I hope one of us has some kind of last-minute plan, but as the silence begins to stretch out, it becomes obvious we are at the mercy of the cult.
The house starts at the doors to the dining room. Best of luck.
With a squeal, the speakers cut out, leaving our three unwise men staring at the double doors to our fate. There's a sense of vertigo as we open them. The inside is not a family-friendly creeping dining room, but an old, disused hotel lobby. If I had to guess, last time it was active was somewhere in the 90s. We hear the door behind us close, and when we look, it's nothing more than an unbroken wall covered by faded neon wallpaper. I run my head through a few of the more well-known options of where we could be. While not my forte personally, I've always had an interest in other kinds of paranormal activity. Unfortunately, haunted hotels, real or fake, are a dime a dozen. Even just narrowing down the list to what I know in the obvious time frame still gives me 20 or so options. We feel like we're being watched. Scratching noises and whispers seem to be around every corner. Movement at the very edge of vision has us stopping dead more than once. Every sign, every pamphlet, every possible indication as to the name of the hotel has been purposefully defaced. We try leaving. The doors to the lobby are immobile. Oh, shit, I say, as something dawns on me. I walk to one of the small, cramped elevators, and the panel has 3 buttons, their descriptions obscured by decades of grime and dust. I begin to scrub with a shirt sleeve. The first 2 are nothing more than numbers. I see the 3rd, though, and my heart starts to hammer in my chest. "What?" Rick says impatiently. "It's called the Starcade, and it's like an urban legend. See, pasta, it's fairly harmless because the entities themselves are usually very limited in what they can do. But they tend to be more lucid, reasonable. Spirits are usually nothing to worry about because they can do a lot of reality-bending crap, but their minds are frayed and shattered. This place, it's both. Overnight stay Halloween 1988. News reports said a carbon monoxide leak, but locals always thought it was something else. 20 kids hurt. 12 didn't make it. The hotel owner didn't have the concept of taste, and the place kept going. Over the years, it had more than its share of tragedy. 2 assaults that got out of hand, and a handful of tertiary connections to very bad people. The hotel shut down, and with it the arcade. But after that, if you believe certain folks, it'd pop up. A random button on a random elevator in a random hotel looking for new kids. It's a haunted place with a strong will of its own, and direction. Judging by the look on Rick's face, he doesn't understand how bad this is. Well, you got half of it covered at least, right? It's not like that. This is no man's land. This is the kind of thing that people in my circles don't talk about openly because it shows how little we actually know. And this is one of what these psychopaths have put us through. I'm close to a breakdown. Rick makes eye contact, nods, and pushes the button. The 3 of us barely fit in the tiny elevator, and the ride goes on much longer than is needed. The outside of the lift is full of strange howling noises and sounds that are just 1 or 2 steps off of conversation. The doors open into a sprawling, backlit cavern, the sparse arcade machines, and tables spread as thinly as toppings on a cheap pizza. Figures, wispy and thin, step into existence for a moment, childlike faces scowling at us before dissolving into the stale sweat and junk food-scented air. Lights flicker, creating beacons in the darkness. Cigarette smoke hangs thick and stale, catching the illumination, giving the arcade machines an almost lighthouse-like appearance. Far in the distance, we see an exit sign. The place feels crowded, as if we are forever on the verge of bumping into someone. But other than the transparent faces peeking at us from behind cabinets, or under lopsided tables, we see no one else. "The other side of the mirror," Rick says as we walk. "What?" I reply, ignoring the feeling of a hand on my shoulder. It's what this place reminds me of. When the cult had me, the place they kept me, it didn't feel like it was where everything was originating. But at the end, that spirit, it had me there. That place behind the mirror. It felt like it owned that space, that it was made of its wants and desires. Rick shivers as he talks. We pass the same table, with the same selection of half-eaten popcorn and pizza on it 3 times before I mention it. We are in the dim light of a Frogger cabinet, and we can hear the sounds of laughter at the edge of the glow. The floor feels tarry, I brace myself to run and feel the need to keep repositioning my feet. The massive cavern begins to feel claustrophobic. I hear distant laughter, and behind it, a shuffling, wet noise and coughing. Far away, but getting closer. The shadows deepen. Soon, ours is the only machine lit. We can see the exit sign, but nothing else. Out of the gloom and the unknown comes a small boy. His face is nearly blue, his eyes red-veined and swollen. He looks to be around 10. He wears a pair of smoldering pajamas and stares blankly towards me. I catch glimpses of things in the shadows, amalgams of the human soul, rage, and confusion. I take off the rose-colored glasses I've been wearing my entire life and understand the effects of being bound on the only eternal part of a human being. This mass of life force and emotion. It's not an interesting phenomenon, it's a tragedy, spawned from a tragedy, with no other purpose than to cause more tragedy. I understand. The child points. Behind me, Rick is lifted in the air, a long waxen hand snaking from the screen of the machine behind us, flickering blue, gripping him by the neck. And then I see it. The twisted brutality of nature showing itself even beyond the veil of life and death. The mass. Those are the victims, minds barely holding on, trying to warn others. The machines. Those only sources of light in the dark. That is where the true evil is, where all of the hate and rage of the amalgam distilled. Rick draws a hold-out pistol and fires into the hand. For a moment it sags. I get ready to grab the man, but the machine cracks and a second hand grabs him around the shoulder. There's a sound of cracking bone, and Rick screams. All around us, I can hear rattling wood, creaking glass, and my mind pictures what types of things are crawling their way from the rest of the machines. Run, Rick says, barely able to produce the words. We do. The sounds behind us turn into a cacophony of remixed souls hating and loving the torture they are inflicting in equal measure. The room we find ourselves in when we shut the door on our first casualty is normal at first glance. A living room. Judging by decor, I'd say late 70s. Any hope of going back for Rick or him catching up to us is dashed as we see the wall behind us again. Is door free? Any idea where we are? Oxford asks. My mind is too busy trying to process the death I just witnessed to reply. I look around and try and see if I can figure anything out. To me, it looks like any other place in the 70s. We sit on overstuffed couches, orange and brown out-of-date fabric, a bit worn but in good shape. We didn't see it appear, but we both agreed that one moment the brass-trimmed oak Ouija board wasn't there, and then it was. I wanted to laugh at the on-the-nose nature, but my gallows humor dried up right about when the only guy who knew what he was doing got torn apart. The lights dim of their own accord, and as we touch the planchette, we can both feel it, a twitching, tugging movement. A door rattles somewhere in the home. The heavy board rotates slightly. How do we leave? I ask. The only question I can think of that matters. The lights begin to flicker. A porcelain bird falls from a shelf, shattering on the ground. The planchette moves, slowly at first, but gaining speed like a disused engine. Oxford, it spells. I try a different question. Why are we here? This time, it speeds from letter to letter. Oxford is still its reply. This thing is just screwing with us, and maybe we should just look for an exit, Oxford says, getting up. That nagging feeling is back. I ask one more question. How can Oxford help? As I do, the man takes a stumble worthy of a viral video, the table spills, and I have to catch him before he cracks his head open on the arm of the couch. What the hell? I say, trying to untangle myself from him. Oxford stands, getting his bearings. Blind, new room, it happens. The house has a dark energy, and each corner seems to hide a leering grin or unseen scratching. We try every door and window until we hit the master bedroom. What we see in there, I won't describe. It was a window into a place no human being was meant to see. The nexus of this place, the balancing point for every thumb in the eye to reality the husk of M has collected. The things I saw, what I witnessed, looking into a peephole God himself would prefer to avoid. They caused physical pain. I felt as if I'd lost something by viewing them. How long? I say, as I understand the situation. Beautiful, isn't it? Oxford replies, and right after the handshake. If it helps, your friend wanted nothing more than what I offered. Enough power to exact his revenge and enough time to enjoy it. I turn away from my soul-tearing nexus, and one of the doors downstairs breaks open. Cult members in blue tracksuits, some carrying rifles, others carrying holy books and artifacts begin to enter the house. Can you tell me why? I ask the thing wearing my dead friend's skin. Times are changing, Mateo. The rules are changing. And while these little pissants aren't right, they are closer than I'd like to admit. I want this for myself. If there's no way to stop the storm, I want to be the first thing to have an umbrella. The being wearing Oxford reaches out, touching the vortex. His hand comes back, shifting and dripping like wax. I'm indignant but worn out. Oxford is possessed and gone. One more question before I get killed. You aren't him, though, are you? He's hiding. And you are a red herring he sends out to try and stop folks from looking. I'd guess just about every major religion has a devil in a basement somewhere thinking they are keeping the world safe. Am I right? He smiles, almost proud, the skin of his face beginning to twist and warp into something stretched and angular, and human. Very close, Mateo. Close enough that, if I were you, I'd worry about what it means when the devil is on the run. You live today, but let that knowledge hang as an albatross around your neck. Let that lodestone be your punishment. Some things men are not meant to know. As he says this, the thing wearing Oxford grabs me, tossing me into the vortex. Time seems to slow down, and I can feel the touch of thousands of bound souls within the house. Then something greater. The pure will, ancient and evil of the demon trying to wrest control of the place. When I found myself stumbling out of a back door of the Chimera house, I ran, as fast as I could, back to the wood-paneled car, unimpressively flooring it as far away as I could. Kitted out with fake passports and a decent amount of cash, getting some distance and setting myself up wasn't all that hard. What is hard is living each day knowing what I know. Knowing that the fight between good and evil is the tip of an iceberg that we will never know anything about, but is intrinsically tied to the fate of every person on Earth. Don't know what to say, really. Happy Halloween, I guess? I worked for a sheriff's department in East Texas for the first 2 years I was a cop. I currently work at another department in the same area. I'm gonna have to change names so I don't get in any legal trouble or upset surviving family. Also, I don't want to rustle any feathers with colleagues. The law enforcement community is very tight-knit and egos bruise like bananas. Some of you will probably deduce what county I'm talking about from the few clues I give you anyway. But I gotta change up the story enough for plausible deniability. You know the drill. Standard creepypasta stuff. My county was as big as Dallas or Austin County, but only had a population of 14,000 people in it. In a lot of places, you can only travel on foot. It's as bayou as you can get and still be in Texas. Creeks and rivers run through it like veins, making the area prone to flash floods. The most common sight is a tightly packed forest pushed up against blacktop roads. The most common way to die is falling asleep at the wheel or being ambushed by a deer that wants to take its own life. Since there aren't a lot of people and these people are poor, it means deputies are paid crap. Not that I was only in it for the pay. I loved being a cop. I pledged to be one of the good ones that stuck to his ideals and didn't become a cynical asshole. Well, I stuck to my ideals, but became more of an asshole with each passing day. What's worse than the pay is the safety concerns. There are only 2 deputies out on a given night, one for the south end and one for the north. This means your only backup is usually 20 to 40 minutes away from you, and if your partner is handling an emergency, then you're out of luck. This made the area seem like one of the last remaining bits of the Wild West. You had to keep your wits sharp and watch your 6 when all alone in the woods. As romantic as the idea was of being Walker, Texas Ranger, it almost got me killed. It was the perfect storm of circumstances. My county had suffered severe flooding the week before this happened. The water was going down in most parts, but some places were still flooded. Another great thing was our radios had been down all day, someone coming to fix it in the morning, and the rain began pouring again. The call came in around midnight about a man beating on a woman's door. The man was demanding to be let in out of the rain. The woman said she was alone with her baby and needed a cop fast. I was in the dispatch located in the jail side of the sheriff's department when the call came in, and my dispatcher, who was like a mother hen, gave me a look that said, "I've got a live one." Her eyebrows raised as she snapped at me to get my attention. Her phone was tucked to her ear while her other hand typed furiously. I listened to her repeat information out loud for me as I scribbled down the caller's address in my notepad. It was in the flash flood zone. It was passable, but the continuing storm was changing this quickly. Another hour of hard rain would cut it off from the rest of the world. My dispatcher swiveled in her chair to look right at me, her face is serious. "Call me on your phone when you get close. Radios are still down, so I'll call you every 10 minutes for a security check." "Got it, Sherry," I said, as I spun around to hurry to my patrol car. "I let the South End deputy know what you got in case he needs to get to you," she quipped, as a heavy door to the jail slammed behind me. I appreciated the gesture from her, but having backup almost an hour away didn't mean much if things popped off. Backup could be coming from the moon for all the difference it made. I squeezed myself into the crowded front seat of my patrol vehicle. I hadn't even entered the address into my onboard GPS when my phone started ringing. It was Sherry at dispatch. "What you got?" I asked. There was an unusual pause before she spoke. I could hear the concern in her voice. "Hey, just learned this. Our caller said it may be Ezekiel Burrows out there." I paused before turning the key in the ignition. This wasn't good. I had dealt with Zeke before. It was back when I was a rookie. I'll have to put this story on hold to fill you in with a flashback episode first. I had been working for 2 weeks at the time. I was still riding shotgun with my FTO. A unanimous caller rang the sheriff's department complaining Zeke and his older brother were driving around pointing guns at people and firing into the air. My field training officer had been a stereotype of an old county cop who was about to retire. He was laid back and calmly gave instructions between drags of a cigarette. He wore a bushy white walrus mustache and cowboy hat that fitted him perfectly. When the call came across the car radio, his demeanor flipped like a switch. He sat forward and flicked his cigarette out the window. His face darkened. "All right, deputy. This could get dangerous. Stay alert, stay close, and do everything I tell you." We were burning towards the call pretty fast when he offered this additional piece of information. "I know these two brothers. They've been known to fight with the police. Don't be afraid to go hands-on if you need to," he said in his slow Texas drawl. My body dumped a ton of adrenaline for a fight-or-flight response, and I felt my stomach turn. I was glad my FTO was so calm for me. In those days, I used to be ashamed of the butterflies in my stomach. I thought it meant I was weak or a coward. Now, I realize it's my body's way of protecting itself, and I need to embrace the feeling. We found the brothers slowly rolling around in a hunter green Dodge Neon. It was missing a driver's side mirror and had a giant hole where a red brake light should be. It was great when they made our job easy. We initiated a felony takedown. That's pretty much when you point your weapon at the suspect vehicle while standing behind your car door. You give loud verbal commands like, "Driver, step out of the vehicle slowly." Anyway, we had both of them pulled out and detained in handcuffs. Nothing of note happened except for there being 2 shotguns and 3 rifles in the back seat. Ammo and shell casings were everywhere. Not illegal in the state of Texas, just highly suspicious. The original caller wanted to remain anonymous, so we had nothing to prove they were firing from the vehicle. My FTO dealt with Zeke's older brother while I talked with Zeke. I can't remember the brother's name, we'll just call him Turd for now. My FTO had our dispatch run both of their names to see if they had any active warrants. So we had some tense and awkward moments with the brothers while they waited to see if they were going to jail or not. Turd ran at the mouth for the duration of the stop, and called us every racist and vulgar thing in his extensive vocabulary of no-no words. I, being a rookie, got a little flustered at some things he had allegedly done to my mother, so I turned my attention to Zeke. Zeke stood there downcast and drenched in sweat. It was only 80 degrees, but he looked like he was about to suffer a heat stroke. His whole body began to tremble slightly and sway back and forth. You okay, Zeke?" I asked as I stepped closer to him. I thought I might have to catch him if he passed out on me. You see, Zeke smelled like hot garbage. It was pretty overpowering. A mixture of sweat and ass. I didn't want to touch him, but he was cuffed behind his back. I couldn't let him tip over with nothing but his head to break his fall. We would be liable, of course. Lucky for me, Zeke straightened up when I reached for him. His eyes bulged as he looked right at me, his teeth bared in a grimace. "Is this one gonna kill me, Jesus?" he whispered in a raspy voice. His vacant eyes locked with mine. "No, Zeke, you're just being detained while we check if it's good to let you and your brother go," I said, while trying to hide how creeped out I was. Zeke paused and tilted his head to the side slightly. A smirk touched the edge of his mouth and he nodded as he agreed with something. The next thing he said was really strange. It's been a while since that day, so my memory is foggy, but I remember it being something like, "I'm supposed to tell you to remember my face during the massacre." "What?" I said, as I turned to face him squarely. His brother must have heard the change in my tone of voice. He leaned over to yell past my FTO. "Hey, yo, keep your mouth shut, Zeke. Let me handle these pigs." Zeke considered his brother calmly and replied, "You would be alone when you die, brother." Turd's eyes widened and I saw pure fear flash across his face. He scoffed and tried to play it off by laughing, but I could see through his bravado. his brother scared him. Long story short, both brothers came back clear of warrants. The original 911 caller wanted to remain anonymous. This meant we had no witness to any alleged illegal activity. With nothing to hold them for, we let them loose. But I do remember one more creepy thing Zeke said. When they were uncuffed, the two walked back to their car. Turd went for the driver's seat and Zeke went to sit in the seat behind him. "I'm your chauffeur now, huh, bitch?" Turd asked angrily. Zeke was staring at something in the passenger seat while shaking his head slowly. "No," Zeke replied coolly. "He is already sitting there. I'm not going to make him mad. He's been staring at you all day." Zeke's brother had said something muffled to Zeke and got into the driver's seat. As they drove away, I could see Zeke sitting in the back, half turned, and pointing at something beside his brother in the passenger seat. Before they had pulled out of earshot, I could hear Turd begin screaming profanities at his brother. So, that's the previous on the TV show of my life. That was my first run-in with Zeke, and now, it seemed I was racing to him again years later. Zeke's little origin story always sat differently with me. I never encountered him in person after that initial contact, but word of his exploits would always reach me. An elderly woman had her door kicked in by the two brothers. She was beaten and robbed, didn't call the cops until a week later because her grandson made her. She was too terrified to give a witness statement, but the grandson told me the entire street knew it was Zeke and Turd. An outdoor birthday party was canceled when Zeke popped out of the woods and started firing a shotgun in the air. I spent the rest of the night trying to reel in the trigger-happy relative looking for Zeke in the woods. A caller we 90% knew was Zeke kept calling dispatch and threatening to kill the sheriff on recorded lines. He was mad that his brother was arrested. The problem was, Turd was arrested by a neighboring county, not us. It was evident Zeke was sliding further and further to the dark side. He was the Riddler to my Batman. I could never catch up with him. He just left problems for me to deal with. But now, maybe I had him. I could physically put cuffs on him. My GPS said I was 10 minutes out from the caller's house. It was going to be a little longer because of the downpour. Visibility was low, and I could feel my ride trying to hydroplane a few times. When I was about 2 minutes out, the road before me just seemed to disappear. The white lines just vanished as water flooded the road. Turning on my takedown lights didn't reveal where the high water ended, so I stepped out of my car to take a better look. In the darkness, all I could hear was the sporadic thumping of droplets hitting my raincoat, and the mechanical back and forth of my wipers in overdrive. Before me was a flat plain of water rippling from millions of raindrops. Every few seconds, the area would illuminate with lightning, showing me the deep water continued around the bend in the road. My mind went back to the PS1 days of Silent Hill. The first thing I did as a terrified 5th grader was try to leave the town, only to find an endless drop-off in the dense fog. I had a similar feeling of dread now, but this time, it was an impromptu lake and not a cliff, and I was running towards the danger, not away from it. I was weighing my options and considering letting dispatch know it was impossible. I was in a Charger, not a Tahoe. Maybe Zeke found somewhere else to stay dry. I mean, he hasn't broken any laws yet. My phone began to ring. It was dispatch. Before I could even say hello, I was met with, "You there yet, deputy?" "I'm around the corner. There's..." "He's back!" my dispatcher half shouted. "She's saying he's kicking the door and beating on windows. I can hear him threatening to hurt her in the background." At this moment, only one course of action was clear. I guess I'd be swimming if I had to. I slowly but steadily submerged my vehicle into the dark waters. I was praying it wouldn't drown out as the waters rose about 2 feet high around me. Water began seeping in from the bottoms of the doors as I made my way around the bend in the road. I could see the land before me as I began to get more traction and pull up out of the water. I gassed my vehicle to give it one last lurch to exit the water and spin out into the muddy road. I hit the brakes to get a quick layout of my surroundings. The red stop sign of a four-way intersection reflects in me. I was now in a small residential community. My GPS told me the caller's house was across the intersection and 3 houses down on the left. It was hard to see it through the downpour, but I could see the road disappeared under the water again. I got out and began to walk. I wasn't going to risk getting my car stuck and trapped in the driveway. As I sloshed forward, tension began to build in the back of my neck. Silent lightning would periodically illuminate me in a sea of ripples. A cold feeling surrounded my thoughts. A black hole opened in my stomach, sucking all the confidence out of me. This was new. I had been scared before, but fight or flight was always set in with a burst of nervous energy. But this was surreal. I felt like I was dreaming. I felt dread. I felt alone. I was in water up to my knees when I reached the yard. I finally got some higher ground the closer I came to the front door. I squished around to my left and right, checking the sides of the house. The house was a double-sized trailer elevated 3 feet off the ground on stilts. I had to walk up the steep stairs to knock on the door. "Sheriff's Department," I yelled over the rain. I jumped back down with a splash off the narrow steps and scanned the darkness. I heard a rumbling at the door as it opened a couple of inches. I could see a feminine face peeking out at me. "Can I see a badge or something?" came her fearful voice. I cocked my head at this. Before I remembered, I was completely covered in my yellow Wyatt Earp raincoat. I unbuttoned my trench coat and shone my flashlight on my badge and duty belt. "He was here just now," she said nervously. Her eyes darted back and forth, scanning the dark. I could hear the frantic cries of a child from deeper in the home. "Lock the door, but stay by it for me. I'll check around back, so don't worry if you hear me making noise back there." I waited till I heard her lock the door before pulling out my gun and circling around to the left. I circled the whole house slowly, making the corners with deliberate slowness. My small but powerful flashlight was held at the center of my chest with my gun at low ready. The entire perimeter of the house checked clear. My head was on a swivel, checking the thick forest pushing in from the darkness. I even checked her small car, pulled on the doors to see if they were left unlocked. There was nothing suspicious. He was gone. But I felt eyes on me. The cold dread sat heavy in my stomach, making me slightly nauseous. I could feel a nervous tingle at the base of my skull, making me want to turn my head frequently. Then the obvious realization hit me with an extra punch to the gut. He was under the house. It was 3 feet off the ground. My dumbass had been walking around him. I was standing with my back a foot away from the home. I immediately dropped to one knee with a splash and twist to aim my weapon and light under the house, my mind half expecting the jump scare from Zeke. Akin to the scene where they show the first xenomorph in the vents on Alien. My finger slowly loosened off the trigger as I saw nothing but interlocking planks of wood, cobwebs, and more darkness. I couldn't see fully under the house because it had been used to store old junk like a lawnmower, sandbags, and old bicycles. I stared intently for a while, trying to make out a human form. Every time I moved the blinding beam of light, it caused dark shadows to dance underneath, mimicking movement. I wasn't satisfied that he wasn't under there, but I couldn't see a damn thing. I backed away from the home and began to think. He was near, and he was probably watching me. I comforted myself with the realization that he was scared of me, and I had a captive audience. He was either under the house or waiting in the forest trying to not make a sound by running. "Zeke," I projected my voice with as much authority as I could. "This is the sheriff's department. We know it's you out here." I did a 360 scan around me with a flashlight as I slowly continued. "You haven't broken any laws yet. Go home now and that's the end of it. If I have to come back, you're going to jail, I promise it." As I finished my speech, I let the silence hang in the air for dramatic effect. Thunder rolled in the distance to punctuate my seriousness. Feeling confident in my ultimatum, I sloshed my way back to my patrol car. But don't get me twisted, dear listener. I'm not inept or cowardly. I had a plan and was leaving a ruse. When I got to my car, I called dispatch to tell her the plan. I told her to let our caller know I was going to drive back to the stop sign down the road and wait out for Zeke to return. Soon, I was back in my car with all the lights out, staring down the dark road towards the house. As I sat in the darkness listening to the chaotic storm envelop me, I checked my phone. Only 10 minutes had passed when I swear it had been an eternity. The strange, dreamlike feeling flooded over me again. I had a quick thought telling me I had never gone to the house in the first place. I had been just sitting here imagining the whole series of events that had just passed. Unsure, I patted my ankles to see if they were still wet. They weren't. I had never trudged in the water to check on the scared mother, but I remembered doing it. I don't know, things are just so foggy. I had the sudden urge to cry. I didn't know why, I just felt so scared, so alone. Nothing made sense. I fought back a sob. A harsh voice spoke to me, cutting through my confusion like a poisoned knife through my brain. It said I should just end it. I should just use the tool holstered on my hip. I put my head against the coolness of my window. Hot tears ran down my face as my hand fumbled with the retention locks on my holster. The coolness of the window was my only relief before the end. Good thing it was snowing. The snow always made me sad as it formed a white coat of ice on my windows. Wait. Snow? In Texas? I jolted with a gasp in my seat as if waking from a dream. Maybe I was. A micro dream? I'd had a couple of those in Marine boot camp due to sleep deprivation. But why had it happened now? I shook my head vigorously to get my bearings back. The dark thoughts fled from me. I realized the power on the street must have gone out while I was in my reverie because no light was coming from any of the houses. Visibility was zero, and the storm was a deafening cacophony by now. Alone with my thoughts in the darkness, I doubted my plan. I had had enough of my mind playing tricks on me and wondered how long I should sit here like a creeper until I got back to regular patrol. My phone lit up, and I jumped to answer it before it could even ring. I immediately recognized my dispatcher's voice, but it sounded too far away. "He's back, right now, he—" Her voice cut out and the call dropped. Noise chimed in my ear. Yeah, sometimes the cell towers were spotty out here, especially during storms. Now I had a useless phone I couldn't call backup with. My only hope was my dispatcher would get my partner rolling my way. He was around 30 minutes to an hour away, remember? As I slammed my door behind me and began slogging through the rain, I thought to myself, on nights like this, I knew the future. I could just imagine the darkest timeline of events and it would happen. The thought of my cell phone crapping out had been a whisper in my mind since the night began. I didn't bring it to the forefront of my thoughts in the hope it wouldn't manifest, but it came true along with all the other bad vibes of the night. I prayed no more latent fears came to fruition, especially the deepest fear we all suppress every time we wear a badge. I was splashing through the mini ocean leading up to the front porch when I heard the screaming of the child. Not the normal screaming of a fussy infant, but a sharp, raspy scream, as if the child's throat was hurting from the exertion. Out came my gun again as I quickly ran towards the steep stairs. I did a quick duck to scan under the house with my light before I positioned myself beside the narrow stairs. I didn't go up them due to hearing about cops being shot off porches through closed doors as soon as they announced themselves. I banged on the lower part of the door with a fist and announced. I waited a beat for an answer or a gunshot. None came, and I weighed my options. I didn't have consent or a search warrant, but what I did have was good old exigent circumstances. And you see, exigent circumstances are what firefighters use to kick your door in when they smell smoke. As long as they believe danger is on the other side of the door, I can ram it in. And if police believe that someone is in inevitable danger, they can also go right in. The baby's screams became choking coughs, and I heard a thump loudly inside. I hopped up the steps and prepared to launch my shoulder into the door. A tiny voice in my head urged me to see if it was unlocked. It should still be locked from last time, but I tried it anyway. It opened a crack, and I was hit with an awful stench. The closest thing I can compare it to is someone with a severe sinus infection who woke up with morning breath, ate rotten eggs, and blew it in your face. I pulled my head back to see a bulging eye staring at me from the top corner of the door, but this eye reflected like a cat or raccoon. It stared down at me with a dotted purple. In the split second before I kicked the door open, I could see the eye glint purple and retreat. I could hear a growl of a dog as the door swung open to darkness within. My flashlight and weapon swung around frantically, searching for a dog or tall intruder with purple eyes. I saw nothing but a small living room. A TV was to my right, a couch to my left, and counter in front of me separating the living room from the kitchen. I could hear the child screaming and coughing from the hallway to my left. I took a couple of tentative steps towards the cries when a figure rushed out of the hallway towards me. I let out a yell and leveled my Glock to fire. I thank God I froze for an instant instead of shooting reflexively. In the split second that followed, I saw the mother with her head tilted sideways and her eyes rolled back. Her arms were trailing limply behind her as she fell. I sidestepped out of her way, and she crumpled to the floor beside me with a thud. Hindsight 20/20, maybe I should have caught her, but part of me knew she had been thrown, so I kept my weapon aimed down the hallway. Or that's what I tell myself anyway. The hallway was only 6 feet long, a bedroom to the right and left with a bathroom in the middle. I had been in countless trailers with this layout. The bathroom door was closed, so whoever threw her could be to the right or the left taking cover. I could see both of the doors were open. I spared a glance down at the woman. She was on her side facing me, young and attractive. She was only in a light shirt and underwear. Her eyes were open, and she was breathing in quick, short bursts. Her eyes had a trance-like stare, and I could see her skin glistened with a layer of sweat. I couldn't see blood or physical injuries on her, but she reminded me of a fish taken out of water slowly dying. When I returned my gaze to the hallway, my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It appeared the hallway had gotten longer. Where my flashlight had once illuminated the bathroom door, now there was only pitch black. I moved my flashlight back and forth to reveal the darkness was a fixed object, like a cloud at the lip of the doorway. Even as I squinted and tried to grasp what I was seeing, the darkness seemed to grow closer. It leaped out like a fog into the living room. The door frame faded to blackness, then the walls around it, then the parts of the couch beside it. The best way I can explain is it looked like the world in front of me was disappearing and being swallowed by the void. The dark reached across the room to flood after me. I looked down to see the world drop off into nothingness about a foot away. The bare legs of the woman lying beside me had already been consumed by it. I tried in vain to wave away the darkness with my light to no avail. I backed into the TV and knocked it over. The familiar panic began to boil over within me as the dark whispers tore through my mind again. It was the same despair I had felt in the car. I wasn't afraid of dying on the job, but this was different. What was this darkness? What unimaginable terror awaited for me in the approaching void? Would it take me to hell? If I died here, would God even see me? The darkness was right out of arm's reach when the glow of my flashlight was snuffed out and I was plunged into absolute darkness. My last light of hope disappearing caused a primal scream to build up in my throat. One last terrified plea before the madness overtook me. Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! I blinked rapidly as my flashlight sprung back to life, illuminating the room around me. The unnatural darkness had retreated. I blinked repeatedly as the horrid thoughts flew from me, leaving me shaking and whimpering. I fought the urge to run out the door and forgot stupid ideas like honor and duty. As I supported myself against the TV leaning against the wall, I began to catch my breath. I did a couple of rounds of combat breathing to lower my racing heart. I also let out a curse word every other exhale. I had a job to do, and I knew I had to replace a paralyzing fear with something else. Life had taught me anger could override fear and push you past exhaustion at a pinch. I also steadied myself with a mental checklist. I would finish this call. I would find the baby, call an ambulance for Mom, and stop Zeke. Or whatever it was out here. And then I could go 10-8 and drink coffee at the office. Everything would be normal. I knelt to check on the mother. She wouldn't respond to anything I asked her. Her pupils were as big as saucers and showed no reaction to my light. A brief pat-down revealed no apparent injuries. But then I heard it again. The soft cry of an infant. But it wasn't coming from the hallway. It sounded closer. I shot up and immediately saw a figure to the right of my periphery. I twirled to highlight a dark figure of a person standing in the kitchen. The figure's back was turned to me with shoulders hunched. It wore a ratty black raincoat, torn and frayed. "Let me see your hands," I yelled. The figure didn't budge. I could hear him mumbling as he bobbed his shoulder. "Hey, listen to me, asshole. I swear I'll shoot you. Hands up and turn around slowly." I could hear him start softly cooing. "But my hands are full, deputy," he croaked as he slowly turned around. It was Zeke, and he was cradling the baby in his arms. My whole body tensed up at this sight. The child couldn't have been more than a year old. I could see the child moving its arms and wiggling about, thank God for that. But Zeke's grip was firmly around the base of its skull. His disgusting hand palmed its delicate head like he was holding a baseball. The dirty nail on his pointer finger gently taps the child's nose. I mentally weighed my options. Seeing Zeke holding the child reminded me of how terrified I felt when I first held my newborn nephew. He was so fragile. I thought I could crush him by accident. I knew Zeke was playing upon that fear to keep me at bay. I could shoot him in the face. It wouldn't be the hardest shot to make. He wasn't but 7 feet from me, but he would drop the baby. After sensing my thoughts, Zeke let go of the child's head and dangled it upside down by the leg. Now the child commenced screaming as it swung back and forth like a pendulum. Zeke outstretched his arm, presenting the baby to me, and purposefully holding the baby directly in front of the muzzle of my gun. "Ooh, take the shot. Kill the bad guy. Save the family. It's what you trained for all these years," he continued, as he took a step towards me, shortening the distance to about 4 feet. I could see the tears pouring out of the child's chubby face and running down his forehead to sprinkle onto the floor. I pulled my gun away from the child and held it close to my chest, terrified to have something so dangerous so close to something so precious. I took half a step back when I realized I was losing my one advantage. Zeke thought I had tunnel vision on shooting him. He expected me to step back and keep my distance like cops were trained to do. But I always liked a good fight. I quickly came up with a plan to holster my weapon while rushing him. I'd grab the baby with my offhand while giving him a low kick right to the knee. I'd catch him off guard by sprinting my attack in the middle of telling him something everybody knew. Hey, Zeke, listen to me. You have the right to remain silent. My gun started to lower to my holster, my offhand pointing the light in his eyes. Anything you say can be used against you. A grin began to widen on Zeke's face. If you cannot afford a... I tensed to attack. Zeke whipped the baby into the air. Time slowed around me as I saw the child arch upwards to almost hit the ceiling. I must have instinctively dropped my weapon in light as my arms reached to catch the child as it descended. My hands searched the darkness where my brain predicted the falling child should be. I felt its soft body and eagerly pulled the child to my chest. The instant my brain confirmed I had secured the infant, my eyesight exploded with stars as my head rocked back. While reeling backwards, another blow hit the inside of my right knee. I buckled and fell to my back, the gear on my duty belt painfully jamming into me. The entire time, my arms desperately wrapped around the screaming child. I immediately began frantically searching the ground around me with my right hand. I couldn't let Zeke get my weapon. I began to sit up and roll to my side in a desperate attempt to shield the baby. I received a crushing knee to the belly as Zeke landed on me with all of his weight. I let out a grunt of pain and wrapped the child tighter to my chest. He straddled me and pulled himself closer by the collar over my vest. I could smell his telltale stench cascading off of him. His enlarged eyes stared into mine. I realized with horror that Zeke had no intention of going for my gun. With a crazed smile on his face, he embraced me in a hug and begun to squeeze. He was going to squeeze the life out of the baby. I had to recall my searching right hand to push back against Zeke. We struggled like that for what seemed like an eternity. He was mounted on top of me, giving me a bear hug, and I desperately tried pushing him away with my right hand while shielding the baby with my left. I knew the amount of force he was putting on me was unnatural. He was wiry and about 6 inches shorter than me. I had at least 40 pounds in the guy, and I was in decent shape. But I felt my back crack as I gasped as my muscles were quickly pushed to the point of muscle failure. The poor child began to wheeze as our bodies were sandwiched in. I was getting desperate, and my mind brought up a memory I had tucked away for a rainy day, hoping I never had to use it. I remembered a salty former Devil Dog SWAT instructor teaching us room-clearing tactics in the academy. It was the end of the day, and he began to share war stories about his time. Most people don't know the quickest way to kill somebody is putting your thumb right through the bad guy's eye socket, he said with a wicked smile, mimicking the action by thrusting his gnarled thumb with a quick jab. Straight into the brain, he finished, as he twisted his thumb and made a squish sound with his mouth. Yeah, my body cringed just like yours as you listened to this. He must have seen the group of us cadets physically withdraw and continued. The trick is getting your brain to override your sense of basic human decency and kill another human in this horrific way. Your mind will fight you on it. It's not natural to want to do this to your fellow man. Even now that you know it, you won't be able to do it when the time comes. I was used to the mind games and hazing from alpha military types, trying to scare us into quitting. I thought about what he had said that day, unsure if I could kill or maim someone in such a horrible way. I'd have to exhaust all other options. But now, as I lay on my back, my body failing and a child being crushed between us, I had to dig deep to survive. Zeke blinked for the first time during this whole confrontation. A look of realization passed over him. He grinned even wider as he began to chuckle. He released me from his hug and quickly grabbed my head with both hands. His thumb moved from my eyes. I closed them as I felt his dirty thumbnails scrape across my eyelids. Panic leaped inside of me as I realized what he was doing. Even though my eyes were closed, I had a mental picture of where he was. My right hand struck out and my thumb pierced through something smooth and soft. Warm liquid immediately engulfed my hand and splashed across my face. I didn't realize I was screaming until copper-tasting liquid poured into my mouth. I could taste what it was, and I knew what I had done. But I had to open my eyes to see. Zeke's grip had slackened enough to open my eyes to peek at the damage. Sure enough, my thumb was deeply embedded in Zeke's left eye socket. He still grinned maniacally at me as blood oozed out of him. I pushed him up and away from me as I bucked and twisted frantically. He finally rolled off to my left and my thumb came free of his eye socket. I heard him kicking and thumping away from me as he retreated into the darkness. I sat up with the child and quickly searched to my right for my gun. I found it and quickly snatched it up and scanned the room. I didn't see Zeke, but I scanned back and forth repeatedly. The child resumed its deafening scream and I could feel my heart pounding through my entire body. After a couple of moments of pointing my weapon at the dark and cradling the child, my mind began to work again. I noticed how strange my weapon felt in my blood-covered hand. I noticed the screaming baby sounded loud and healthy. And I noticed we were both alone. Alone! The child's mother was missing. I sat there overwhelmed, but first things first, I had to deal with the infant in my arms. Retrieving my light, I slowly stood and searched the room for a safe place to lay my screaming bundle. I settled with placing the baby on the floor and building up a pillow fort around it with throw pillows. I could feel precious seconds being wasted. With trepidation, I stood to face the hallway. Zeke must have taken the mother back there. I stepped forward, deciding on the door to my right first. My kick blasted the door open as light flooded the room. It revealed a woman's bedroom that had been completely trashed. It looked like an explosion had occurred from a large hole in the center of the room. Wood and the torn carpet were scattered all across the area. The flooring was bent up and outwards like something had come through from the bottom. I leaned over the hole to see down into the muddy ground beneath. Is this how Zeke had got in? It looked like the Hulk had smashed his way up through the floor. Any other time I wouldn't believe it, but sanity had left the moment I was dispatched to this house. I knew he could still be down there with her. If I crawled down there, I'd be putting myself in dangerously tight corridors with Zeke again. I didn't want another wrestling rematch with his freakish strength. A bolt of lightning crashed somewhere close, the bright strobe outlining a tall figure outside the bedroom window. I looked up to only catch a glimpse of it before it vanished. But it was an imposing humanoid figure of blackness with purple reflecting eyes. It must have been 10 feet tall, pressing its hands and face against the other side of the glass. As quickly as I saw it, it winked out of existence. Only the afterimage of it in my mind. I shuffled around the hole to look out the window. Standing further out in the backyard was a group of shadows. I didn't have to wait long for another lightning strike to illuminate the night. What the light exposed hardly surprised me, but made me shudder anyway. It was Zeke, soaking in the rain. His outstretched arm held the mother up by the back of her neck to face me. The unnatural ease in which he held her outwards was as effortless as he had held the baby. It was as if he was presenting her to me. A twisted grin dominated his bloodied, one-eyed face as she hung limply. He beckoned me with his free hand to come before turning curtly and strolling for the woods with her. I spat a curse at him as he faded into the trees. I had to get her back. I couldn't care less if he got away in the end, but I couldn't live with my final memory of her being taken by that grinning Cyclops. He had sought her out this night. I had to stop whatever morbid plans he had for her. I ran back into the kitchen and located a back door. I flew out into the cold rain, jumping down the slick steps and sprinting towards the woods. I could see where the foliage parted to make a small pathway. This was around the place where I last spotted Zeke. He must have taken it. Once I hit the tree line, my momentum almost came to a stop. The water sloshed up to my knees as I took heavy steps forward. After trudging a few yards into the woods, I spotted a glimpse of movement pulling away from me. Every time I thought I lost Zeke's trail, I would see him slipping further into the dark, dragging the poor woman with him. My legs burned as I forced myself through the deep foliage. I tried to keep Zeke in my sights through blinding trees and vines. I don't know how long I chased after him. Time did its weird thing again. I fell into a fugue state of desperation and exhaustion. All I knew was that I had to keep moving forward. Though I was surrounded by a thick forest, I felt isolated, like I was floating in the void of space, or standing at the edge of a great chasm. The darkness outside the reach of my light was a void into nothing. It seemed only the immediate area where I stood was solid. The only things tangible around me were the figures my light discovered. As soon as I moved past the ground I stood on, or my light passed by the surroundings, the matter returned to nothing. I could fall into the abyss and never be heard from again. Another soul lost to the forest. How long would it take before people noticed I was missing? And maybe it would be deemed important enough for a small local news report. My sheriff might call in reserves and troopers to have the woods search for me. But after a couple of weeks it would be called off, and too expensive to keep it up. I know because I've seen it happen a couple of times. I would just be gone. No one would really know I had been swallowed up by despair. I had glitched out of this reality to be forever fallen into darkness. In my grim reverie of stalking after Zeke, I was vaguely aware of something shadowing me. From my peripherals, I would catch the dark figure with purple eyes keeping pace with me. I could smell the stink of BO and bad breath wafting around me. I wanted to turn my head and face the creature directly, but was too afraid to lose track of Zeke. He was pulling further and further away from me as my body screamed to rest. Zeke disappeared through some shrubbery, and I yelled in frustration as I urged myself to speed up. The corners of my vision faded, and I knew I was on the verge of passing out. On the cusp of falling into the water and exhaustion, I broke through the shrubs and entered a clearing. I looked around in wonder. A perfect circle with a 30-yard diameter. In the middle of the clearing stood an old tree stump jutting 3 feet out of the water. I could see a small sapling shooting out of the dead tree, its skinny branches reaching out about 15 feet above the water. With a flash of lightning, I noticed Zeke standing next to the tree, holding the slumping woman by the collar. He had his hand reached up, playing with something swinging from the tree. As I stumbled over, I could see it was a noose. "Oh, something old for something new," Zeke proclaimed loudly, still focused on the noose. "This is what my Jesus demands." The way he said "my Jesus" made it clear it wasn't the Jesus Joel Osteen was peddling. He finally turned to face me. With an effortless and fluid motion, he hoisted the limp woman atop the stump. "Oh, it's got to be something sweet," he says. Zeke groaned, his one eye throwing daggers at me. "Maybe it can be you. Let's see what he says. But someone hangs from the tree, but I want you. You and the baby are just a bonus. After the massacre, I'll return to stomp the life out of the child." I had about enough of this cryptic voodoo talk and threats. I knew I couldn't take him hand to hand, but now he couldn't use the woman as a shield. I leveled my pistol and fired 2 quick bursts. My ears rang after the shots. The smell of gunpowder enveloped me. I closed the gap between us to about 5 yards. An easy shot. So why didn't Zeke go down? Not even a flinch. I figured excitement and heart rate had made me miss. In anger, I squeezed off 5 more rounds while marching towards him. It felt like I was shooting through his shadow. He just stared at me with his cyclops eye. When I came to within about 7 feet, I stopped. We stared at each other for a while, him glaring while I breathed raggedly. The only movement was the downpour around us. I knew I was out of options. It began to dawn on me I was going to die out here with the girl. We both were. I couldn't save her. I had chosen to chase this possessed man to the place I would never return. A willing sacrifice. A mental picture flashed through my head. I'd be laid out on the tree stump like a tribute on an altar, while the woman hung lifeless from the branch above me. Zeke smiled and gave me a short laugh. He stretched his arms out wide as if welcoming me for a hug. That's when I saw it. No more hiding in the corners of my vision. It revealed itself to me. A tall figure peeked out from the hangman tree behind Zeke, its purple eyes glinting. I saw it clearly as I ever could. The inky black profile of a humanoid standing there 3 feet taller than Zeke. It was made out of the same unnatural blackness that had almost consumed me back in the house. My light was useless at dispersing it. It stretched out an unnaturally long hand to lay it atop Zeke's head. Zeke closed his remaining eye and began to quiver, shaking like a Holy Ghost televangelist. No, deputy, Zeke spoke in a throaty crackle. He jerked his head from side to side, the entity never releasing his grip. Zeke gave a terrible cough and heaved his chest like he was about to throw up. It was as if his body was trying to reject the monster leeching off of him. My Jesus has made a decision. He wants the woman. She has a sweetness most deserving defilement, a kindness to rip and tear. Her desecration will be an agony felt most by those who love her. In return, I receive his gifts, the fruits of the Spirit. Once again, I felt the world around me fall out of focus. Some dark magic was pulling me under a trance. The veil of reality thinned and the cold darkness waited for my soul to fall in. I was so tired. Why fight it? I lazily put my gun back into its holster and nonchalantly dropped my light into the water. I felt the cold creep up my body like terrible claws. The unnatural cold took over me and I realized I couldn't move. Or I didn't want to move. It didn't matter. I noticed the rain had stopped and turned off like a switch. I moved my eyes around in my frozen head to see millions of droplets frozen in the air. It was as if time had stopped and the rain was suspended like little planets floating against a dark galaxy. Zeke looked up and marveled at the sight. The dark entity moved out from behind the tree. My eyes were adjusted enough to the moonlight in the clearing to see the inky black mass getting closer. Panic rose within me. I didn't want the thing to get any closer. I didn't want it to touch me. I just knew if it touched me, it would be the most violating thing ever. But I still didn't move. It was useless to resist. The darkness was inevitable. It lowered itself in front of me, its glinting saucer eyes staring into mine. Of course, the overwhelming smell followed. It reached out a pitch-black hand to lay on top of my head. When it touched, a jolt of energy shot through me. I could feel its hate, its disgust towards me. But it wasn't just me, it was everything. Even Zeke. Zeke was just a means to an end. A plaything used to spread wrath and hurt others. But then the real event started. As I stood there dumbstruck, it showed me things. I saw the woman standing. It told me her name was Alyssa. She wore the same blank look I had. Then realization flooded back into her face. She blinked rapidly and began to whimper. She made eye contact with Zeke, me, and then the dark figure. Her eyes bulged as if pleading for escape. What followed, I'm not sure of. Time was hard to measure, but it felt like an eternity. I don't know if it was real or a trance, maybe a little of both. Both of us locked away in a crack in reality. A crack that let the darkness in to infect and corrupt. I stood motionless with tears streaming down my face as they tortured Alyssa in front of me. Zeke ravaged her in countless ways with the entity hovering closely over his shoulder. Knives and cutting instruments would be handed to him out of the dark mass of the thing. They committed acts of violence I'll never repeat, never write, never speak. but I could see Alyssa felt all of it. She would scream through gritted teeth, her eyes bulging so much it seemed as if they would pop. At the end of the mutilation, Alyssa would always end up hanging from the noose. In a malicious display of sadism, Alyssa would be granted the use of her desecrated body. She would thrash around and weakly try to free herself from the rope around her neck. She never got free. But right before she stopped struggling, the scene would reset. Jump back in time, she'd be completely healed and standing in the water, trapped in her own body, waiting the ritual to begin again. I don't know how long it went on. Maybe hours, maybe days. Time had no meaning. As the macabre show played out on repeat again and again, I began to lose hope just as assuredly as Alyssa might have. I had given up. I'd failed. I was a fool and deserved this cruel fate. I maybe even deserved worse. I deserved worse. It was this self-defeating statement that turned out to be my salvation. The lifeline to pull me out of the bottomless pit I was sinking in. But at first it was just another arrow to my heart. Another stone tied to my feet. I did deserve worse. It should be me standing up there. I had taken the job to help people like her. How I had failed. Standing on the sidelines watching this mother be assaulted on repeat. I had no kids. I was just a single useless man. Nobody would really miss me. Not like her. I should take her place. This thought sparked through my mind like lightning. It was my job to stand in front of the innocent when the wolf came. Zeke spoke of sacrifice. I could take her place, and maybe find some semblance of honor for my pathetic actions. I felt a warm spark begin to grow inside of me. Zeke had cut Alyssa hundreds of times and now led her to step on the stump so he could put the rope around her neck. I didn't know what was happening at the time. My brain was still caught in a feverish cycle of hate. Wanting to take her place. Hating that it was her instead of me. I began to regain control of my body. I moved sluggishly towards Zeke, but he was too preoccupied with Alyssa. I saw the entity spin around to face me, its eyes somehow bigger. It let out a deep growl that reverberated in my brain, but it didn't attack. Zeke had fastened the rope around Alyssa's neck and stepped down to admire his work. Alyssa let out an audible whimper as tears flooded her eyes. She knew what was coming. Maybe she prayed she'd be allowed to die this time. "Jump," Zeke said through gritting teeth. Alyssa stepped off the stump and began to choke, her legs kicking slightly as she swung back and forth. I noticed that she didn't even attempt to remove the noose. She had given up. "No!" I screamed as I shouldered past Zeke. He reeled back in surprise. I ran up and grabbed Alyssa's leg and lifted, taking the strain off of her neck. "Let me do it! It needs to be me, not her! Not her!" I screamed with insane fervor. It took Alyssa a moment to realize I had finally come to her aid. I was screaming for her to be taken off with the noose. She began squirming and pulling at the rope around her neck. I lifted her up further and stabilized her enough to remove the rope and topple us both over into the water. The cold water completely knocked my body out of its sluggish stupor, but my mind was still all haywire. I pulled Alyssa out of the water and leaned her against the tree trunk. She stared back at me and began screaming as she wrapped her arms around me. She hid her face in my chest and refused to look up at the monsters. I could feel her body quivering against mine as she continued to let out muffled screams. I tried to turn to face Zeke, but Alyssa held me too tight, so I just looked over my shoulder. I noticed it was raining again, and time was unfrozen. "No, take me instead. She's had enough. She's done. I'm a willing sacrifice. Let her sins be mine." I don't know where that last sentence came from. Divine intervention? I don't know. My mind was still in a tailspin of misery. All I know is the entity didn't like it. I heard an unnatural yell. A bark? A growl? The closest thing I can compare it to is a mix between a baboon and a jaguar. It was terrifying, and I knew it came from the tall shadow. As if it was a command, Zeke started raining down blows on my head, pounding hammer fists over and over. I squeezed Alyssa closer to shield her from the blows. I could take the pain. I wanted it. Zeke then tried to pull me off of her, but I held on. That's when I realized Zeke had lost his strength. Sure, his blows hurt, but they were the blows of a normal man. He couldn't even pull me away from Alyssa. A small beacon of hope bloomed in my soul. Zeke was tiring. Zeke began cursing me. Hopefully he was reading my mind as I thought the most heinous things about him. Then he reached for the gun in my hip. I have a level 3 retention holster, meaning you have to press a button, push it down, and rock it forward to release it from the holster. It takes practice, but Zeke manipulated it smoothly and pulled it away from me. I half-turned to face Zeke, still shielding Alyssa away from him. Zeke huffed and pointed my gun at me with a shaky hand. "You die for her, pig?" he screamed at me. "Yeah, you backwards inbred," I spat back in defiance. I had already accepted my fate. If I was to die, at least let it mean Alyssa would survive. One honorable thing during a life of failure. "I'll kill you, then I'll take your girl anyways," Zeke shrieked. I closed my eyes and waited for the hot bullets to pierce my body. What does being shot feel like? Will he make it quick and go for the head? Closed casket for sure. But the shots never came. 10 seconds felt like 10 hours before I opened my eyes. Zeke's face was one of confusion. His body quivered as his eye twitched around in its socket. That's when I noticed the entity had placed a hand on the back of Zeke's head. Zeke grit his teeth and let out a huff of frustration. It didn't take me long to realize that Zeke was frozen like Alyssa and I had been. "Let me do it," Zeke begged. The muscles in his neck strained and his outstretched arm twitched. I could tell Zeke desperately wanted to put the required pressure on the trigger to blow my face off. He tried to look at the entity even though his head couldn't move. The creature got inches from him, just outside of his field of vision, and began to whisper in his ear. Zeke's expression transformed from anger to fear. "No, we had an agreement," Zeke pleaded. His hands sprung open and dropped the gun with a splash. Now his expression turned to anger. "You forsake me? You liar! I still have time. I still have power. He's just a damn idiot. I'll get you the girl." The entity shot another hand into Zeke's chest and let out a sharp hiss. Zeke's face contorted in pain and he began to cough. The shadow creature grew bigger, towering over Zeke, and it slowly pulled him into its dark mass, enveloping him. Zeke began to cry out in high-pitched yelps as his body disintegrated into the blackness. He looked like he was bent over backwards with the entity pushing him inwards by the top of his head. Before his head was consumed, he looked at me and begged, "Just a little more power. Let me kill this cop." Then Zeke's head was pushed in and he was no more. Only the looming shadow creature with purple glinting eyes. I cradled Alyssa's drenched and shaking body tightly. I tried to meet the creature's piercing stare, but it was too much. It projected so much anger into my heart. I knew this was the end. At least Zeke wouldn't get the satisfaction. But I didn't know what untold horrors the creatures would perform on me. Maybe I'd be taken away like Zeke, locked away within this unholy creature. "Just leave her," I said. The entity just stared back silently, the rain wiping around it. Then I heard a deep rumbling coming from it. Was it laughter? It was. A wicked sound. It began to back away from me as the deep chuckle continued. The thing made it to the edge of the tree line, and all I could see was its reflecting eyes floating in the storm. And just like that, it disappeared. Just like that, it was over. It took a minute for it to register with my rattled mind, but I knew in my heart it had left. The fog over my soul had lifted. I sat Alyssa on the stump and stared up into the sky. The rain felt refreshing instead of drowning. I won't bore you with the after-action report or the mountain of paperwork that followed, but I fished my gun out of the water and I silently helped Alyssa limp back to her home. Not a word said between us. What was there to say? Oh, and backup still wasn't there yet. The baby was fine, if not a little bruised, and the EMTs took Alyssa to the hospital. She had returned to a semi-catatonic state, not saying anything for about a week. She did finally start talking again, but claimed she didn't remember anything. I consider it a mercy. She and her child went to live with her parents. They told me she had extreme night terrors every night, but quickly forgot them upon waking. Hopefully, she can have a normal life for her child. But she'll never be the same. Evil had left its stain on her. I cut my report short and sweet. I wisely chose to admit the shadow monster and the hell dimension of torture Alyssa was in. I left out the part about emptying 7 rounds into an unkillable demon-powered man. I just told the narrative of chasing Zeke out of the house and into the woods where I rescued Alyssa. Oh, and Zeke may have an injury to his eye. It was too dark to tell how bad I had hurt him. That same night, Zeke's brother had died. It was in the papers the next day. He was locked up in the neighboring county. He had suffered a heart attack in his cell. There was a whole investigation. The video showed him banging on the door and crying for help. But there was a big fight in another part of the jail. Nobody heard or paid attention to his cries as he died alone. I stayed with the department for another month. They put a warrant out on Zeke for burglary and assaulting a peace officer. But I never expected him to turn up. Until one day he did. My sergeant had come into the office with a big smile on his face. He let me know they had found my guy. He said Zeke was found on some hunting lease in a neighboring county. Sarge slapped down a folder with pictures in it. I opened it to see a familiar sight. A clearing with the tree stump in the middle. Another younger tree growing out of the middle of it. And there hung the body of Zeke, dangling from the noose. His body bloated and rotten. I turned the page to see the picture with a closer look. He wore the ratty black raincoat and his left eye was missing. What happened? I asked incredulously. Well, some old hunter found Zeke about a week ago. I guess he got tired of running it off himself. My sergeant spoke matter-of-factly. The strange thing is, the coroner said he'd been up there for months. And kinda messes up your whole timetable of events. And maybe the doc's a quack. The summer heat does speed up decomposition. He was at least up there long enough for the birds to get at his eyes. I felt sick. I had a strange feeling that the Zeke I had encountered had somehow been hanging from the tree at the same time. Some sort of cruel trick played out by the power of the purple-eyed shadow. I don't know how I knew this. It was like I had always known. Before my sergeant walked into his office, he turned to face me. Can you believe bullets were found in him? Post-mortem, they say. But people must have hated him enough to do some target practice instead of reporting him. I left the department shortly after that. See, I had been changed too, like Alyssa. Driving alone at night, I'd be terrified of the shadows moving in my peripherals, hoping that I wouldn't catch a glint of purple. I knew that thing was still out there waiting for me on every call I went to. I could turn any corner to see it looming there, staring at me with its hate-filled eyes. I don't know what stopped him from taking me that night, or why he stilled Zeke's hand from pulling the trigger. Maybe it was my willingness to sacrifice myself. Something pure amid evil. I hope it was. Rather it be the Harry Potter logic or Sunday school logic. I don't care. No greater love, right? But then there's the darker thought. The one that keeps me up at night. I volunteered. I made a deal. Maybe the thing decided to honor my deal over Zeke's. Maybe I owe a debt that hasn't been paid yet. The entity is just waiting, hoping I'll forget before he comes for me, and pushing me into the void like he did Zeke. I work at another police department now. I took a step back to work in dispatch, but the call of the wild still affects me. I want to get back in black and white and be in the field. I know I can't live in fear. I have to reclaim my life. A test for a patrol position is coming up and I've already signed up. But there's a part of me I suppress every day just to keep moving. It lingers in the recesses of my mind. I just know it for some reason, like I do other dark things now. Whether on my deathbed at 90 or answering another disturbance call tomorrow, I'll see it again. It's inevitable. It knows me now. It marked me. The purple eyes filled with hate. The Jesus of Zeke. I write to you now, but I do not write from my room, with a bed so soft and a window so bright. I do not write from my home, with couches so comfortable and food so good. Oh, food, how I miss it. Water, too. If I could get one drop, oh, how I would thank God. Well, I'd thank someone for it, anyways. I do not write from my treehouse among friends so dear and chirping birds so near. I do not write even from the world you live in right now. No, I write from a place much, much worse. It's ironic, because during my last moments in the world, I couldn't imagine any sort of place worse than the place we call Earth. I thought such a place couldn't possibly exist. How wrong I was. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Patrick, and for you to understand my train of thought, I'll need to take you back a little. Back to the world of God. Your God, no longer mine. Put me on. Oh, the 80s, what a time to be alive. Great movies, great music, somewhat, great friends, great family, great house, great life, Sorry, I'm rambling. 11 years old, that was me, living in a suburban home with my mother, Sarah, my dad, Vincent, my asshole 13-year-old twin brothers, Darren and Bryce, and of course, my 5-year-old sister, Nancy. Come to think of it, I wonder how she's doing right now, sweet little Nancy. She was always so precious, so innocent. I hope what we went through together never changed that. Anyhow, I can remember the day so clearly. I was playing a basketball game of 2-on-1. I was the one against Darren and Bryce. The two jerks were destroying me, of course, never hasting to shove me around and taunt me. "Patrick, you're ass at this," they would say. Well, of course I was ass. I was an 11-year-old, playing 2-on-1 against two 13-year-old boys. Actually, you know something? I'm going to stop calling them names. See, when you're on Earth, it's easy to call your family members names and quarrel with them constantly. Where I am, though, you'd give anything just to hug them for 5 seconds and tell them how much you love them. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling again. Well, soon enough, our mother called us in, as we were having some guests over that night. Our new neighbors. The new neighbors in question were the Hofmeister family. Up to that point, all I had heard my brother say about the Hofmeisters were things like, "They're creepy as hell," and "weird-ass people who gotta go." I didn't share these opinions, and they seemed like okay people to me. Nonetheless, the Hoffmisters came over that night. The family consisted of three. First, there was 60-year-old Eileen, a skinny woman with short gray hair, always wearing black dresses. Next, we had none other than 60-something-year-old Leo. Don't really remember that bastard's age, nor do I care to. Also extremely thin with a long nose that would make the pasty white guy on the Pink Panther show jealous. Then there was David, their 11-year-old insecure adopted son. I'm pretty sure Leo and David are in the same place I'm writing from right now, but I'm not certain. See, we don't really get to speak with anyone else here. Anyways, it was quite an eventful evening. Eileen and Leo had tea with my parents while Darren, Bryce, David, and I hung out in our treehouse playing cards. In the treehouse, I started to get to know David a little better. I must say, though, he seemed a bit on the weird side. He was pretty awkward when it came to discussing things such as where he moved from or what life home was like. Still, he was a nice kid. Just really shy. Later that night, when the sun went down, my brothers had already gone home, and David and I were walking down our street lamp-lit road. That's when he invited me to his house for a bit. It was a Friday night, so I figured it'd be okay. Let me say this. His house was big. It was the biggest in the neighborhood. Down at the end of my street, sitting high on a hilltop as if it were better than all the others. Behind it was a large field that eventually merged into some woods, which lined the horizon. Entering David's house, we walked into his kitchen, where he told me to take my shoes off so as not to upset his parents. I heard some footsteps upstairs, and so I figured his parents must have gotten back from my house. We sat down at his counter, eating yogurt, with David continuing to dodge my questions about his home life, or just his life in general. All I knew was that he was adopted. Soon enough, I heard Eileen upstairs. "David, come upstairs, please," she said. David told me to stay put, as he'd only be a minute. And just like that, he was gone. I sat alone in their kitchen finishing off my yogurt cup. I decided to get up and look around a bit to keep myself busy, while David was upstairs doing whatever the hell he was doing. Looking at the fridge, I got a look at some of the pictures that were magnetized to it. These included family photos with the grinning faces of Eileen and Leo, and the frowning face of David. Why did David look so unhappy in all of these? Oh, and another thing, there was a photo on their fridge of some kid sitting on the floor of what looked like a cellar, and just staring up at the camera with a blank face. Strange. I then walked over to a shelf in their living room, which was stocked with framed photos and figurines. Lots of self-portraits here, including one of Eileen, her expression blank, eyes looking very cold and lifeless. For some reason, it kind of reminded me of this portrait I'd seen once of the famous cowboy named Buffalo Bill. The same sort of stare and expression and whatnot. Anyways, sorry, I don't even know why that came to mind. I started looking at some of the figurines on the shelf. A Mickey Mouse doll, a monkey doll, this one creeped me out, and a pentagram necklace. Oh, and there was also a crucifix necklace, but the cross was upside down. What idiot messed that up? I thought to myself. I then realized that David had been gone for a while, and I was getting a little bored with looking at people's decorations. I decided to go upstairs and find them. Walking up the stairs, I began to hear some weird noises coming from one of the other rooms. It sounded like chanting, and as I got to the top of the stairs, I confirmed that it was. I looked down the upstairs hallway of the Hoffmister home and saw that one of the rooms had a light on inside. The door opened just a crack. As I walked toward the door, I could clearly hear Eileen and Leo chanting in some weird language I'd never heard before. I slowly crept towards the room, a decision I regret to this day. I pushed the door slightly open, just enough to see Eileen and Leo on the floor on their hands and knees, bowing down to something that was just out of my view. I didn't dare open the door any wider than I already had, even if it meant satisfying my curiosity to see what in blazes they were bowing down to. From my point of view, I could see a small cauldron filled with a steamy liquid. Leo was blowing cigar smoke and spitting rum into this bowl. The whole atmosphere in the room was different. I don't really know how to describe it. It was like I could feel the presence of someone else in there, but I couldn't see them. And then I saw David in the back corner of the room, curled up in the fetal position, bawling his eyes out. He looked more terrified than anyone I'd ever seen. Up to that point, now is a different story. David's terror only grew when his mother, if you even want to call that awful witch such a thing, stormed over to his corner of the room and grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him up off of the ground in an attempt to get him to bow down to whatever they were bowing to. I could see fear grow when he watched Leo pull a rooster out of a burlap sack and chop its head off in a brutal animal sacrifice. Then his face went white with horror as he realized how much trouble he was in, when piss began running down his leg and onto the floor. That did it. Eileen began slapping David over and over and over again, angrily screaming at him, "You never, never, never do that in front of the beast," she screamed. The beating eventually stopped, and David was just a heaping mess in a puddle of his own tears and urine. This was when I decided that it was a good idea to get the hell out. I turned to exit, but in my haste I knocked over one of their many picture frames that lined a desk upstairs. I winced when this happened, knowing that it was about a 99.99% probability that the devious couple down the hall heard it. I rushed down the stairs as quick as I could, nearly tripping myself. I didn't care, I just wanted to get out. Still, poor David. I wished I could have done something to help. Grabbing the door handle, I prepared to make a hasty exit out of the front door of that dreaded house. Then I stopped dead in my tracks. Holy shit, please tell me. Yep, my shoes were still in the kitchen. I ran for dear life towards the kitchen, locking onto my shoes like a missile. I grabbed them. Yes. Hello, Patrick. No. I looked up to see Eileen, standing on the upstairs balcony, looking down over me with an overly friendly expression on her face. I was frozen in place. Do I run? No, that'll just look stupid. Also, she'll know I saw what those creeps were doing up there. Hey, I managed to utter out. I didn't realize you were still here, Eileen said, in a much too friendly manner. Oh, yeah, sorry. No need to apologize, but it is getting quite late. You should get home. Don't need your parents coming over here now, do we? No, we don't, I thought to myself. I managed to stammer out some stupid reply before saying goodbye and rushing to their front door, bursting out of it. I'm never going back there, I thought to myself. If only that were true. As I ran home, I looked back at the house, and what I saw chilled me to the bone. In one of the bedroom windows was Eileen, just standing there, staring at me. When she saw me look, she raised her hand and waved. That was it. She knew what I saw. Damn it. Well, I ran home as fast as my feet could take me. I immediately told my brothers, told them about the beatings, the chanting, the cauldron, and Eileen repeatedly addressing someone or something in the room by the names The Beast and Lucifer. Well, my stupid brothers proceeded to spread the story around the whole entire school until everyone knew. Everyone knew that David's parents were the freaky witches at the end of the street. Exaggerated and blown out of proportion, the story spread like wildfire. David refused to talk to me, knowing it had to have been me who spread the rumors. I felt horrible for him, but I didn't know what to do. I was too afraid to get the police or child services after what I saw at that home. I was too young to know that was what I had to do and that it wasn't a choice. I tried to push the whole thing into the back of my mind. That was until Halloween night, a few weeks later. Good old Hallows' Eve. It was one of my favorite holidays. That Halloween night, I was doing what every kid should be doing, trying to pack as much candy as humanly possible into one pillowcase in one night. My friends and I were trying to hit all the local neighborhoods so we'd be able to mow down candy for months. But my plans were ruined when we ran into my brothers and their devious, loudmouth friends. My brothers took me aside and told me I had no choice but to show them the window of the room I had seen the Hoffmeisters doing their deeds in. There was no arguing my way out of it, and I soon found myself back at that dreaded place. My brothers, their friends, and I stood in the Hoffmeisters' yard on the side of their home. In the driveway were moving trucks. I wasn't surprised. Those people had been humiliated. I was actually really happy these creeps wouldn't be living down the street from where I would sleep anymore. My brother, Darren, confirmed that they were moving away because of the rumors. Well, before I knew it, my brothers were forcing me to climb a tree to get a better look into the window on the side of the house. They wanted to see if there was anything batshit crazy that would be visible in it. And of course, being the pushover I was, I climbed that tree. It seemed like all was going well, until the light in the windows shut off. This was the first sign that something was wrong, but before I could get down from the tree and tell my brothers to piss off, we all heard the front door open. Of course, my brothers and their friends took off, leaving me up in the tree alone. Eileen must have heard them because the next thing I knew, she was prowling the side of the home and examining the muddy footprints left by my brothers and their friends. This is it, I thought. I'm going to accidentally snap a branch or fall or something and she's going to catch me. But by some miracle, Eileen didn't see me up in her tree and went inside. Well, I hightailed it out of there, leaving my pirate hat, part of my Halloween costume, lying on the ground in their yard. I never wanted to even look at that damn house again. I sprinted down my street and through my neighborhood, and all the way down to the schoolyard, where my friends and I agreed we'd meet up after my little brother's schemes. And to my utter dismay, my friends were nowhere to be found. All I could say at that point was that my brothers had better still have my damn candy in their possession. I looked around the schoolyard a bit more. Nothing. Not a sign of my friends. It must have been pretty late at that point. There weren't even trick-or-treaters on the streets anymore. I knew my parents were going to kill me, so I started to head home. A walk home on Halloween night was the coolest thing ever. It was peaceful, spooky, and unsettling, all at the same time. I kinda liked that creepy feeling. It was what gave Halloween its charm. But I don't really like the feeling of terror. And kind of like the terrifying feeling that came over me when I noticed that I was being followed by Leo Hoffmeister's pickup truck. Great. Behind me were Eileen and Leo. Leo, of course, being the lapdog that he was driving. Eileen was sitting in the passenger seat. They knew. They knew I had spread those rumors. Who else could have? No one. I was their only visitor in their new home. I ran as fast as I could down the street, their old blue pickup truck continuing to cruise after me. I eventually veered off the sidewalk and into the woods. I ran faster than I ever had in my life that night. Dashing through the woods, I looked back over my shoulder to see their truck, which was now parked on the road next to the woods. Holy hell, I thought. I'm dead. These people are nuts. Unfortunately, looking at their truck parked, I didn't see the fallen tree trunk in the middle of my path. And as you probably guessed, I tripped over it, knocking every last bit of air out of my lungs when I hit the ground. I crawled, gasping and wheezing for air. And the next thing I knew, the menacing figure of Eileen was standing over me. She looked so frightening in the moonlight, her gray, stringy hair being illuminated as the rest of her face remained dark and hidden. Even more frightening was when she held out my pirate hat and dropped it onto my lap. Great. That was strike 2 for sticking my nose where it didn't belong. And somehow I got the feeling that I wasn't getting a third. "Aw, Patrick, you took a nasty fall," sneered Eileen. "Let us take you to our new house and take care of you there. We'll make you feel healed and new." I pleaded with her, telling her that I was fine and I needed to go home. Of course, she didn't listen. The witch clutched my wrist and dragged me out of the forest over to their truck. I was dead meat. I was so frickin' dead. Well, I would have been if it hadn't been for a passing neighbor who caught the two in the act of forcing me into their truck. Eileen and Leo managed to bullshit their way out of the situation before getting in their truck and quickly driving away, leaving me behind. I went home and told my parents about the entire ordeal. The cops were called, yet after several days of searching, they were stumped as to the location of the Hoffmisters. According to them, they weren't at their old house, nor had they been in their new one. No record of apartments or hotel rooms were on file either. Those demon-worshipping, child-abusing scum had vanished off the grid. I was fine with that, and decided to try to get on with my life, hopefully never even having to think about the Hoffmisters again. However, it wasn't long before I began noticing some weird shit going around in my neighborhood. What do I mean by that, you ask? Well, first off, there were a couple of instances where I would see a kid on the street, walking up the road in a trance-like state. And where did they walk to? Why, none other than up that damn hill and into the dreaded Hoffmister home. And keep in mind that I was paranoid at the time, and my bedroom window looked right out onto the street, so I was the only one noticing this stuff, at least the only one in my home. I tried telling my parents, but they were just annoyed by it, and telling me to quit letting my fears get the best of me. I still haven't forgiven them for it to this day. Then again, all I want right now is to tell them that I do forgive them. The strange occurrences then began to take an even scarier turn. One night, I woke up to hear the whispering of my little sister, Nancy. I got out of bed to have a look. As I walked down the hall toward her room, I began to make out what she was saying. Things like, "Uh-huh," and "Okay, I'll go." I opened her door just in time to see her standing on her knees in the bed, staring out the window. But that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was seeing a scrawny, female shadow being projected onto Nancy's bedroom wall by the moonlight. The second I called out to Nancy, the shadow seemed to scurry off. I rushed over to her, asking her who she was talking to. My little sister hadn't the faintest idea of what I was talking about. I told my parents, and this time, my dad jumped out of the bed at the prospect of someone standing outside of Nancy's window, but he went outside to find no one. Well, I began to run my mouth again. You'd think I would have learned the first time around, to my brothers. Darren and Bryce, along with their friends, started to develop a newfound interest in all this Eileen talk. Something about that creepy place at the end of the street amused them, gave them a rush. They loved that type of stuff. Another thing to know about Darren and Bryce was that they had a knack for sneaking out of the house on Saturday nights, something my parents hated, but never really took enough action to prevent. And sure enough, my brothers and their friends snuck out one Saturday night to check out the old Hoffmister home. This time, though, I wouldn't accompany them, but I sure came to know about it, because after my brothers went missing that night, one of their friends, who was smart enough to get out of there early on, told me about it. The police went over to the Hoffmister home, a search warrant and all, to investigate. They found nothing there. Nothing. But as usual, I continued to be the one making the terrifying discoveries. This time, it was a VHS tape that I found sticking out of the VCR in my room one morning. Popping the tape in, the first thing I saw on the TV screen was a static shot of a cellar. The cellar was so dark and dingy looking, almost like a dungeon. And suddenly, the camera began to jiggle around a bit, and whoever was picking it up pointed it at none other than my brother Darren. Darren was tied down to a chair, unconscious, looking bruised, battered, and abused. Boo! The loud yell from the camera person jolted Darren awake. The camera person was Eileen. She began to laugh sickly as Darren came to his senses, immediately beginning to cry. Who the hell would do this to another human being? That was my brother. I watched in horror as she continued to verbally torment Darren, eventually getting physical with him, smacking him in his face, his chest, and eventually his groin area. This woman was a sick, filthy freak. It wasn't until I saw Eileen begin to pull a sickle out of her pocket that I shut the tape off. Part of me wanted to go on. I had to know if Darren was dead, but couldn't watch. I couldn't bear to witness my brother get tortured like that. I rushed upstairs to my parents' room, leaving the VHS and the cassette player. But my parents were gone. They'd vanished. Oh shit, am I next? Well, when I walked downstairs, I stopped dead in my tracks on the stairwell. My blood ran cold as I noticed Eileen Hoffmister in my room, carefully removing the VHS tape from my VCR with latex gloves. She caught my stare. I swear the second we made eye contact, my heart skipped a beat. She grinned at me and waved, saying, "I'll be back for you two tonight." And just like that, the witch climbed out my window and was gone. I rushed to Nancy's bedroom, now frightened out of my wits. Oh, thank God Nancy was still there. She was sleeping soundly. That is, until I woke her up. I ran in screaming and crying, probably scaring the poor girl to death. I didn't tell her about the videotape, I just told the police. That night, our neighbor Betty, a frail old woman, babysat us at our home. No one had a clue where the heck our parents were. Outside of our home were 2 police officers keeping watch over the house. And Betty was always a great neighbor, and such a nice old lady, the nicest woman you'd ever met. I'm sure she's in heaven right now. If she didn't get to go to heaven, well then I don't know who possibly could. Anyways, I was pretty antsy that night, even with cops guarding our home, and I unfortunately was antsy for a very good reason. When the sun went down, I heard our back door open and close. Was it my parents? I suddenly got very excited, rushing to the door to see them. However, all that was there was one person's muddy footprints on my floor. Something wasn't right, but no one could have gotten inside our home, could they? The cops were outside. I rushed upstairs to get Betty. Running into my parents' bedroom, I heard the shower running. Banging on the door, I called to Betty to try to get her attention, but no answer. Then I realized that nobody showers with their hearing aid in. Oh no. That's when I heard Nancy scream downstairs. I rushed down, really not wanting to go into her room, but I knew I had to. When I got to her room, yeah, you guessed it. She was gone. Window flung open. Where the hell were the cops? Taking matters into my own hands, I got my shoes and ran out the door. Running down the street, my eyes adjusted to the darkness just in time to see Nancy entering the forest, the same forest that lies next to the hill upon which the dreaded Hoffmister home sits. I called out to her desperately, but she was in a trance, just like the other kids I had seen. But no one would believe me then. Mustering up every ounce of courage I had, I ran after Nancy as she disappeared into the darkness of the woods. I ran deep into the dark forest, my feet making loud crunching noises on the gravel path beneath me. Catching up to Nancy, I pleaded and begged for her to come too. She couldn't snap out of it. I began pulling her away, but she continued to walk deeper into the woods. Then, to make matters worse, I spotted Eileen, who was about 30 to 40 feet down the path from us. I couldn't snap Nancy out of this damn trance. I'll never forget the way her eyes looked, hypnotized and dilated. It reminded me of the trance that the snake Ka from the Jungle Book put people in. Out of pure desperation, I reared back and slapped Nancy in the face, finally snapping her out of it. She had no idea what the hell was going on. She just knew to run from Eileen. Eileen immediately broke into a run after us. I'd never seen a woman in her 60s run that fast. And faster we ran. We were getting away until Nancy's nightgown got caught on a tree branch. I tugged and tugged at her nightgown, desperately trying to free her. But Eileen got closer and closer, snickering sickly under her breath. When Eileen got within about 15 feet of us, Nancy's gown finally tore away from that damn tree branch. We darted to the exit of the woods, rushing out onto the street. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Eileen turn around and disappear into the darkness of the woods. We looked around on the street trying to find the police car that was supposed to be guarding our home. When we finally found them, they didn't even realize we were missing. The morons were smoking freaking Cubans instead of guarding our home from kidnappers. Unbelievable. I had never felt so neglected and unprotected in my life. My parents were gone, and now the police weren't even looking after me. The idiotic officers went and got Betty, driving the three of us down to the police station. And finally, a place I'd be safe, right? Trying to explain to the cops that my sister was placed under some kind of voodoo hypnotism spell was like talking to a brick wall. Some cops are so ignorant, not open-minded at all. That's something I don't miss about Earth. And people in authority were such douchebags. At least Betty agreed to stay the night there with us. See what I'm talking about? Nicest lady you'd ever meet. At some point, I fell asleep in the police station, and so did Betty and Nancy. What we woke up to was not at all what anyone ever wants to wake up to. Outside of the station, a roar filled the air. The roar was like nothing I had ever heard. That roar sounded like it came straight from the mouth of hell. The screams of policemen filled the air outside as we listened, scared for our lives. It wasn't until the roaring died down and the screaming stopped that we dared look out the window. And let me say, it wasn't a pleasant sight. Dozens of bodies were just scattered all over the parking lot. And here we were, tucked in a room in the back of the station, helpless. Nancy, Betty, and I crept down the halls of the station trying to find an exit. We passed an office just in time to get a look at one of the computer monitors, one that had CTV footage being fed to it. What we saw on the monitor was shocking. Eileen ripping a side door of the station off of its hinges. What was even more shocking was her face. Her eyes were demonic, her skin rotted and scarred like a zombie. Her teeth looked grotesque, as if she had meth mouth or something. Why the hell did she look like that? Now, I know the answer. She was possessed. That sick witch had willingly conjured up a spell to get herself possessed, just to get her hands on us. She ripped the door off of its hinges, rushing down the hallway towards us. She had us cornered in the office, and Betty, oh God, poor Betty, I couldn't believe my eyes. Eileen just picked her up by the throat, taunting her. It wasn't until Betty began to utter the Lord's Prayer that Eileen was sent into a fit of rage, pinning Betty to the wall and tearing her limb from limb, right in front of Nancy and me too. Looking back, I can't even believe a 5-year-old girl was forced to watch something so awful. I had never seen anything so terrible. Of course now, in hell, I've seen it a billion times. But after Betty was slowly disemboweled, Eileen collected Nancy and me. Leo drove up to the police station, and into the blue truck we went. No neighbor to save us this time. Before I knew it, I was back at the awful place known as the Hofmeister home. No furniture this time, no creepy portraits, no lights on. Just an empty shell of pure evil. Eileen and Leo took us into the living room, where they began to bicker with one another. Leo wanted to have his fun with Nancy, but Eileen told him to wait. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I wanted to get up and rip his head off, if only I could have. To this day, I wish I could have beat the hell out of that sick bastard. During this, I started to wonder where David was, probably meeting the same fate my brothers and their friends did. And my parents, oh, please tell me they didn't too. Leo eventually got impatient with Eileen, telling her he was going to get what he wanted for a change. He turned to look over at my precious little Nancy, grinning. "Come here, sunshine," he exclaimed. The rotting creep threw himself upon her. I rushed at him, attempting to stop him, but all I accomplished was getting a backhand to the face. When Eileen intervened, telling him he needed to wait, she received a punch to the jaw. Well, that was a horrible idea. Did that moron forget his wife was possessed? Eileen grabbed Leo, picking him up by the back of his neck. Nancy and I took our chance and ran away. Of course, the front door was right in the path of Eileen, so we had to run deeper into the house to find another way out. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Eileen begin to bite down hard on her husband's face, chewing it like a dog on a bone. Leo's cries of pain were both horrifying and reassuring to me. He deserved what he got. Nancy and I rushed through the house, trying desperately to find a way out. Why'd that house have to be so big? It was like a maze. And the fact that we could hear Eileen's demonic growling as she desperately tried to relocate us, well, that didn't help either. But finally, we found a window that looked out over the side of the hill. I quickly unlocked it, hearing Eileen's footsteps grow nearer and nearer. There was a screen on the window, and I reared back and threw my hands into it, tearing it, guiding Nancy out, all the while listening to the haunting sounds of Eileen's feet hitting the wood floors. As Nancy jumped out, I yelled at her to run. I didn't have to tell her twice. As I began making my way out of the window, I suddenly felt the hand, or claw, of Eileen grab my shoulder. I screamed out, but no one was coming to help. Eileen picked me up with the strength of an Olympic strongman, carrying me down to the hallway and over to the basement. No, please no, I thought. Not the basement. Please, not the basement. Well, basement it was, as Eileen flung open the door and carried me down into the musty cellar. She got to the bottom of the stairs, clutching me in her arms, and a light flicked on. Immediately, a grisly figure was displayed by the dim light of the basement. It was a 7-foot-tall statue of the devil himself, complete with ram horns, ghoulish eyes, saber teeth, forked tail, and hooked feet. This was what they were bowing down to that night. It must have been, but now it was in the basement. Eileen plopped me down in a wooden chair so that I was face to face with this horrible statue. She tied me down. This time, it really is it, I thought. Eileen then pulled out a black book with some sort of satanic symbol on the front of it. I tried begging and pleading with her, telling her I was sorry for the rumors I spread. I even offered to tell the whole town that I was lying, and that the tales were made up. Why did I even bother? Eileen was having none of it. I then began to cry, asking her why she had to kill my brothers and my parents. Once I said this, Eileen developed a confused expression on her face.
"I did what to them?"
she asked in her deep demonic voice. Did you kill my parents?
Patrick. Lucifer does not want to see people die. He wants to see them in hell with him.
What? I asked in a sheepish tone.
Why, you could say your family is more alive than ever now.
And that's when the awful truth was revealed. Out from the dark corner of the basement, behind the statue, came my parents, my brothers, their friends, and those kids I had seen walking into the home. David was also among them, but they walked in a zombie-like manner. When they all stepped into the light, I saw into their pitch-black possessed eyes. Those horrible eyes were not the eyes of the people I knew. They all looked dirty and abused, and their skin looked like it had begun to decay. Eileen grinned with glee at this sight.
You see, Patrick? Mommy and Daddy are here. Say hi to Mommy and Daddy.
I looked at my parents, desperately trying to get them to respond to me, but they were gone. It was an awful feeling.
Hail, Lucifer!
Shouted Eileen. Hail, Lucifer! Hail, Lucifer! Repeated the hypnotized people in monotone zombie fashion. And then Eileen looked at me.
And now, you'll join them.
Eileen opened the black book and began reciting incantations. The zombies, the people I once knew, encircled me and began reciting with Eileen. I pleaded with my brothers, with David, with my parents, but it was no use. They were lost. And suddenly, the statue's lifelike lips began to quiver intensely. I thought I was dreaming. It's funny, when something like this happens, all you think to yourself is, holy crap, is this really happening? The statue's eyelids began to quiver as well, before opening to reveal pitch-black eyes. The eyes began to glow a vibrant red, just as the statue's jaw began to unhinge. And then, a loud roar erupted from the statue. This roar was even worse than Eileen's demonic roar, louder and much deeper. White mist in the shape of a human skull started to rise up from behind the statue as Eileen shouted in English.
Beasties hungry.
I screamed a blood-curdling scream as the mist made a beeline for me, shooting straight into my mouth and down my throat. I screamed as I felt the evil spirit make its way into my belly, wriggling around in my insides. My high-pitched scream slowly began to grow deeper and deeper, turning into a demonic roar. This is what it felt like to become possessed. I was Eileen's now, but even worse, I was Lucifer's. The last months of my life were agonizing as I lost myself, lost who I was as a person. I became the evil, zombie-possessed slave of Eileen Hoffmeister, working to serve the devil himself. It was like a dream. I was in control of my actions, but I wasn't at the same time. My slave labor ended when my body began to slowly decay. That was when Eileen disposed of me, likely going on to replace me with another poor child. And that's why I am where I am now. It doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't deserve to be in this place. Sure, I lived out the last moments of my life serving God's adversary, but it wasn't my choice. Why, then, am I here? Some sort of mistake? Did heaven run out of space, or does everyone just go here? Are my parents here too? My brothers? Perhaps that's the worst part. I'm not even granted the answers to these questions. I just live in total darkness and extreme heat. Regardless, I know it's Eileen's fault I am here. It's all Eileen's fault. It was Eileen who stole me from heaven's true light. And that is why, from hell, I write. "20 years came and went since that awful night my brother went missing. Oh, what an awful time it was. Thanks to Patrick, I escaped that dreaded house. But I was scarred for life. I couldn't get it all out of my head. The fear, the death, that roar. I still hear that roar every night when I lay to sleep. That deep bellow, erupting from the mouth of what seemed to be a human, but was only a body-shaped demon. The worst were the eyes, those horrible, beady, pitch-black devil eyes. Believe me, I check my closet every night to see if they're there. I can't even hear the word devil mentioned at a church service without having a nervous breakdown. And by God, whenever a friendly old man shows me an ounce of compassion or affection, I simply want to vomit, trying to shut out horrible memories. But the one memory that I hate most of all, the one that I think of every single time I lay my head down on the pillow to go to sleep, is the photograph. The photograph that the police found at the Hofmeister home the night my brother went missing. That awful black and white picture of poor Patrick, sitting on the filthy floor of that godforsaken cellar, pitch black eyes staring up at the camera. My name is Nancy Williams. I can tell you right now, things haven't gotten any better. The night Patrick and I were chased through the Hofmeister home by that awful witch Eileen, I escaped. Patrick didn't. Soon enough, he and Eileen, along with the rest of her possessed slaves, my parents and other brothers included, disappeared without a trace. I was left alone, my family gone. The police had no idea where Eileen was. All that was left at the house was Leo's dead body and a demonic statue. Oh, and that horrible photograph. Well, soon enough, I was sent away to live with my aunt, Cynthia. Being the sister of my mother, she was also mourning. But the two of us got through it together. And Cynthia helped me get through the sleepless nights and the bad dreams. Of course, I slept in Aunt Cynthia's room until I was 12 years old. And even when I began sleeping in my own room, I slept with the door wide open and the light on. And since I was traumatized, I grew up as a pretty solitary child. I never had many friends in school, but I excelled in my studies. This is what got me into Harvard. It was at Harvard that I met a graduate of the school, Jackson, who was visiting to give a speech. We hit it off quickly, and soon I was in love. After many dates with him, things got pretty serious. Graduation arrived, and before I knew it, I was living in California, just 30 minutes away from Jackson. The two of us dated for a couple of years, and for the first time since I was 5 years old, I was truly happy. I was almost able to forget about the night that my life was ruined. It was a wonderful time. There was only one thing that was slightly wrong when I began dating Jackson. Of course, growing up traumatized, I always had nightmares. But when my relationship with Jackson started, so did a recurring dream that I'll never forget. It would always start in the exact same way. I would lie in a bed in the middle of the night awake. But it wasn't my bed. It was always one inside of a large house, the same one every time. The bedroom window always had the same view. A large field with some woods that lined the horizon. A full moon was in the sky every one of these dreams. Perhaps that was the most peculiar part. That everything was the same every time I had the dream. In the dream, I'd always sit up in the bed before getting up and walking over to the door, which was always closed. Opening it, I stepped out into a dark hallway. At the end of the hallway was another bedroom door, mirroring mine. Walking down the hallway, I'd always walk past a staircase, but the staircase would be barricaded by wooden boards, as if that part of the house was off limits. All I could do was travel down the hallway to the other bedroom. Walking over to the other bedroom door, I'd always begin to hear the muffled sounds of music coming from inside the room. The music was almost like smooth, romantic jazz music. Stretching my hand forth, I would grasp the doorknob and open the door. As I opened it, a bed came into view, sitting in the back of the room. The bed wasn't empty, though. A frail, naked, scrawny old woman always sat on it, her face reddened by the absence of light in the house. This woman faced away from me, and facing her was a shadowy, humanoid, horned creature. The room was pitch dark, so I simply could not make out the faces of either one of them. Finally, the woman and the horned being would begin to embrace one another, falling onto the bed in a sexual dance. Once they began to do this, I'd wake up, dazed and confused. And yeah, you'd better believe I kept in mind just who that scrawny woman from my dream reminded me of. But enough about my dream. Soon enough, my 25th birthday came. I was just getting off of work when I looked down at my buzzing phone. A call from Jackson. What does he want? I thought. We agreed on meeting at his place at 7. Candlelight dinner and everything. I picked up the phone. Hello? Hey, Nancy, said Jackson. It's me. What's up? I replied. Listen, you're gonna kill me, but... Oh gosh, but what? I may be a little late tonight. As a typical girl, I became rather annoyed at this notion. It was my birthday. Who did he think he was? Are you kidding me? I replied in a whiny voice. Listen, I'll be home by 8. Something just came up at work that I really need to take care of. Is it more important than our celebration? I replied. Of course not, but there's no way around it. 8 o'clock, I promise. There's a key under the mat at my front door. All right, I'll wait for you. Love you. All right, bye, he said before hanging up. Wow. We'd been dating 3 years and he couldn't even say the L word yet. Unbelievable. I headed on down to Jackson's estate. Jackson had done well for himself, I'll give him that. Part of what attracted me to him was his success. Some may call me a gold digger, but humans always reach for the strongest branch. That was something I couldn't get out of my mind in church services. The animal instincts that, deep down, kept us from truly being what God seemed to want us to be. Walking into Jackson's house, I soon made myself comfortable in his living room, flipping on the television and stoking his massive fireplace. It was about 6:30 when I got there, so I began the task of finding a TV show that would keep me entertained until Jackson's 8 o'clock arrival. Drifting in and out of sleep, I was awoken by a strange noise in his house. I shrugged it off for the first time. That was something I always did. Hearing something in the house while being alone had always been a problem for me, but this time, I heard it again. And again. What the hell was going on? It was as if there was someone inside the house moving things around. And there was no way my mind was just playing tricks on me, was there? I didn't think so. I got up to find the source of the noise. Walking down one of the halls, I began to hear the sound again. It was a weird squeaking noise, as if someone was playing with a mechanical pencil. Was it an animal? Beginning to hear grunting noises, I was convinced it was. That is, until I realized that the grunting noises were human. I continued to walk down the hall until I got to the cellar door. Pressing my ear against the door, I began to hear the voice more clearly. It was female, definitely female. A raspy female voice. I was completely freaked out beyond belief. Now, I know what you're thinking. Did you go into the basement to look? Absolutely not. I pulled out my phone and immediately called Jackson. I told him about the strange noises coming from his basement. He immediately seemed taken aback by this and proceeded to frantically tell me not to go in there. That's when I saw it. That door was bolted shut, but the screws were coming loose. That's what the squeaking noise was. Whoever was inside that basement was patiently picking at the other side of the door, pushing the screws out one at a time. I wondered who on earth had the strength to do that, and before I knew it, I was watching the last of the screws inch its way out of the side of the door, falling and joining the others in a pile on the hardwood floor. As Jackson frantically yelled my name over the phone, whoever was on the other side of the door yelled out, "Nancy?" The door flung open and slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. I knew I recognized that voice. Standing in the doorway was that scrawny, rotting, corpse-like witch named Eileen Hoffmister. She was shackled, but still, unfortunately, able to walk. It was like a nightmare, but it was one I couldn't wake up from, no matter how desperately I wished to. Eileen did not look happy to see me in the least. She looked even worse than she did the last time I had seen her all those years ago. Her skin was decaying, sickly green in appearance. Her hair was thin and stringy, and her eyes were now a milky white. Most of her teeth had fallen out, and the ones that hadn't were crooked and rotten. Eileen? I stammered out. Eileen didn't even answer. That monstrosity of a woman lunged at me, throwing herself on my back. I desperately tried to crawl away from her, trying to escape. That rotting person smelled worse than any open sewer one could possibly imagine. Eileen began to attempt wrapping her chains around my throat. I used all my strength in my body to prevent this from happening. "Now I'll take you to my world, Nancy," said Eileen. Eileen got up and began dragging me by my feet toward the basement. Her strength was incredible. It was because she fed off of the devil just like any witch would. And before I knew it, I was being dragged down the stairs of the cellar. The witch flung me onto the hard, filthy floor. Looking up and coming to my senses, I immediately got a look at her living conditions. Bowls with food and water were put out for her, and the floor was littered with chicken bones and other rotting food items. "I can't believe my luck. It looks like I'll be able to get you after all." I looked up over my shoulder just in time to see Eileen start to lunge at me again, but this time, a pair of hands came up from behind her and grabbed her shoulders. It was Jackson. He grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her to the ground, throwing herself on top of her in an effort to restrain her. "Mom, don't make me do this!" shouted Jackson. Mom? I couldn't believe my ears. Jackson's last name was Haley, not Hoffmister. How could this be? Eileen continued to struggle and growl at Jackson, nipping at his hands in an attempt to get off of him. After much wrestling between the two, I got up and began looking for a weapon, anything to bash Eileen's brains in. I looked over to the side and spotted one of her food dishes. They were glass, and perfect. I ran for her bowl, quickly dumping out the gross, slimy, unrecognizable food inside of it. It might have been feces, I'm not even sure. I broke the bowl on the ground, creating a sharp hunk of glass that could be used to kill Eileen once and for all. I rushed towards Eileen, who was still pinned to the ground by Jackson. Jackson noticed me and got up off Eileen in an attempt to stop me. "Stop! Nancy, don't do it!" Eileen, now free of Jackson's restraint, got up and rushed at me as well. I reared back, and just as she got within my reach, I blindly swung at her with a shard of glass. For a moment, everything just seemed to freeze. The yelling stopped, and Jackson stopped rushing at me, and so did Eileen. I then noticed Eileen's throat begin to drip blood, before the red liquid fell gushing out like a river. She fell backward, and that was it. Just like that, the nightmare that had haunted me for years was defeated. Jackson fell to his knees, completely shocked. He had some explaining to do. In short, Jackson told me that he was indeed Eileen's son. He was born into her household, but was immediately miserable. His parents constantly beat him and tried to force him to worship the devil. Of course, this led to Jackson changing his name once he turned 18. He wanted nothing to do with them, but after Eileen had ruined my life and ran off with Patrick and her possessed slaves, Jackson went looking for her after hearing police reports. It turned out that Jackson knew exactly where to find her, at an old ritual site that she had always taken him to as a kid, against his will, of course. At that point, all of her possessed slaves had died off. Rather than turning her into the police, Jackson suckered her into his home, pretending that he would begin practicing witchcraft. Once he got Eileen into his home, he locked her up and began the process of trying to convert her to Christianity. He couldn't see his mother be damned to hell, no matter how awful of a person she was. Of course, his attempts were in vain. Eileen was to stay a witch no matter how great his efforts. I explained my history with Eileen to Jackson. I told him of the kidnappings and everything else that horrible hag had put me through. I also told him that I never wanted to see him again. How could I have? He was a freak just like her, keeping his own mother locked up in a basement, his murderous hag of a mother at that. In the middle of our argument, Eileen's dead body began to quiver. The two of us froze, terrified. Her body continued to quiver before beginning to violently shake. Orange light began to encircle her corpse. The two of us then watched in terror as a ghastly, slimy demon began to crawl out of the ground next to Eileen's body. Once it noticed us, its face lit up and it smiled. Its voice was surprisingly human-like. "Hello, Jackson," it said. Jackson didn't respond. The two of us stood there in fear. I began to turn away and walk towards the stairs, wanting to escape this madness, but the basement door slammed by itself before I even got to the first step. I looked back at the demon. "Oh, won't you stay? We don't get much company down there." What else could I have done? All Jackson and I could do was stand there and look at this filthy little creature on the floor, which began examining Eileen's body. It proceeded to look back up at Jackson. "Oh, how disappointing," exclaimed the demon. "What's disappointing?" replied Jackson. "You don't have your father's eyes." Jackson immediately developed an expression that was filled with disgust. "Leo's eyes? Yeah, I'm happy I don't have those. Though that rotten creep can..." "No, not Leo's. Your father's." Jackson looked confused. "Excuse me? What?" "You don't know?" Old Nick always had a thing for your mother." Jackson's face went completely white. Old Nick, that's when it hit me. That dream I used to have. It was Eileen and Old Nick, the devil. In my dream, Eileen and the devil embraced one another in courtship, but the dream never showed me the offspring. I was looking at the offspring right now. The demon continued his work, examining Eileen's corpse before dragging it down the rabbit hole with him. He then popped back up one last time, giving us a smile and a wink before descending down into hell. Jackson's legs began to wobble before he fell backward, landing hard on the basement floor. The pain he must have felt from that fall didn't seem to affect him in the least. He just stared up at the ceiling, mouth gaping open as if the whole world had just crashed down on him. And in a way, that's exactly what the case was. The questions that must have raced through his mind, mine too. How is he the devil's son? He doesn't look like a demon. Jackson's a nice guy. How could this be? Jackson simply would not respond to me, so I left. I never went back to that house, nor did I ever talk to him. Not when I couldn't sleep. Not when I began having nightmares. Not even when I began to get depressed and lonely. And not when I found out I was pregnant. The only person I ever had sex with in my entire life was Jackson, the son of the devil. My heart sank as I realized this. I was pregnant with Jackson's child, and Jackson was the devil's child. And he was also Eileen's child. That meant that not only was Eileen the grandmother of my kid, but the devil was also the grandfather. Eileen was my mother-in-law, and the devil was my father-in-law. These thoughts were the only thoughts left in my mind, racing around 1,000,000 miles an hour. I sank to my knees as I stared at the pregnancy test, and I felt my stomach. Through my fear, it was almost like I could feel my stomach getting bigger. I dreaded the day I could feel that little angel face in there kick. What could I do? Would the devil do something awful to me for getting an abortion? Could I just take my own life? If I did, would I go to hell for it? If I gave birth to the baby, would I be the mother of a demon? That last question was the only one I knew the answer to. The answer was yes. A demon was growing inside of my womb. Old Nick's grandchild was growing inside of my belly. Eileen's grandchild was growing inside of my belly too. We were all just one big, happy family. I sped down the street on my bicycle, feeling the wind rush through my hair as the sun prepared to take a dip down below the horizon for the evening. Dead leaves blew around on the road like schools of fish evading a predator, and the crisp autumn air felt wonderful as it engulfed my speeding bike and me. Being in the 4th grade in a small town in New Jersey, I loved riding my bike every day after school, especially in the beautiful fall weather. I liked doing it alone. Sure, I would get my friends in on it during the weekends, but there was a part of me that needed solitude after a busy day. During my treks around the neighborhood, I would come across something new each day. It could be the discovery that someone in my community owned a Great Dane, or that a house down the street from me was egged on Halloween night. But one day in the middle of November, I made another discovery. See, on the far side of my neighborhood, there is a road with a dead-end sign. However, on this particular day, I decided to see what was beyond it. After all, that sign didn't signify in any way some sort of end to the world. No, there was more beyond it. And on this particular afternoon, I decided to go beyond. I sped past the sign and pedaled hard up a hill. Of course, when I got to the top, I looked down at a cul-de-sac, sitting dead and lifeless. Beyond the cul-de-sac was a dense forest, but I noticed something about it. Right at the front of it was a dirt path, winding its way into the depths of the woods, just begging to be explored. Pedaling down the hill, I parked my bike at the edge of the forest and began walking down the dirt path. I strutted down the path as my neighborhood seemed to move further and further away. Deep into the woods I went, past ghastly trees that had shed their autumn leaves. The cawing of crows filled the air as my footsteps crunched on the dirt path. After a couple of minutes of walking, something began to come into view. It was none other than a small house, sitting in a clearing in this mysterious forest. The house looked like the most innocent little cottage one had ever seen. For some reason, I had the urge to walk closer to it. It had some sort of enchantment to it, one that simply said, "Come to me." I began to move towards the house, inching my way through the tall grass that surrounded the place. Suddenly, someone rounded the corner from the side and startled me, and I almost jumped out of my skin, until I realized it was just a frail old woman, hunched over and carrying a watering pot. Once she noticed me, she immediately developed an overly friendly expression. "Well, hello, stranger." I'm sorry, ma'am. I was just starting down that path. I didn't realize you lived here." "Oh, it's quite all right. In fact, I was just thinking about how much I would love a visitor." "Really?" "Certainly. Won't you come in for some tea?" I was shocked by her hospitality. I had never met someone so nice in my life. I wasn't sure about her offer, though. I told her that I wasn't sure how long I had until dark. The old woman told me I had at least an hour before sundown, so I finally agreed to come inside. I walked into the house, right behind the friendly old woman. I was immediately hit with a scent of candles and the aroma of newly baked cookies. A black cat walked out in front of us, giving me a cold stare before scampering off to another part of the home. The old woman and I entered her kitchen, where I sat down at the table as she prepared tea. "So, what is your name?" "Stella." "Oh, what a pretty name." "Thank you." I sat as she poured water into the kettle, looking out her window at that enchanting forest. I was excited about this new place I'd found. I had to show my friends around these woods. I looked back at the old woman. "What's your name?" "Eileen," replied the woman. "I like that name," I said. She smiled at me before going back to fixing our tea. The kindness that radiated from her was immense. Already, this Eileen lady was the nicest person I had spoken to in a long time. Finally, the tea was ready, and Eileen joined me at the table. We began to sip from our teacups like two British citizens. Our conversation propelled itself into the evening, so much so that it took me a while to realize that the sun had gone down. I also thought that my mother was going to kill me. "Oh, no," I said. "What's the matter, dear?" "It's dark. My mom's going to kill me." I got up out of my chair, ready to make a quick exit. I really didn't want to walk through those woods alone at night. Just as I got up, so did Eileen. I walked over to her and reached out to shake her hand. She gently grasped my hands in both of hers. Her hands were very cold and frail. "Thank you so much for having me." Eileen suddenly developed a sad expression, one filled with disappointment and sorrow. "Won't you stay a bit longer?" "Oh, I wish I could, really I do, but I have to get home." "Oh, just a bit longer?" Well, now I was annoyed. She still had my hand cut within both of hers. Whenever I tried to pull away, she continued to grab at me. "Listen, Eileen, I can come back tomorrow. Please, let me go home," I said, still trying to sound as friendly as possible. "Stella, all that I ask is that you stay a little longer. It's very lonely out here." She continued to grasp my hand, now a bit more tightly. I became extremely annoyed. "Eileen, I really have to get home. Please let go." I jerked my hand away from her, freeing myself of her grasp. I turned away and began walking away from her, refusing to look back. Suddenly, Eileen uttered something that, a minute ago, I could never have imagined her saying, not in my wildest dreams. "Get back here, you little bitch." I was shocked. When she said this, her voice sounded extremely gravelly and malevolent. I turned around to face her, my jaw gaping open at what I had just heard. What I saw frightened me. Eileen stood there, hunched over with a furious expression on her face. She looked like an angry goblin of sorts, her expression communicating to me that she wanted to rip my head right off of my shoulders. But what struck me even more than this was the large candle she clutched tightly in her hand. And when I say it struck me, I mean quite literally, because the next thing I knew, Eileen hurled the heavy candle right at my face. The candle struck my forehead, knocking me down on the ground. I clutched my forehead in pain, feeling blood begin to flow onto my hand. As I moved my hand away, I saw Eileen make a dash for me, grabbing me by my ankles. "Stella stays," she screamed, before cackling aloud like a Halloween witch. Eileen began to drag me across the floor by my legs. This frail old woman had the strength of a grown man. I was astounded, and I was also in big trouble. She dragged me over to a door in the hallway and opened it. In a split second, I knew where that door led to. Her basement. I quickly began to attempt crawling away, but Eileen noticed and pounced back on me like a cat after a mouse. She started dragging me down into the basement, and I clawed at the floor for my dear life. Most of my body was now in the cellar, with only my head sticking out of the doorway. Eileen suddenly let go of my legs and ran back up the stairs. I had no idea what she was doing now. Well, before I had time to even move, I watched as Eileen grabbed the cellar door and swung it right into my face. And the next thing I saw was darkness. When I finally came to, I was lying on the filthy floor of a musty cellar. One light was on, dimly lighting the room. My head hurt badly, and when I reached up and felt my forehead, I felt nothing but dried blood from where the candle in the door had struck me. I felt extremely weak, and it took quite a bit of strength to begin getting up off of the floor. Once I got up, I noticed something else on the floor. I screamed out loud when I saw it. Lying there on the floor was a dead body. It looked like a man, but I couldn't tell because it was so decayed. The skin was a sickly green color. The odor of the corpse began to fill my nose, smelling worse than anything I ever smelled in my life. I continued to scream at the top of my lungs, running up the stairs toward the basement door, and of course it was locked. I pounded on it, frustrated and scared out of my wits. "Let me out of here!" I screamed. And suddenly a loud male voice shouted at me, "Shut the hell up!" I immediately stopped pounding and screaming. Who else was here? I looked back over my shoulder down at the corpse. I sat with my back against the door watching it. I couldn't even stand being in its vicinity. I kept on staring and staring at this corpse on the ground. I couldn't peel my eyes away from it. It was as if I needed to keep an eye on it for some reason. But I soon mustered up the courage to look away from it just for a moment to look under the basement door. I saw Eileen's feet, and the feet of someone else, presumably the man who just told me to shut up. I jerked my head back around, looking down the stairwell to keep an eye on the corpse. And that's when the corpse began to get up. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, and I thought so for a while. But once the corpse actually got to its feet, I knew my vision wasn't failing me. It had its back to me, and I held back the urge to scream. And tears began to well up in my eyes as the corpse slowly turned around. Once it did, it gradually tilted its head upward, looking up to the stairwell right at me. Its eyes were pitch black, and its decayed mouth gave its face a toothy grin. I started screaming again, just as the decayed person began to walk up toward the stairs towards me. It walked slowly and wobbly, trying to keep balance on its decaying legs. I pounded on the door again, though nothing good could have ever come of that. After a few seconds of doing this, I gave up, and just sat with my back pressed up against the door, watching as this decaying zombie slowly made its way towards me. I felt hopeless. There was nothing I could do but watch as this thing inched its way towards me. By some miracle of God, about halfway up the stairs, the rotting person stumbled and fell flat on its stomach. Just as it began to get back to its feet, I fell backward as the door I'd been leaning against was opened. I looked behind me to see a scrawny old man standing in the doorway. Addressing the creature, he screamed at it, "Get back!" The zombie immediately put its hands forward as if to show the old man respect. And then, to my surprise, it spoke. "Yes, master," it whispered. The zombie turned away and began to walk back down the stairs. The scrawny old man then looked down at me just as Eileen walked over to join us. "Stella, this is Uncle Leo. Won't you say hello?" "No, screw off." "Oh, what terrible language for such a young girl. Sounds like you need a lesson in manners. What do you think, Leo?" Leo grinned with delight as he stepped on my wrist, preventing me from getting up. All I could do was scream out in pain. I was too weak to fight back, still groggy from being knocked out. "I think it's a very bright idea, Eileen. I think I know the best way to teach her some obedience. I say she has a little chat with Lucifer." My heart sank when I heard this. Questions raced through my mind. Did that mean they were going to kill me? They can't actually mean speaking to the devil, can they? And before I could ponder these questions, Leo called back to the zombie, whistling at it like it was a dog. Lester, grab her! Well, Lester immediately began walking up the stairs, this time in quick fashion as if it was scared of Leo. "Any day now," yelled Leo. The rotting Lester grabbed me by the waist and hoisted me over his shoulder. I screamed out once again, as I now had the pleasure of smelling this horrible, rotting stench up close. It carried me down the stairs and dropped me down on the ground. I landed hard on my knee, and pain immediately shot up my leg. I didn't have faith in my abilities to walk at this point. When I looked up, I noticed something I hadn't had time to notice before. In the back corner of the basement, shrouded in shadows, sat a horrifying statue. It was a statue of a demon, or a gargoyle of some sort, with goat-like horns, sharp claws, and hoofed feet. Above the statue on the wall, an upside-down cross was painted. In my pain, everything was such a blur. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Eileen grab a book off of the floor in the opposite corner of the basement. Lester then stood to my left like a bodyguard while Leo took up the right. Eileen walked over to join us, opening the book and reciting words from it. The words were in another language, one I didn't recognize. As Eileen continued to chant, she gradually raised her voice louder and louder. Leo and Lester then began chanting with her. The chants grew louder still, and to my utter amazement, the lips and eyelids of the statue began to quiver. Once again, like with Lester, I hoped my eyes were playing tricks on me. And like before, I realized they weren't, as the eyelids of the statue opened to reveal pitch-black eyes. The jaw of the statue unhinged and began to open as the dark eyes started glowing a vibrant red. A roar erupted from the statue as white mist rose up from behind it. The roar was so loud, so deep, that I instinctively knew that it was not of this world. The mist drew closer and closer to me as Eileen's chants grew faster and faster until it sounded like she was simply speaking gibberish. The mist got within touching range of me and began to almost investigate me, if you will. It was almost like a snake, coiling and swaying this way and that, studying me in a way. Eileen, Leo, and Lester stopped their chanting. Eileen seemed to grow frustrated. "Why isn't he taking her? He took Lester just fine." Oh no, was I going to end up like Lester? Before I could think, the mist coiled around me and levitated me up off of the filthy basement floor. I screamed out as it carried me over to the statue. I soon found myself staring into the bright, glowing red eyes of the demonic statue, whining as its nostrils quivered. It was smelling me. I shivered as I felt its nostrils exhale onto me. And suddenly, the mist seemed to evaporate, and I was dropped onto the floor. The eyes of the statue quickly shut, as did its gaping jaws. Eileen and Leo both looked infuriated. "He doesn't want her," yelled Leo. "Can't say I blame him," exclaimed Eileen. Eileen then began to walk over to the back of the room. I watched as she knelt down to grab something. It was a red tank of gasoline. She developed a sinister smile on her face as she walked towards me with it. As she advanced towards me, Leo pulled a matchbox out of his pocket, handing it to Lester. "We'll let Lester do the honors since he's been so good," said Leo. Eileen cackled with delight as she approached me, now standing over me. Lester slowly but surely pulled a match out of the matchbox and proceeded to light it. "Well, Stella, it's time to burn bright like the stars you were named after," said Eileen. I had to act fast. Just as Eileen began to tip the nozzle forward, ready to soak me with gasoline, I reached out with my foot and kicked at the tank as hard as I could. The tank was pretty light, as it was propelled by my foot right onto Lester. Lester was immediately engulfed in flames as a match she had just lit ignited the gas. He screamed out a horrible scream as I used every ounce of strength within me to get up off the ground and make a dash for the stairs. In the confusion, I was given a head start, due to Eileen and Leo being distracted by Lester's burning. Fire bad! Fire bad! Screamed Lester. No, I thought. Fire good. As Eileen and Leo came to their senses, they rushed up the stairs after me. But I had been given a great head start. I quickly glanced over my shoulder to see Lester flailing around wildly, causing other things in the basement to catch fire as well. I ran up the stairs and out of the basement, desperate to escape that awful place. I ran out the door towards the woods. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Leo about 10 feet away running after me. I quickened my pace as best I could, hobbling with a likely broken leg. And before I knew it, my leg seemed to fail me as I felt Leo tackle me from behind. I toppled to the ground with a grinning Leo on my back. "You're coming with us," he exclaimed with glee. I began swatting at his face to no avail. He wasn't fazed by anything I did. I began scouring the ground for something, anything to hit him with. As he started dragging me across the lawn and back towards the home, I spotted a rock on the ground. I quickly reached for it, grasping it in my hand, holding on to it for dear life. Oh boy, please let this work. I jerked my body around so I was now being dragged on my back. Rearing back, I hurled the rock at Leo, hitting that bastard right in the face. He immediately let go, clutching his face in pain. I got up as best I could, running to the forest. I ran down the path, continually looking over my shoulder. Neither Eileen nor Leo were following me. I finally came out on the other side of the forest to see my bike. Oh, my sweet bike, I thought. I mounted it quickly and rode the hell out of there. Well, back in my house, I told my parents everything, and the authorities were of course contacted. Apparently, when the police arrived at the house, the place was burnt down. No one was found there, not even Lester. I couldn't believe what I had seen. Poor Lester. That wasn't him trying to hurt me. He was a normal person before, just like me. But unlike me, the misty evil spirit likely took him, assimilating him as a slave to Lucifer. All I wanted to do was forget. After a few days, my parents decided it was definitely a good idea to move. I was with them 100%. I'd miss my friends and my neighbors. I'd miss my school, but I simply couldn't live down the street from that house. I couldn't. The night my parents told me we were moving, I climbed into bed, finally feeling safe and secure. I knew this was one of the last nights I'd be sleeping in this room. But I wished we had moved just a bit sooner, because that night, I heard a scratching noise at my window. When I turned to see what it was, I was in shock. It was a charred Lester looking through the window at me. He was burnt to a crisp. "Fire bad," he said through the window. "Fire bad." Hey everybody, Kevin here from Nightmares Nightly. If you made it this far, I want to thank you all for listening. I also want to take a minute to let everybody know that I'm going to be setting up a YouTube membership page soon that I hope to bring videos to every week. If you'd like to support me and the channel, please consider signing up for that, or my Patreon page, where I'll soon be uploading content as well. I'd like to give a huge shout out to my current patrons, Ashley, Mars, Amy, and Zarin Ray, for supporting me in what I do. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody.